ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता?
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
माउंटेन ड्यू, डर के आगे जीत है।
अरे वीडियो फिर से फ्रीज हो गया।
मैंने बोला था इसका नेटवर्क जाएगा।
मैंने भी सुना था, इसने बोला, उसने बोला, किसकी सुनूं?
अरे इसने कहा, उसने सुना, सब भूल जाओ और अपनी आंखों पे भरोसा करो।
मतलब
वीडियो सही है तो नेटवर्क सही है। और इंडिया का ना बेस्ट वीडियो एक्सपीरियंस एयरटेल पे है। देखा? तो आंखें खोलो और सही चुनो।
Good afternoon, good evening. I wouldn't call it a good night yet. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. Of course, fueled by Mountain Dew and of course, sponsored by Airtel, who are a preferred network partner for the PMPL South Asian League. My name is Blair and welcome to the show. Joining me as usual is going to be our professor in the house, the doc, as I like to call him, but he also calls himself the experiment with a 1 in the name. And of course, we have a smooth-shaven, beautifully shining skin in the form of Fixes. Look at that shy little grin there. And, gentlemen, welcome to day 3. We are now halfway through the league stages, and now the things are going to be definitely heating up. Experiment, let's start with you. What are you looking forward to in the second half of the league stage?
Well, everyone's tested the waters, so to speak, and I think people are getting comfortable with where they're at, and we are seeing a massive change in the second half of the table, where teams are coming out with amazing performances in the last couple of days. So I see a few teams we already are looking at to rise up through the ranks.
Some people might even say that it's been a powerhouse of a performance coming out from some of the teams. Fixes.
Talking about powerhouse and the performance, I just had a chat with Zebra yesterday. Finally, he's gotten his internet fixed. So we are going to expect a lot out of powerhouse. And talking about other teams as well, they have been doing amazing, like XP told.
Well, we do have the overall standings for you guys as it stands right now, halfway through the league stages. Orange Rock, they're orange, they're rocky, and they're rolling at the moment. 365 total points, 6 chicken dinners. That's almost obscene. We have Godlike coming in second, but it's quite a distance, 63 points separating number 1 and number 2. There are 4 chicken dinners to the name, the second highest so far. Synergy managing to just kick down TSM Entity a notch there. They're pretty close by third and fourth. IND positioning himself in the 5th positions. Fnatic, they were in the 5th place for the longest time yesterday, but now in the 6th, we have Megastars. Mumba, the free fall continues, but right now it seems to have stopped a little bit. They've kind of remained stagnant there, and right below them, of course, Marcus Gaming and Powerhouse making an entrance to the top 10. Now, XP, take me through the bottom half of the table here.
Well, in 11th, we have Team Soul. Now, these guys, a lot is going to be expected from them today, especially since we have that dual Sanhok coming up. And of course, we've seen that is a map where these boys shine. Followed by Soul, we have VSG Crawlers, who are looking to make an impact in week 2. Cells, Team Extreme, and Team Tamilas, they've kind of had a good start. But towards the end of week 2, well, as you said, we are midway now through PMPL. They've kind of dropped off. I think they need to revive themselves and come back in the game. And of course, the big jump that we saw yesterday was Dead Eyes Guy in 15th position. Mind you, they were dead last when we started week 2. And lo and behold, these guys are climbing up ever so slowly.
Some people might even say that they're coming back from the dead, if you get my drift, as they did drop down a notch there, didn't have exactly the best of showings, but if you look at the point difference between the teams right above them, Team Tamil is just ahead by 4 points. That's something they could dissipate just like that, and that is something the Dead Eyes guy, a team that I personally, look, I like the underdogs, man. You have all the big names out there, and you have a team who've quietly been grinding it out, trying to make an impact in the tournament. What a day they had yesterday, but we can't forget with Powerhouse Gaming Fixes. Take me through what we witnessed from them yesterday on Erangel. My word, that was perhaps the most dominant showings I've ever seen so far in the PMPL, and that was impressive. But before we do that, let's talk about what these teams are fighting for. We have the prize pool there for the league stage, 61,500, 3 slots available, and right now, Orange Rock and of course the 2 teams right beneath them, I do believe it is Synergy and of course Godlike are the front runners to snatch away those 3 spots. And some people might even say Orange Rock have almost done it. There's quite an amount of money, $24,000 for the top 3 teams. Again, you see a bit of some money being given out to the rest of the teams as well. You do not go home with no money at all. Weekly prizes as well. MVP of the week, we have team with the most points as well. So there's a lot of money to work with here, even though it's a league stages experiment. But when we're talking about the big moolah, that's going to be the grand finals, and that's going to be spread over 3 days, right?
Spread over 3 days, and I'm just looking at the MVP down there. So $500 per week. I'm just trying to calculate in my head how much Mavi is going to walk off with, because every single time Orange Rock have actually won, Mavi has been up there leading his team from the front. But of course, the PMPL finals prize pool, $138,500. That is an obscene amount of money. But of course, what's even more important is that we have yet another 2 slots for qualification for the World League. Again, representing your nation on the big stage is something that, like I said before, you are going to cherish for the rest of your lives.
Indeed, they will. And of course, the points fixes. This has led to a lot of teams because of the fact that the placement points are not what it used to be last year. It's much more reduced, meaning the teams have to battle it out for each and every kill, which has seen quite a few teams, like one team that stands out the most is Synergy. They don't necessarily have the amount of chicken dinners as Godlike or Orange Rock. But my word, they are the Grim Reaper of PUBG Mobile, aren't they?
Even I'm shocked. How do they get so many kills? We never see them much, but whenever the game ends, there we have Synergy's got 7, 8, 9 kills all the time, all the freaking time. They have some good amount of kills, and that's a very, very good thing.
That is indeed, and we do have Group A for you guys on the screen right there. TSM Entity, Marcos Gaming, Team Hype, and Cells. They're not going to be playing the first 3 games today. They're going to be sitting this one out because the remaining groups, it's Group B, Seoul, Thumblers, INES, VSG Crawler, Seoul. A group where everyone is kind of disappointed a little bit. Let's be real here. Thumblers have struggled. They look good in the first 2 days. INES, they're managing grind back, but it's still a distance away. VSG Crawler has struggled quite a bit. Team Seoul right now 11th place in overall standings. Group C, Synergy, top 3 team. Megastars a top 10 team. John Mara and Umumba. Umumba's still a top 10 team, but it's been a free fall. And I feel like Group C has been stacked if you look at the performances so far. Group D, called the Group of Death. We have the best team right now, Orange Rock right there. We have Team IND 5th place, Fnatic as well, still in the top 10, and Dead Eyes Guy, who were dead last but now have managed to grind back the Nepali team, definitely stealing quite a lot of hearts, mine included. And finally, we have Group E coming in Experiment, and of course that is a group who have a couple of names who have definitely stood head and shoulders above most of the other teams. Godlike obviously 2nd place, and they're going to get a chance to jump into the server today, and of course Powerhouse Gaming, who just blew every one of us away and everyone out of the server as well.
I mean, the only thing that was stopping them was when Nova King finally ran out of grenades to lob at the enemy. I'm sure he's going to try and do that in Erangel again. And looking at the schedule for day 3, week 2, we have a double Erangel and double Sanhok. Of course, starting off at Erangel, then followed by Sanhok. Vikendi is going to be in play today as well. And we are going to wrap things up with the Erangel and the Sanhok again. No Miramar today. And I wonder if Fnatic fans are going to like that.
I don't know about Fnatic fans, but I'll tell you one team that's going to enjoy that. Sanhok. Double Sanhok. There's only one team who's got 2 chicken dinners in Sanhok so far, and that is Team Seoul, who are right now struggling. Let's be real here. That's a team who are not going to be happy just being in the top 10. They want to get the top 5 placing or potentially top 3. Right now, they're struggling a bit. Sanhok is a map they really do enjoy. Double Sanhoks. I like to see Sanhoks. It's wild, it's crazy, it's intense action. Erangel is a map where we saw Powerhouse powerbomb everyone yesterday. I want to see a recreation of that. Of course, we have Vikendi smack in the center. But right now, Fixes, take me through Megastars. Vexy, obviously by and far the best player in the lineup. 40 kills. That is ludicrous indeed, Fixes.
Obviously, and look at Vexy, compare that to his teammates. Encore really needs to step up his game. 9 kills, that's not justified. He's just not even averaging around like even you played 26 games and you've just got 9 kills. So this player needs to step it up a little bit. Swag, he's had a shaky tournament so far, but we know he's got a lot of potential. So I still think at the bottom of my heart, this week might just be the week for Megastars.
Well, I mean, they have definitely been. Yeah, sorry, actually, you had a thought there.
I mean, I think this week is Megastars week, because if you remember, in week 2, they are the team with the highest points. They had a shaky start at the beginning. Week 1 was kind of lackluster from Megastars' point of view, but week 2, boy oh boy, have they been gunning people down.
They have been gunning people down. We do have a head-to-head for 2 players who have been gunning a lot of people down. We have Smokey OP from Godlike, and we have Vexy, and this is for week 1, mind you. That's how, despite Megastars having a rough time in week 1, Vexy, he was not taking it lying down. He was just mowing people down left, right, and center of an Indian Rambo, some people might even say. But Smokey, the 28 kills in week 1, 4,800 points of damage. This guy was just everywhere, dismantling everyone, and pretty much it seemed like at a moment there, Fixes, he was winning every single duel.
Obviously, not just Smokey, also Hastar, but that's the beauty of Team Godel. Everyone's taking those knocks, everyone's taking those kills, everyone is contributing. We have to understand this is a team game and they're just doing their jobs to absolute perfection.
And of course, we do have the...
That is a major difference. So I mean, we did see week 1 earlier on, but week 2, like I said, is when Megastars were actually shining bright in the dark sky, and Vexy 24 kills in week 2 compared to the 16 that he had earlier. I mean, it just goes to show. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to point out that maybe they have played a few more games than Godlike, perhaps.
That is that is true. I think. But the thing is, Godlike had a fantastic start to week 2, right? And the thing was, yesterday we saw something. They kind of shuffled up their roster a bit. Existence was actually playing instead of Bronton, and I think what happened was that once you start getting used to playing with the particular roster, with the particular squad, and you kind of shuffle things up, it takes a couple of games, for that momentum to build up. And if that continues on forward today, I think we might just see Smokey get some more kills. But again, the thing is, Godlike is such a powerhouse of a team that all of the members are getting the kills and, raking in the points.
I think that's a team you'd be looking for, right, Fixes? I mean, would you rather have a team where everyone's performing, there's no one, or would you rather have someone like Vexy in a team where it's very clear he's just carrying the team when it comes to just the, the fragging department? I think that's something that I think everyone needs to keep in mind, right?
Yeah, obviously, Vexy has been doing so good, but still, I would want a team where everyone's equally contributing, not just a one-man show. Because if that person gets knocked down, if that person gets killed, then that panic thingy happens. Everyone, what am I going to do now? Our star player's gone. So I don't want things to come to that point, to be honest.
And your thoughts on that, XP?
I mean, I'm going to have to agree with Fixes over here. Panic, I guess, is something that, we tend to take for granted that, if you lose a member, because we panic when we play our games, but then these guys are level-headed and it's like, all right, so I've lost a member of my team. The pressure definitely is increased on their shoulders, but boy, oh boy, do we see these guys power through some intense situations and completely blow our minds.
Indeed, and we do have a lot of games here, and I do believe we don't have much time to really talk things about. It's going to be action heating up fast, and quickly we have Erangel ready to get rolling. And bear in mind, we're going to be having a lot of teams playing a lot of games here, but Fixes, I'm going to bid you adieu for right now. You can sit back, relax, grab yourself whatever you want to drink, and XP. We're going to be taking everyone through the action here. It's going to be an Erangel. Interesting playing path. It's directly up north, all the way down south. And that is a very, very interesting playing path indeed.
Absolutely, and we are going down south, splitting up the map in half, and every single drop point is going to be in jumping distance, so to speak. We are going to see the teams heading to where they are most comfortable. But I think I want to see something different today, Blay. So we know that, say, Team A is going to go to this position, Team B is going to go to such and such position. I want to see something different in how they loot up and then move out of there, because that is where we see a lot of things going wrong. Now, of course, we don't have Group A playing in this game. So all you TSM fans, hold on to your horses. They are going to be showing up in game 3, 4, and 5, which means Seoul is actually going to have a little bit of luck, basically looting up places in West Georgia. But it looks like they have something different in mind today.
That circle is a little perturbing for me, because that's a lot of zone in the water. And well, Military Island, whoever's there, they have to rotate out back real quickly, rotate up north rather. Almost half the teams outside of the zone at the moment, which could be a problem. Now, Seoul obviously dropping smack, I do believe, right next to the school. We have Fnatic dropping to their usual camping grounds. We have, of course, Megastars down towards Novo. We have IND. They really do enjoy dropping towards Military Island, don't they?
They do. I mean, Military Island is something that they have locked down, and Megastars, of course, are going to be heading to Novo. That is one of their strong points. I am kind of surprised at Seoul's decision right now, because we all know that they are a versatile group of players, and the apartments next to the school and the school is something that they've been, working on for quite some time. I was kind of expecting them to head over to West Georgia, especially since Fixes once mentioned that, whenever TSM entity are not in the game, that is usually their go-to spot. But I like the fact that they are mixing things up. Maybe down the line, as the zones keep shrinking smaller and smaller, we might see a little different plan of action from these boys.
Could it potentially be the absence of Marcos Gaming as well? Obviously, when you look at Group A, everyone's looking at TSM Entity, but Marcos Gaming, can't really forget them either. Their lack of presence, them not being present in the server right now could be one of the potential reasons why Seoul has gone for that. But then again, this is just us hypothesizing. We have Elementrix on our screen here. They have struggled so far, if you ask me, X. We haven't really seen any moments. Like, you talk about even, John Morrow, you talk about Team Thummelers, you talk about even Deadeye's Guy. They might be struggling as well, but they've had their moments in the sun where they've shown what they can do. Elementrix, though, not really. They've had a couple of fights go their way here and there, but apart from that, they have been one of the teams who, I guess, would be disappointed in themselves at the moment.
I would have to contradict with you on that, because I actually watched an interview take place a couple of days ago. Mr. Hughes, who was obviously on my screen, and they realized that they've had a slow start. They are going to try and change things around. Again, they aren't shying away from fights, but it is those fights that they are getting gunned down from either direction. Like it's like you have horse blinders on, right? You are focused in on one enemy, but you've got to keep your wits about you. You've got to look around and make sure you don't get gunned down from elsewhere, something that we like to call as third partying. Now, this is a battle royale, and third partying is basically, we frown upon it, but it is a part and parcel of the game. So they've got to work on that. And the best thing I liked about the lads was that, they said, hey, man, look, we know that we are down there, but we are learning. We are going to get better, and wait and watch. We might just surprise you.
They might indeed. Of course, time is running out. Like we mentioned earlier, we're halfway through. We did manage to go through Fnatic and Mumba there. Now, Fnatic knocking at the door of the top 5 position. They were top 5 for a moment. They get knocked down. We have Megastars here as well. This battle is where I feel it's going to get very, very tricky, right? Mumba in the 8th, Megastars in 7th. We have Fnatic in the 6th. And the difference in the points, I do believe, is minuscule. And anyone can basically leapfrog over the other. All they need is for one team to have a bad game, the other one to have a good one. So despite, the obvious battle at the top there between the top 3, top 4 teams, let's not forget that the 5th to the 8th to maybe in the 9th place team right now, they still have a very good chance of bringing it back. We're still halfway through. We still have exactly half the number of games remaining to be played so far in the league stage. So anything could definitely happen.
I mean, if we're talking about Megastars, they do have 240 points. That means they are 125 points behind Orange Rock. Now, everyone has a good day and a bad day. We've seen that time and time out. We've seen Fnatic start off well, but then kind of had a bad couple of days. But yesterday, Ronak and Scout, especially these two boys are going to stand out for me from that particular roster. They put up one hell of a show, and you know what? They kind of got their team the points that they needed so desperately. So I can see anything happening on our screens right now. Deadeye's Guy. Now these guys probably, like you said, they stole our hearts yesterday, yours and mine included. And wow, what a fight they put up yesterday. They were not shying away from the fights. And I think right from the get-go, they were finishing second. No, it was. They had 2 seconds, almost 2 seconds, and an amazing performance by them. And that rank jump can, only give hope to the little man, so to speak. That hey, man, if we can do it, so can you.
Well, that's hopefully the message that most other teams will be looking to take away from them. But then, speaking about high fragging affairs, it is of course Synergy, and they are a team to be feared. They are a team to be terrified of. And I actually want to throw something to you now. We finished talking quite a bit about the teams. We, of course, I mean, what else can we talk with Synergy? They are by far the best when it comes to just winning deals. I think the only competition they have would be from Godlike and Orange Rock, right? But I want to talk more about the Circle. Now, it's been a while. We're still going to be seeing some time for the Circle to shrink towards, but just give a wild guess. Where do you think this one's going to end up? I'm going to put myself on the spot first. I think it might end up towards Stalber. That could be wild.
That was what I am thinking as well. But again, I am going to make that decision once I see where it pops off next. Because, well, I mean, if that's what we've seen most often. Whenever this circle is formed right up to the north, 9 out of 10 times it goes towards Stalber, and a little bit of Kameshki might come in play. Severny is usually there towards the end, but then, I don't know, for some reason, it always goes to an open battle. And talking about open battle, Shifu Sir over here from Dead Eyes Guy is trying to light up the enemy in the form of Team Soul, and I do believe they are going to make their way around that gas station and post up over there. Forget posting up, they are retaliating. Sangwon is playing in today's game, replacing Mortal, which, to be honest with you, I think is a good decision on their part. Only because, they need to have that different kind of gameplay and they need to adapt to the situation. And Mortal, as good as a player he is, maybe he just needs a couple of games off.
I'm going to give credit to Mortal if he's the one who took the call to sit this one out, right? The fact that he is willing, that he's not big enough in his own mind that, you know what, it's okay. I'm going to sit this one out. I'm going to let someone play in my stead because the win is more important. The team is more important, just the one individual player. So Soul taking a few bullets initially, but they do reply back with a few warning shots like you mentioned, and that means that for right now it's going to be a standoff at the moment. Circles, the blue zone slowly closing in as we do have Soul once again going for a nice leisurely trek across the verdant fields of Erangel. It's a part of the map which is rarely frequented, right? Unless the Circle really goes their way. But while I say that, I do believe Deadeye guys are on the hunt as well. They are okay. Maybe not. All right, they're going in a different direction. But for a moment there, I believe could hit a little dicey. But as I say that, Soul spots a couple of players out in the distance, and they are unaware of where one more player is. I do believe it's team number 9 nearby, but let's get back to it later on. It is ending towards Stalber. Look at that circle at the top right. That's insane. It's at the edge of Kameshki. Stalber, a lot of hills, a lot of elevation, a lot of greenery around. But apart from that, cover is quite sparse compared to other parts of the island.
You are spot on about that. But something interesting that we saw earlier, when Soul was driving around, so was you, Mumba. And the fact that every single member has their own vehicle, well, you can just look at the enemy and you can't really do anything about it. But Regaltoss over here with that M16, trying to pop off a few shots in the distance. A few do connect. And it looks like Soul Sangwon is on a warpath. He is actually leading the charge. Look at this pandemonium.
What is going on?
This is what I'm talking about. This is Carmageddon all over again. But the thing is, everyone is a solo man, so they can't really do much. And talking about not doing much, Illusion just got 2 knocks. I believe it was not 2 knocks, it was 1 knock and
Haster's
a finish
out
on a member of Godlike.
Yeah, Haster getting taken out that early for the second place team on the table. That's a big blow for Godlike, and they're going to go driving past now. Godlike's going to be rattling off a few bullets here just to make life miserable for the side of their eyes. But meantime, Machine gets knocked out. I feel like he bugged out early there, Machine. I remember seeing him at the bottom of the island, and that's just an unfortunate start. But right now, the action is heating up. Ted is going to get a drop here early on, and it's going to be Austin is going to finish out Shifu Sir, who was in the midst of the action initially, but then now he will find his makeup. Now, Deadeye's guy, they're still roaming around. Austin taking a little bit of damage. His ankles are going to be hurting, but he is good for now.
This is a good strategy that people are employing. The best thing is you want to shoot from unexpected places. So what we have on display right now, the way Austin gets on top of the roof of this warehouse is something that, if you are looking around, you are generally not going to aim your scope up over there and, try and get a knock. But forget that. We have the boys from Team Tamalas. They are going in for a push. Mr. Spray is going to try and stay behind and cover his teammates, but Destro gets the knock on Manti OP. Manti OP is down. This is where Mr. Spray should actually come in and help his teammates, because Destro is going to be in his line of sight. Gary OP comes around. He gets the knock instead, and you Mumba are in a world of trouble right now, Blay.
Yeah, the trade's coming in thick and fast, and it's going to be a karaoke looking for vengeance, and Mumba just get wiped out. They get eliminated, smacked out of the server in a span of a second. What just happened there? Mumba.
I told you this yesterday, that the one thing that is lacking for you Mumba is that boom, shock and awe, aggressive maneuvers against them. When something like that is happening, I wonder what is happening in that team as far as communication goes, because they are unable to keep their angles. I mean, I get it. Look, it's difficult in that situation, because the adrenaline kicks in. You have 4 members, 4 enemies potentially coming to end your life. So you can, slip up a little bit here and there. But all you have to do is, hold your angles and get the job done. I wonder what is happening in that camp as far as that goes, because in the last 3 or 4 games, this is the exact MO play. This is the exact way they have been wiped out. Shock and awe, boom, in your face, and you are dead.
At this point, I think you can be forgiven for asking the question whether the first 2 days in the Pro League for Mumba was a little bit of an overperformance, was a little bit of a fluke, because they have done nothing in the past couple of weeks. I mean, it's been a free fall. Let's be real here. Yeah, they've had a good couple of moments, but not able to really take the team fights. Again, taking nothing away from Team Tamalas. That was brutal, but now look at that zone is shifting a little bit west. It's going to be towards Saverni, and that's interesting. A little bit of a zone in the water as well, as we are now going to be shifting our focus onto Powerhouse, who have definitely been a powerhouse yesterday. They had that incredible chicken dinner, 36 points, catapulting them up in the leaderboards, and now they're looking for more, and they are on a trajectory for a team that is made up of 4 souls, and Soul and Powerhouse, they might spot each other here, but considering for Powerhouse, they have only 1 player per vehicle, they won't be able to reply back. As Smokey is going to drop transfer, Kratos replies back, trades going back and forth. This is just brutal Carmageddon, like you mentioned. Look at what's going on here. Smokey's alone. He's done for. There's no one nearby to help him out, to res him, and all his teammates can do is just run away and just leave him to his maker. They need to stay alive. They need to prioritize that, and Cronton and Gil are going to be left alone for God like a Smokey eventually is going to have to go down.
I think Snacks is going to go in and, do a little bit of a coup de grace over here and put Smokey out of his misery, because there is no way he's getting revived. In the kill feed, we just saw Soul Aman take a bullet from Illusion and go down. I'm sure we're going to go to that fight soon enough. But now this is the thing. Smokey got caught off guard. That buggy is going to be, it's going to expose you from all sides, and you just have that little bit of a metal plate at the back to protect you from shots at your back. But godlike losing 2 members this early on, but okay, I'm gonna retract my statement, because Smokey did in fact stop his vehicle and lay down some heat on Trance, because I think Trance is the first guy who got knocked out, but his backup was not there in time. We'll come to that fight in a second. Right now, Soul is going up against Deadeyes, and Deadeyes have to be careful, because just behind them, lurking behind the trees, is Janmara. And the way Soul is currently occupying this cliff, wait a second, that was a terrible mistake by Wadu. He probably expected just 1 person to be over there, and lo and behold, there were 4 guys shooting at him.
They were indeed. And now Illusion, he's been knocked down as well. This is looking rough. It's going to be Sony from Janmara. You mentioned there's someone around the vicinity, and he's going to get a knock, but the knock's going in thick and fast. It's a 4-way fight. IND joining in from the distance as well. And a shot from the M24. Slayer's going to get down onto his knees. Now someone's going to get res, but Deadeye's guy, they're in a rough spot. They're between a rock and a hard place. The rock's name is Soul, and the hard place's name is Janmara, and this is not looking good at all. Viper now just topping in an energy drink just to help his health out a little bit. Vexy gets taken down, though, and it's going to be Team Extreme just joining the fray. And Swag getting dropped as well. Megastars are getting murdered by the Nepali side, and that's rough indeed. The zone shrinking in further. We're going to be seeing what the next circle is going to be in the next few seconds, and Megastars right now outside in the blue, and that's them taking a bit of damage. Next couple of seconds is going to decide how the rest of this fight's going to play on out, and it's going to be Smack on top of Synergy. Look at them. They're in the middle of the safe zone, and that's a great circle indeed if you're a Synergy fan.
Great circle indeed. And the fact is, Soul is trying to figure out what is happening behind them, because Team Extreme is holding off Megastars. Wait a second. They were holding off Megastars. Megastars are going to be bound out of this game right now in 15th position No kill to their enemy, but this is what I was talking about. Soul have spotted the enemy. They did have that little bit of a ridge on the other side of the road earlier. So Kazi is still in a good spot to, do some damage and potentially escape literal death over here, but Soul is going to try and pin them down as much as they can, but they have to be careful because this fight is out in the zone. They have to move in, they have to rotate around, and the first block that I predict Soul is going to run into is a rock by the color. Well, it's the color orange. I think everybody knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's some team called Orange Rock. I think some people have heard of them. They haven't really done much yet, though. Maybe, right? Yeah.
I want to see Orange Rock actually come up and win a chicken dinner.
7? Okay, that could happen. We haven't really seen anyone having any problem for their side. They've been quiet. They've been looking comfortable. And then you look as VHG Crawlers lose a player. CG is going to get dropped. And with that, the team is out for the count. That's team number 14 getting eliminated. You can see Fnatic on top there. They haven't really had to move much yet so far. Now, I do believe they are kind of in the safe zone. INES unaware of the fact that there are 4 wolves around. And they should be very careful. Tear is far away from the rest of his teammates, and that's worrisome. There are 3 players, and he's out in the open. Now, if they peek him together, he's down, and there's no way Rez is going to be coming in, and he should be aware of that, and I do believe he is now aware he is going to be heading back to the rest of his teammates. Gachala from John Mara, rattling off a few bullets, and it's going to be, in fact, Mavi joining the fray, gets a knock on. Oh, okay, hold on. Chala just destroys the car, and with that demon, his soul is going to be, well, meeting his maker. Deadeye's guy will finish off. Another explosion coming in. This is a wild stuff we're witnessing here out in the open. Bad Breath just rattling off bullets, and it's doing so much damage, but it's going to be Haizo. He's going to get the knock to Sangwon, and suddenly Team Soul finding himself in a rough spot. Indeed, Sangwon is going to get knocked out as Badrev and Orange Rock, INES and Orange Rock just duking it out. This is sheer madness right now. I mean, it's complete chaos.
Orange Rock is, have they made it into the zone? I think they have. Yeah, I mean, I'm liking the fact that INES is actually taking a few fights. They have lost 2 members, but Kapshi and Te are still alive and kicking 3 kills to their names. Wait a second, am I going to have to eat my words again? Te almost getting knocked out, makes it in cover, but this is the pressure applied on them right now. Fnatic on one side, Jean Mar on the other. This is one fight breaking out on our screens as we speak, and elsewhere, Powerhouse is in a little bit of a power struggle with Soul. They want domination at a position just a little bit southeast of Severny. So again, not a lot of cover to be working around with, but Elementrix is going to join in the fight as well. PH's Iconic is going to try and get that knock. Wait a second, is that going to be the end of Soul? Regaltos has gone down, and with that final knock, Soul gets eliminated in 12th position, 1 kill to their name. Elementrix play are down, and they are ready to play 5 kills to their names. These guys are looking for a fight.
And from a distance, Anto gets a knock onto Kapshi. And Ter needs a res. He needs to get that res in immediately. And it's going to be Anto who's going to finish him off. And it's going to be Orange Rock joining the fray, wiping out the team. Mavi, you can never, ever count this guy out. And Orange Rock Viru is getting tagged on. It's very low. The vehicle's going to explode. It's going to deal a little bit of damage onto Orange Rock, but they have time and they have a little bit of cover to kind of heal themselves. Look at Viru, barely alive in a sliver of health. And Mavi on an excursion. He is going to be scouting things out. 3 players now together on that car. That is risky. They can get mowed down, but they need to go for a play. Scout OP now with a mini is going to get a knock here on Sonim. And John Mara still 3 players in the running. Sonim on his knees. The res should be coming in. The circle hasn't shrunk in. They still have some time to work with here. But as the blue zone gets closer and closer, it's a 3rd enemy joining the fray. It's not just about the teams are battling against. As Viru is going to drop Ash and Orange Rock. They were so quiet for almost the entire game, but now they've woken up here, XP.
Fnatic is actually in a really good spot. They have to make sure that they take care of Kazi in the back of near those sheds, and then they can actually dominate their surroundings right now. But they are out of the zone, so they are going to have to make their way in. Orange Rock, let me just say one thing: the way the smokes pop out, the speed, the reaction, and the way the knock was picked up. They get in the car. Vito goes ahead, scouts out another position, and we all know that they love their metal forts. They are going to use those vehicles right up until the end. They're going to drive around, then they're going to destroy them and, lie behind them. And Iconic over here thought he'll get a knock. In fact, he gets knocked by Pupuman with that UMP4X combination. Powerhouse in a bit of trouble. Nova King gets knocked out by Servi, who is, of course, on his right as we speak right now. Zebra and Dark have a lot of work to do. They've got to be careful because Elementrix on one end is hunting down for them, and right behind them we have boys from Godlike who are also coming into the fray.
And we have Team Elementaries definitely picking off the pieces there. Synergy just quietly, just being there almost in the middle of the circle, just mowing people down. You can see the bird's eye view here. And you can see a lot of teams still in the running. 10 teams and 30 alive. Despite the circle slowly shrinking in, it is a circle of death, a circle of destruction, a circle which is going to be very, very rough, because if you look at the lay of the land, there's not much cover from anyone. It's going to depend on where the circle shifts onwards towards. They have a few vehicles. They have this drop for a little bit of cover here. Dude Fnatic, as Team Extreme, will be eliminated. They do get 4 kills, but they get eliminated in the 4th place. Now we got Elementrix still there. Synergy, Orange Rock, Fnatic. Orange Rock and Fnatic both having a couple of players on the ground, on the knees rather. Elementrix are looking really good. This is a team I pointed out earlier saying they have struggled quite a bit, XP, but they have 7 points and they're 4 players all standing.
And they're actually going for the fight. You know, I mean, they are not backing out and talking about the fight. They are still engaged with Powerhouse. Powerhouse, it's a little bit of a trade-off because Iconic got a knock on them and they retaliated with a knock of their own. So Powerhouse is in a bit of a spot right now. They have 1 member remaining who's got to pick up Iconic. I wonder if that is going to happen, but Orange Rock is right now, well, these guys are pretty much centered around the north zone. Fnatic, on the other hand, are in a really good position to come away with top honors, but they've got to be careful. Synergy is on their head, so to speak, and we all know about Synergy. These guys are going to be shooting bullets in all directions, and we know that they are going to connect. But the fact that Team Tamalas is still up in the top 9, that is something that I'm actually quite happy to see. These guys are coming. They have a message. They want to say that, you know what, we might have been down and out for a little bit, but we are back. But Poo Man gets eliminated by Doc as I speak. And again, with Powerhouse, it's that momentum. Once they start rolling, it can be difficult to stop. And I wonder what's going to happen. But Jean Mara gets eliminated in 9th position with 3 kills. And this zone is pretty much, you know what, Elementrix have their work cut out right now because Powerhouse is actually pushing up on them. And they are outside the zone play.
The funny thing with Powerhouse, they only have 1 kill so far. It's very early. It's on top with a brilliant nade. Knocks out Malvi, but out in the open, that means the trade will be coming in. It's going to be Daljeet, but beyond the grave, on top, he takes on Daljeet with a nade, despite getting taken down a second prior. Now it's all go. He needs to get the res onto his teammates, and I do believe he will have time indeed to make it happen. They are still in the safe zone, but time is running out. The rotations are going to be coming in the form of Powerhouse and Elementrix, and he's going to get the first res in. Now he's got to go for Daljeet. If they have time, there's no one nearby towards the side of Orange. Or for Synergy, though, look at the compound control they have. They're getting started from all sides. That's a problem here, as Schreider actually takes out his own teammate as a team nade. A team nade, something you rarely see coming up from Synergy, as Godlike will fall by the wayside. Mavi's going to get knocked down by Orange, and Team Elementrix putting in the pain, definitely making Synergy bleed out here. However, Orange Rock just gets eliminated in 7th position. They get 5 kills though, but what a nade from on top. That is brilliance. Nades everywhere. They're playing a game of catch, except with high explosive ordnance.
Elementrix is firing on all cylinders. 2 members remaining, 12 kills to their name. These boys are out for blood today, but the way they control that situation, because Powerhouse was putting all the pressure on them, and then of course Anto picked up his teammates. They knew that the enemy was ahead. They smoked it out on one end, cut off Powerhouse's vision completely. And talking about vision, Slayer thought he was going to slither through the grass, not get noticed, but he does. He gets taken out, and Carry OP, is he going to make something out of this? He does not. I think Team Tamalas are done for this game. They bow out in the 6th position. We are down to the last 5 teams. Synergy and Fnatic still have all 4 members alive, which is going to be major for them. And talking about them, they have a kerfuffle right now. Synergy is taking on Scout and his boys, and it looks like Scout is going to get picked up.
Yeah, they did toss in a few smokes. Fnatic are doing a great job just staying alive, keeping all 4 players in the running despite having no kills yet, which is so surprising for a team like Fnatic. Synergy right now with 5 points, all 4 alive, and the rest comes in time. Elementrix have 12 kills, 12 points to their name, but they do have just 2 players in the running, the same with IND and Powerhouse. These are big dogs, and Elementrix are the outlier. You have Synergy, you have Fnatic, you have IND, you have Powerhouse, and Elementrix quietly on 12 points XP. They don't need to face right now. All they need to do is just stay alive, just make Synergy and Fnatic and IND just duel amongst each other, and then come in and pick off the remaining pieces, like Vultures flying in and just taking away the win in the end here. Right now, though, this is interesting.
The zone is moving in. Synergy are going to have to move. They are outside the zone by about 100 meters or so. They are going to have to go directly in the direction of where OS is. OS actually did something really smart. You know, we were thinking that why is he going up alone over here? He is cutting off Elementrix from coming in, potentially cutting off Powerhouse, because have a look at where the rest of Fnatic is. They are on the other side of the zone, and I wonder if Synergy know that the enemy is in the direction they're looking, because Slayer comes up with the knock of his own. He did get picked up earlier on, and Synergy are in a world of hurt. Powerhouse at one end, Team IND at the other. They are going to be looking at potential wipeout over here. Ted on very low HP. Is he still alive? He is still alive. How is Ted still standing? And just as I say that, Synergy reduced to a one-man squad. Fnatic are the only team with all 4 members. Everyone else has one team. This is going to be going Fnatic.
OH is destroying everyone single-handedly.
Oh my goodness, that was a perfect play. I'm so sorry. I just have to point something out. The way that play happened right now, they thought no one is where the smoke is right now. Nobody assumed that Scout and the boys are going to lay back, and OS is going to come out on top and get the job done.
Well, speaking of a drop taking place, Slayer still alive, still raining blood all over Fnatic. He's going to be tossing in the nades as well. It's a 4v1v1. Powerhouse 1 alive, IND 1 alive. It is Slayer, and 8 points for IND, looking for a few more kills. Look at him just raiding in the artillery fire on the Fnatic. All 4 players together. They're just hunkered down, just hoping the pain stops, the nades stop, and IND Slayer finally runs out of ammunition to be tossed in their way. Now look at Dark's position. He's got the rock cover. Now looking at the circle though, he's still outside. So it's going to be favoring Fnatic if you look at the final circle. So in the end, Fnatic should come out on top here. They still have 3 alive, but Slayer definitely not going down without a fight. He has taken down the one player of Fnatic, but a 3v1 Scout, Ash, and Ronak. I mean, you have to be mad to believe Fnatic's not going to win this one.
Well, I mean, we have a lot of madmen out there. Slayer gets a knock on one of the boys from Fnatic. Ronak has gone down. Now they do have this little bit of a dip for cover, but Slayer is still taking damage. He needs to heal up quick, because potentially Powerhouse's Dark can actually be a dark horse for him. And wait a second, Slayer eliminates Dark. Dark just got a peek out of that rock, and Slayer's like, not on my watch, son. He gets that knock and that finish, and he does bow out. But what a performance by IND Slayer. But the winner chicken dinner goes to Team Fnatic.
You just got to give credit to Slayer. I mean, he lived up to his name. He was not going down without a fight, and at every moment you thought he was going to die. Yeah, you're like, yeah, he's out. IND's out. IND's out. No, he just holds on. I think they got a total of like, what, 10 kills in the end there? That was insane play from Slayer, but Fnatic, congratulations. Finally a chicken dinner, and it feels like it's been forever since it's seen them grab on to that first place in a map fixes.
Always. Did you see the amount of work he did over there? He took so much damage, and still he was constantly spraying down onto the members of Team Synergy. Then he got a few knocks here and there, and he just entirely controlled the map, and he made things really, really easy for the rest of his teammates to finish off the game.
Yeah, that was as close as it could get. And Fnatic, for a moment there, I won't lie, it was a 4v1v1 XP, and I'm like, you know what, they have this in the bag. But all they needed was everyone to triangulate their fire onto Fnatic, and it could have been rough. A couple of those nades and molotovs from Slayer, if they landed, you never know. Darker potentially got a drop there, but we do have the MVP of the game, and I don't think anyone's going to be surprised as we see this man on his screen right about now. And of course, always 4 kills, but almost all of those kills came in the last few minutes of that game. What a spray down from him, XP.
The fact that the IGL went and took this drastic decision. Now, let me just break this down for you. So the moment I said, okay, OS is moving out into the zone, right? When he went and banged his buggy up against the rock, I'm sure everyone in the chat section would have been like, what is he doing? Why is Fnatic, playing solo again? No. They had a plan, because they were in the zone. That little dip controlled by Ronak, Ash, and of course Scout was still in the zone. Always went up ahead to cut off anyone else coming in, and definitely that is going to earn him a spot in the top 5 players from this game.
I just want to give a call out, of course, to Hyozu from Team Elementrix, because they had 12 kills in the end there. On top, and Hyozu does a nade barrage. Slayer, again, man, hats off. Take a bow, sir. That was incredible. Oh, the fact that he stayed alive. Look at the damage. 16 points of damage, even though he had 4 kills. That's an amount of damage he's inflicting at the end game. Always, like you said, like god tier 9,000 IQ play coming out from him, and Dark from Powerhouse Gaming. He was just watching. He was just like, you know what? He laid out his beach chair, was sitting down there beneath the rock. He's like, all right, you guys fight it out. I'm just gonna chill here for now. 900 points of damage with 3 kills. I mean, each and every one of these 5 players was so impactful in this first game of the day.
It was tactical prowess that you know us mere mortals were witnessing right now, because it was literally godlike. I mean, the way these guys played, hats off. I'm pretty sure all Fnatic fans are going to be rejoicing at the fact that, you know, always that play fixes. I mean, just take me through it, because you were obviously watching on the sidelines.
So
initially. Right.
I'm actually going to have to pause you there for a second, because we have the standings. Fnatic coming first by 26. IND just shy by 2 points because they had 10 kills there. And Elementrix out of nowhere smacking people left, right, and center. They came in 4th, but still get a 3rd place because they had 12 kills. Holy Christ, that's a lot. Powerhouse Gaming as well. Man, they've been impressing me of late. They come in 4th with 14. Synergy, 12. Orange Rock, 10. They're going to be a little disappointed, but considering the lead they have on top of the table, they're going to be fine. Tamilas finally showing up to the fight alongside Team Extreme, 9 and 6 points respectively. I mean, it has been a hell of a showing from some of the underdogs, but on top, like, again, Fnatic, great showing for them. They want to get that 5th position, right? They want to snatch it back. They're now in 6th place. IND, though, again, consistency personified. They don't necessarily get a chicken dinners that often, but my, oh my, do they make it look entertaining and competitive.
I mean, absolutely. And, you know, we can use this word consistency, which is actually synonymous with a lot of these teams. One team which kind of fell short, we are going to see right now over here, was Godlike, who finished up in 10th position. Expecting a lot more for them. Smokey getting caught out. Well, not getting caught out per se, because he did get out of his buggy and take first shots at Trance, knocking him down. But the boys from IND retaliated in full force and completely cut him off from the rest. Jean Mara finishing in 9th, which is something, you know, these boys are going to be happy about. 3 kills. Again, game 1 of day 3, so it can only get better from here. INES end up with 3 kills. Soul with 1. They at certain points they were literally controlling the lay of the land around them, but again, it's those zone rotations that just catches them off guard and, you know, makes them have a bad day.
I'm going to throw this one to you, Fixes, very quickly. You, Mumba, talk to me about that.
Again, they panicked, and then there was Synergy with that beautiful knock on 420 OP, which kind of created that opening. I really felt if Destro, after that first knock, he could have just healed himself up and, you know, inside the compound, not outside it, where you're knowing that Synergy is shooting you from behind. You have Team Tamilas also pushing over you. So, few mistakes were made again, and yes, I think they're kind of scared right now to take those fights. They're not confident, and same goes with Team Soul, as we speak of.
Yeah,
I mean, if I may just add on to what Fixes just said. Again, Fixes, you probably agree with this. It's that compound that, you know, that people rushing onto you. Mumba is struggling right over there, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously they're struggling with that as well. The third party, that is where, you know, they knocked down 420 OP, who's their main player, who's performing absolutely well, and he's gone down, so things went really shaky.
I'm just gonna bring up the we're of course going to resume talking about that, but right now Orange Rock still on top 375. Godlike have only played 23 games, bear in mind, right? They still need to get, they're the only team in the top 5 who have played the least amount of games, 23 games for them. So they have a lot of opportunities to come back here and potentially steal away the position from Orange Rock. Synergy, IND, Fnatic, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Fnatic bouncing back to the 5th position. TSM down by 1, but again, they've only played 24 games. They're going to be sitting out. They're going to be playing out the final 3 games of the day, so they have an opportunity to get the 27 mark as well. We have Megastars, Powerhouse. They're inching up, right? They're making their way up. It's so impressive. But as Powerhouse do that, Mumba, they go further down, and that is such a disappointment. I was blown away by Mumba in the first 2 days of the PUBG Mobile Pro League, but then it's just been disappointment after disappointment. Marcus Gaming in 10th, and then of course we have Soul, VSG Crawlers, Cells, Tamilas. Fixes, just take me through the bottom 10 here.
So we have on 13th position, that is Team Cells. They did not play in the first game, but I'm pretty sure they will be back in the evening. But on 14th, we have Team Tamilas. We saw a slight glimmer of hope as they took on Mumba, but then they could not carry for that momentum when they went on to a fight with Team Indy. They definitely had that one knock, but they could not capitalize on that. And Team Tamilas went falling down to Team Indy, and Team Extreme Elementrix. Elementrix is the team that we need to talk about. The way these guys put themselves up, the way Mr. Hughes went on top, took those 11 kills, and look at the confidence on these guys. And I was really, really happy for them. Look at the circle. You know, the circle played a curveball on absolutely everybody. No one was prepared for that circle, and everyone was just like kind of shaken aback. I really felt Team Synergy could have done a little bit better, provided the kind of cover and the position they were in. But then again, they took the center spot and they got pincered down from everywhere.
They got pincered indeed. We do have the kill leaders, and they were pincering a lot of people down. We got Mavi, overall leader. I'm so surprised to see Mavi on top. My word. But 41 kills. Vexy on 40, still ridiculous considering how hard he carries the team. Sirvian Austin in top 5 is expected. Zygot, he hasn't played yet today, so you really can't blame him for that. Also, just want to point out that is magnificent, the hair he has on his head right there. On the bottom half, the top 10, we have Daljit, Slayer, Ted, Dark, and Smokey OP. I'm happy to see Dark there. Despite Powerhouse not being in the top 5 or the top 6, the fact that Dark has just been phenomenal alongside his partners in crime and just being so impactful. And this upward trajectory they see, considering we're still only halfway through the league stage, I want to see Dark. I wouldn't be surprised to see Dark go higher and higher on that kill leaderboard, XP.
I mean, the thing about Doc is that he is, I mean, I'm just going to use an analogy right now. So imagine you have a vicious pit bull, right? And you have him chained up. You need to let him loose, and he goes and does all the damage. I mean, I'm just talking metaphorically over here. We do not want to see that happening in real life. But it's like that. He is like a raging bull. All you got to do is just guide him in a direction. Not that he can't think on his feet, but the fact that Zebra, the way he is, controlling his team, the way he is making them work around given situations, it's like you point him in a direction, you're like, okay, shoot, eliminate that team, come back, then I'll give you the next job. He's like, aye, captain. He goes, does that, comes back, and boom, there you go. That's why he is leading. He's in the kill table right now.
Raging Bull, could we call him Robert De Niro? Maybe, maybe not. Let's see. We do have the Mountain Dew Darkage GT moment, obviously, and Fixes take this one away. It's a waste. It's obviously a waste.
This is the kind of map control I'm talking about. Synergy had such an amazing spot. They had the drop, they had all the vehicles that built up that fortress. But always, slowly and steadily, kind of being on the cover and still taking every member down of Team Synergy. Spots Ted, boom, there you go. He has that M16 on burst mode, does all the work, and Slayer did put up a valiant effort. Amazing. But then again, Fnatic, the numbers were too much, and Ash finished things up, and with that we saw that beautiful chicken there.
And there you have it. That was a moment from Mountain Dew. XP, your thoughts now?
May I add one thing to the Dirk?
No. You can't add one thing. Add two things. Give it to me.
Nice. I like that. All right. So the fact that, I'm glad that they showed IND Slayer doing what he did best at the end. That guy was fighting on two fronts. I mean, he was so exposed to Dark. I mean, if Dark also, I'm pretty sure there was a little bit of exchange because I saw Slayer's health go down, just to a little sliver that was left. I mean, that guy literally conquered his fears. He knew potentially it's a 4-on-1 situation at the end because you had Fnatic, 3-man squad, and of course you had Dark. So you don't know how many teams are left, right? And the fact that he just got that was amazing. I'm glad they put that in.
And well, of course, we do have a few highlights. It was a very chaotic beginning to the game, I won't lie. I felt like I was watching a sequel to what Max Fury wrote there earlier on. But yeah, Fixes, final thoughts regarding this game.
I think I really love the way the zone shaped out. I felt a few other teams could have done particularly better with the positioning. A lot of teams are very unsure as to how to approach this particular circle. So we have always seen circles near Yasnai, we've seen near Gatka, we've seen down below near Sosnovka, but this circle, that's something we see very rarely. And Team Soul, I really missed Mortal, man. I don't just blame me, but come on, the way he handles his poise, the way he keeps the calm, and the way he cools his teammates off. You need that one player, constantly backing you up. You need that experience factor that Mortal brings along with you. And look at Team Soul. How, they were not sure where they are. They did not have cover. They just saw a rock. They went, rammed in. They were taking cover. But then what? They just got twisted away from every angle, and Elementrix just handed them over.
What are your thoughts on that, X? Because I'm kind of split in between, right? I do agree, Mortal missing is a problem, but at the same time, is it him missing is a problem, or is there something else that could be an issue here?
I definitely think that they were a little bit more aggressive today, which is something that we wanted to see from them. Now, the fact that, Fixes said that they got caught in the open and something, if you remember, till the time that they were dealing with Powerhouse at one end, and they had Synergy on top, and when they finally got a few kills on the members of Team Extreme down by the road at the edge of the zone, when Megastars was having a fight with Team Extreme, they were in prime position. If you think about it, they had a high top. Now the thing is, Fixes, this is my opinion, of course. Soul is synonymous with a compound fight. All right. Now we know that. People are going to say whatever they want to say, but if they hold a compound down, it is like their home that they guard to the deaths, and 9 out of 10 times they are going to come out on top if anyone is going to come in and try and take that compound / home away from them. So what happens is in the outer things, again, the only reason why I feel they got picked off towards the end was, in my opinion, not because they were out in the open. They did have cover, they had their vehicles. It's just that I agree, a concrete wall is definitely a lot more effective at stopping bullets than a smoke screen. But they just need to, again, know the lay of the land. You need to know how the valley is and where you have Regional. That is where they kind of got exploited. And again, it's a battle royale. Anything can happen from any side. So in my opinion, I think the fact that the way Sangwon was leading, of course, we all did miss Mortal, but they were playing a bit more aggressive today. And that showed. They were getting so many knocks. I'm pretty sure the damage is going to be off the charts. But just a little bit of tweaking, and we should see them in the top 3 really soon.
We should hopefully see that. And you can't forget about Fnatic. I mean, we've been talking about everyone else, but let's talk a little bit about Fnatic here. They had an okay day yesterday. It wasn't bad. It wasn't necessarily great either. Day 1 of week 2, though, that was phenomenal, a great showing for them. And now, winning this map here, getting the chicken dinner, looking so very good, the calling coming from always, everyone looking really on point. Could this be the beginning of the resurgence of Fnatic? Could this be the last hurrah, the last dance, as some people might say, for the orange and black Fixes?
I wouldn't be too confident saying that, because we've already seen this same thing happen over and over again. They take that first chicken dinner, then something happens and they kind of mess it up in the other few games. So until and unless they have a few consistent games, I wouldn't root for Fnatic to have a good day. Yes, this approach towards the game they took, that was amazing. They went silent in the earlier stage of the game. They just focused on their positioning. And always, obviously, we have to hand it over to this lad. He just controlled things way too good over there for, I would say he just opened the field for Team Fnatic, because there was one point I was really happy that Team Synergy, okay, today they were doing a very good approach. They knew over this, the first half of the leg, all they did was take all those kills. Now they're playing for the position. If you saw their gameplay, they were kind of silent today. They were kind of holding their grounds. They were kind of taking very intelligent fights. So I expected maybe Team Synergy's gotten themselves figured out right now. They're going for the position, and that is when Owace came and kind of spoiled things a lot for them. So now Team Fnatic definitely looks confident, but it's a little bit tad too early to just say that this might just be their day.
So you're not a believer. Okay, that's all I got from that. We do have Fnatic coming up on the screen for you, ladies and gentlemen. We do have Scout, Owace, Ash, Ronak, and of course Ninja. And today, though, Ronak, Ash, Owace, and Scout looking definitely very, very dangerous indeed. They have really looked on point. And if they do continue this trend, I mean, like I said, apart from Orange Rock, who are way ahead of the pack, they're ahead of everyone else right now, XP. But apart from Orange Rock, that second, third position, it's still up for grabs. There are a lot of opportunities for the Fanatics of the world, for even a Powerhouse of the world to potentially steal that away, right?
I mean, as far as Powerhouse is concerned, and even Megastar, so to speak, they did get caught off at the end, courtesy of Team Extreme. An upward trajectory is in the future for these lads. Powerhouse, again, this is a good first game. They did come in third, but this is a good first game for them. Maybe not a lot of kills. That's why they were in fourth position, if I'm not wrong.
They still have 23 games. They've played 23 games right now. There's a lot of games to go.
So
a lot of games to go.
They have games in their hands. Plus, no, I'm talking about the mental aspect right now with Powerhouse, because that is the trend that we've seen. If they don't do good in game 1 and game 2, usually more often than not you will see that same pattern continue. But once I think yesterday was one of those game changing moments for them. It was like, all right, we just did something epic. Hey man, I think we've got what it takes. Not that they didn't know that before, but just that mental thing that, all right, let's just build up on this momentum. Let's just keep rolling forward, and we're going to keep seeing them rise. And I think that is what we're going to witness today. I think they're going to have a good day.
Mental switch getting turned on. It's all they need. And speaking of a lot of games remaining in the tournament, we have a lot of games remaining for you guys today as well. We're going to be cutting to a very quick break, and then we're going to be back with more action as the third day of week 2 will continue with more PUBG Mobile Pro League action, of course, partnered with Mountain Dew and Airtel. We'll see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता।
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
माउंटेन ड्यू, डर के आगे जीत है।
अरे ये वीडियो फिर से फ्रीज हो गया।
मैंने बोला था इसका नेटवर्क जाएगा।
मैंने भी सुना था, इसने बोला उसने बोला किसकी सुनूं?
अरे इसने कहा उसने सुना, सब भूल जाओ और अपनी आंखों पे भरोसा करो।
मतलब
वीडियो सही है तो नेटवर्क सही है, और इंडिया का ना बेस्ट वीडियो एक्सपीरियंस एयरटेल पे है। देखा? तो आंखें खोलो और सही चुनो।
Targets spread over 5 waves. Your results will then be rated and displayed. The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via quick draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The 2 sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose. Say cheese. Nice shot.
Welcome back, everyone. That was a very quick break. Holy Christ, that was a fast one indeed. But is it going to be a fast one on map number 2? That is going to be Sanhok, is a question in everyone's minds. Yeah. My name is Blair. Joining me, as usual, Experiment and Fixes. And we barely had time for a breather after that one. That was a fast, very, very fast, or not really necessarily fast, but a very hectic game, so to speak. And now going to map number 2, which is a map not many people are a big fan of, XP. But I personally have a soft spot for Sanhok. It reminds me of a tropical paradise, and I haven't been outside my home for a while. I want to go there. I want to have a few pina coladas, a few mojitos, sit by the beach, and enjoy the bloodbath. And that is exactly what we're going to be seeing here today, XP.
Absolutely, and enjoy the bloodbath. You have a dark mind, my friend. I like it. I kind of like it. So anyway, talking about Sanhok, of course, it is going to be a quick match, and I think it should be underway within a minute or two. But expectations are going to be high from Seoul. Because Sanhok is now synonymous with Seoul. I mean, it's their home, so to speak. And I think why it works out for them specifically is because it's a small. The surface area is small, right? It's a small map. They don't have to traverse a lot. And like I said, that is the only thing that they need to work upon. That going from point A to B. Once they get to the point,
rotation,
they can.
You mean?
Yeah, the rotation. They can literally plant their weapons down and just take aim and just wipe out the entire server. That they are capable of that.
They are capable. I don't think anyone is doubting the capabilities of all these teams, right? Even if it comes to like the 20th place team, I don't think anyone. Elementrix, for example, INS, you can't count them out. Everyone's capable. Yeah. It's about whether it clicks in the server, and the teams who have been clicking in the server consistently would be a very few handful of teams. It's IND, It's
Okay.
Orange Rock, obviously. It's Godlike, TSM Entity, and then it's people having hit or miss games. Fnatic, great opening game,
Yeah.
great day on day one, okay game on day two. But from what I'm seeing from the Fnatic side, and I want to talk a little bit about Fnatic here, I think we do owe them that, considering the chicken dinner they had just a few minutes back. Week 2 has been great for them. Great game on great day on day 1 of week 2. Yesterday was an okay day, but it wasn't a terrible day. That's an important thing.
Yeah, high
And today's-
kills.
High kills, important,
kills, yeah.
important indeed. Points are going to be added on. It's going to be accrued. And then you have day 3 today, starting off with a bang. What a start to the game. So I personally, I'm not going to ask you the question this time around, but I think Fnatic might pull off another win here. Not a win, but at least get a very high placing on Sanhok and potentially catch
They
all
have
of us
to,
by
yeah.
surprise, Fixes.
Yeah, obviously they have to get a good finish in Sanhok. But as we speak of Sanhok, we're already inside the game. So the flight path trajectory we see from Nakam towards Statmok. So we do not, the flight path does not matter a lot, because in a map like this, where you can just absolutely drop everywhere. So XP, if you're there with me, you see
Yes, sir.
Team Soul, they're heading towards Camp Charlie. And if you, I'm actually, is Team INES playing over there? I really
So
need to know.
you're trying to figure out whether they're not going to Kampong or not, right? That's
Yeah,
what's on your mind?
that's the question. Yeah, that's exactly on my mind, because they always engage against each other, and yes, they are, but they're heading out for Lakabi.
I like it. I like it because, like I said yesterday, that they need to change a few things about them, and we saw that happening in game 1 in Erangel as well. Not that they're not well versed with the school and the apartments next to it, but the fact that they've been going to one place, all these at least the last 3 or 4 days, they've been doing the whole West Georgia rotation, right? As far as Erangel is concerned, and of course in Sanhok, it's either north, south, or dead smack center in Kampong. I like it. They're changing things around. They are kind of going on that zone prediction early on. They think, you know what, time and time out, the zone has come towards the southwest of the map. Let's just start over there. And talking about the zone, we have it on our screens coming up shortly, but it is pretty much centralized. The quarry is going to be at the epicenter. So everyone is, not a lot of movement right off the bat.
I think this is the initial loot phase where the teams want to quickly pick up all their guns, their ammos, their utilities, whatever they need, and then just get into a good compound at the center. So we always have seen our Team Soul performing really well in Sanhok, but I have always questioned their rotation to speak of, because you see, they've landed at Camp Charlie. They need to make that rotation from the southern side towards the central side. But today, there is no one obstructing their way. So don't you think this might be a good thing for Team Soul, considering they've always had someone or the other cutting off the rotation?
Well, as far as Sanhok is concerned, I think it's kind of like the opposite if you think about it, because look, you got to be opportunistic, right? Sometimes you can pick a fight, but you know that you stand the risk of exposing yourselves when you shoot a gun. It's a small map. People are going to hear you from all directions. So right now, the way they are at Camp Charlie, they don't have any competition right off the bat. But let's see what the zone does, because then we'll pick up that argument. But on our screens right now, Team Extreme, they had a good outing last game, eventually falling out. They did in fact wipe out the boys from Megastar, so that is no small feat. On our screens just before that was Jan Mara. Now Jan Mara finished in 9th position overall, 3 kills to their name. So I think the teams from Nepal are kind of getting their act together. And well, I don't even have to mention Elementrix. Those boys just blew our minds off. But now let's just focus on Godlike for a minute. A little bit of a shuffle again. Existence is not going to be playing today. Cronton, Smokey, Gill, and Hastar are going to be leading the charge forward. And looks like they want to come back and chill at the spot where we all spawn. They're like, you know what? Let's just have a good time over here, just south of Barn. But talk me through Godlike, because something was definitely off today.
Not just today, but from a couple of days, I've seen them not being able to get that much amount of points or the kills that they've gotten in themselves in the first week. If we talk about the earlier game, also they got eliminated early. They were kind of looking a little bit shaky, and then we see Existence setting out. I really want to see Existence in action. Maybe kind of in the place of Cronton. I mean, why not? Put your best four men forward. If you have them at your disposal, then why not use them, XP?
I mean, I cannot take anything away from Cronton. That guy,
But still,
whatever his past
yeah.
has been, I mean, he is a grenadier
Yeah.
unlike anyone else. The way he has that precision, he knows he. I think must have been a good student in physics back in school because he's got all those angles perfect, and he lobs the grenades. Chances are he is going to knock someone out and even kill someone. But I've been happy with their game in Sanhok so far. Yesterday, of course, we did not have a Sanhok, so maybe that kind of threw their game off. But I don't know, man. I think it's he is a good addition. He brings something different, like that one game that they won earlier on in Miramar.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
That
the way
1v2, right?
he's leading his team well.
Yeah.
And it's not that he's leading. See, the thing about an IGL is the IGL has to make those big drastic decisions, right?
Yep.
How to go about things, and because if it's right, all the credit goes to him. But if he's wrong, I mean, we all know how our
The blame
lovely
games.
audience can get, and we can get quite creative with our words. So
Yeah.
it's a two-way street, right? But the fact about Godlike that I feel is that all of them are capable players who think on their feet and contribute in
Yeah.
one way or another.
The best thing about Cronton I like is that he keeps things way lot simple. He does not go for those flashy plays. He does not, kind of picks up a scope, just peeks out, jiggles around. He keeps things way simple. He just prones down. He waits and waits. He's got a lot of patience. We have to give that guy for that. But as we speak of, Team Tamilas is in the close range vicinity of Team Jayanmara as Mr. Spray takes that first knock onto it on him, and he will definitely capitalize on this situation as Manti finishes things off. T'Challa taking few shots at Team Tamilas, but I think they will just take a little step backward and then heal up and then re-engage.
Now, the thing is, I think Team Tamilas are actually in a good spot. They are on top of the hill. They can be king of the hills, control the valleys around them. And this is something that they are going to be comfortable with.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. We don't have compounds. We don't have any blind spots. Everything is visible. The only thing that can actually push them off the top right now is if they get attacked from multiple directions. So in this fight, I'm not saying that they are going to be... They have an advantage. Wait a second. Talking about advantage, I think Manti has an idea where... Wait a second. Is that going to be a knock? That is not a knock. I think that was just a warning a grenade over there.
We know that you're there.
We know you're there, but look, they're retreating back because their game plan
That's
right
smart.
now is to conquer another hill, which is basically midway between Paradise Resort and Boot Camp. And you know what it is? The higher the hill, the more view you have around them. I do believe that is what these boys are going for.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, I really feel if you have that high ground, you're more susceptible from attack from all sides. Like people spot you out, you take a few bullets, and then you getting bantered down from somewhere else as we speak of. But Manti, this guy, we have to talk about him. I have seen this guy from his absolute when nobody actually knew him.
Just
This
a
guy's
little
got some
baby.
real potential, man.
Absolutely. I mean, now again, Blay mentioned this earlier that we
Yeah.
can't count anyone out. All these guys are super good at what they do. But have a look at the map now. The map is interesting thing today. Everyone is kind of focused towards the center. So the next map, if it goes down all the way where Team Extreme is right now, of course they
I
have
want a Kampong circle.
taken spot in Camp Charlie, and Soul is doing something that we're not used to. They are actually moving about early on, which I do believe is courtesy of the fact that they are mixing things up. And I, as a consumer of esports, as a consumer of great plays, I am happy that one of the teams is doing something different. Of course, they are well beloved. They are loved by millions of fans out there, but the fact that they do that same thing day in and day out kind of gets monotonous. I'm happy to see them do something different. And talking about something different, Shifu gets a knock on Dark with that QBZ 6-6 combination. Deadly, I must say, in the thickets of Sanhok.
obviously. But XP, I would like to beg to differ on the fact that Team Soul, I have always seen them making those early rotations. They like to take that center spot, and that is exactly what they're trying to do now. And let's see, Illusion is pushing on to its powerhouse Zebra as Zebra spots it, but he got that cover from behind. Meanwhile, Zebra definitely does take down Illusion, and Rated and Lazy are still sprinkling bullets, and Wadu will definitely connect on Zebra. Now things have shifted. Now Team Powerhouse needs to step up. No working. We are searching for you. But Wadu sir definitely does know the position, and Wadu was definitely trying to lob a grenade, but then he retreated as he wants that Nova kill.
I wonder if he wants to go in a grenade battle with Nova King after what he put up on display for
It
us
is low
yesterday.
ground right now.
I mean, they're low ground, but they have a lot of cover, and the fact that Shifu can and Wadu can actually, they're going to expose themselves a little more because they have to come over the rise and try and shoot in. In fact, at this point, since they have good cover, they are in an advantageous position because you got to remember, this is TPP. Had it been FPP, I would have said, all right, Dead Eyes guy, it's yours for the taking. Go ahead, have some fun with it. But now they've got to be careful because it is TPP. Zebra, I don't think, is going to get out of this alive. He is going to be cornered, and I think Shifu might get a finish on him. And just as I say that, Shifu does get the finish on Zebra. Now, Nova King, Iconic, and Dark know that, okay, they've lost a member, they got to pull back. And I'm pretty sure Zebra himself gave that turn that, you know what, guys, start moving out because the zone is still on them. And what they're going to try and do is get a high position, possibly just on the western aspect of the zone, which is on display for you guys right now. Now, what I'm going to be worried about is look at that rotation where Team 16 Fnatic is. Team 18, who is of course godlike, are heading in their direction, and we are going to see a showdown in front of our eyes right now. Talking about that, oh my goodness, the production was listening to me right now. Roller gets an orange smoky. They were completely oblivious to the fact that there is somebody up top on this hill. A mistake you cannot make at this stage, but again, Ronak has been knocked out in retaliation. I like the way Fnatic is spread out. Ash is going to keep point right up front. OS is going to go on a left rotation and try and get that flank and cut off Gronton, basically. If he gets that 1v1 against Gronton, it is going to look good for them.
I think Gordel is kind of trying to retreat away, and this is an absolute deja vu moment. I had again casted this same situation where Oasis just got knocked and finished, but then Team Fnatic went on to get the chicken dinner. But now Team Gordel is on the defensive. I think they've just lost one member, and they do not want to get into a fight with Fnatic so early in the game. Now they're retreating. They want a compound where they can hold and fight, and that is exactly where they're heading. So Ronak will get that revive, and Team Fnatic might just want to play a little bit aggressive right now, considering they've taken one member down for Team God.
Absolutely, and it's I totally agree with you. Godlike didn't just do that tactical retreat because of Fnatic, mind you. They can obviously take those boys on. It is the fact that it is a mountain. We already have a king of the mountain, which is what Godlike wanted to be. They thought it might be unoccupied, but right now there's going to be a rush, a migration of players coming in from all directions trying to get that highest peak. So Fnatic's woes are still not over. They are definitely going to have to contend with another enemy in another form, in another jersey, in another team. That is still there for them. They are going to have to battle it out. But this is interesting. Team IND, who have appeared on our screens for the first time now, they have finally made their way towards one of the main islands, and looks like they are just strolling past PH Nova King. Nova King, of course, is I think it's 2-man squad. I do
is he alone?
PH no PH, is it a 2-man squad or is it a
I see Iconic squad as well.
Okay, it is a 3-man squad. Yeah. So it's Dark, Iconic, and Nova, right? So they are kind of spread out. They're just trying to gather all the intel that they can, and Team IND, of course, on our screens, making sure this is the biggest issue that I've seen in Sanhok. You think your area is clear, but you just gotta wait and listen, and you hear a hiss, and you're like, oh my goodness, there's a snake right next to me. You know what I mean? I mean, that is something you've got to be careful about in this map.
That is exactly what happened with Team Gordel. They did not see that coming. And like you said, Gordel loves to take that position, but they were just a little bit late today. And Team Fnatic knew that Gordel will come. They were waiting. They have the circle. Just look at the way the circle has transitioned towards Fnatic and Team Umumba. This has to be their redemption game, man. They really, really need to notch things up a little bit right now, because they've just kept falling down and down. I do not see that graph going up. One instance in Miramar, we thought that they might have it in the bag, but Mr. Hyozu takes a beautiful knock at IND Slayer, but Slayer still has that cover, so I think he will get that res on.
And the fact that Hyozu and his boys are currently that was actually a very long range shot. Elementrix is like I said, they are going to
Look
be
so composed, yeah.
rolling forward. Yeah, they look calm and composed. They are holding Painan, which of course is a hotly contested property in most matches, but only half of Painan. In fact, just a little bit less than that is in the zone. So now they know that, okay, we have a couple of teams who definitely 99% of the time will land in that direction, and one of them is IND. So they confirmed that with a knock on Slayer. And I'm pretty sure, see, they are looking for more people. They know that they're going to expect some form of retaliation, so to speak, coming from the Western Front. And the way the boys from Elementrix are spread out shows that they are ready for any given situation. Because if you noticed earlier, they made an entrance to Painan from the Eastern Front. So they know that for the time being, they are secure from that end. No one is going to be rushing in on Painan since it is at the periphery of the zone, and I do not think the zone is going to be in their favor as and when it changes, but it is in favor of Team Fnatic, as you mentioned earlier, and of course on our screens, Synergy is going to be picking a fight with Team Soul.
Yes, and Austin, as we speak of, he does have that beautiful rock on which he is taking good cover and is trying to spot down members of Team Soul, as Mortal has decided to sit out for another game, and Kratos gets knocked down with that bolt action. But XP, I know you love the map of Sanhok. Talk about FPP. You are that one guy who just kind of grinds off Sanhok. So there's one question. How much do you love the suppressor? Because I personally feel that's the best thing in Sanhok, provided the kind of suppression you get, that sound cue helps you a lot.
When I usually stream, I mean, I'm lucky enough to have teammates who, they know what I like and dislike. So I always get a bolt action. Thank you, guys. I love you. And I always get a suppressor for whatever weapon I have, because I just like that little. I don't know, dude. I love the suppressor from days before PUBG. That little. It's just magic to my ears, especially if I get a suppressed M24. Guys watching right now, let me know. Do you think that is one of the most, dare I say, orgasmic sounds that you are going to hear as far as weaponry is concerned in PUBG Mobile? I mean, it's a beautiful sound. It's ASMR at its best.
I love that M24 suppressor, but Team Soul, now I feel again the same problem. They came to a compound. Now they're moving out. They realize garage is too open. They on the tip. They can get surrounded from people from top. But Elementrix still very confident, holding down Painan, the home turf of Team Synergy, and they were actually having them in their crosshairs. Now they would definitely have to move out from here, because they've still got to get 400 meters inside the circle. But then again, you have Team Powerhouse, who are snaking it around, know that Team Elementrix is coming, and now they will spot Mr. Hyozu. Iconic has been spotted as well. On top shows himself. He might get sprayed down by Iconic, but that's too late. But Mr. Hyozu takes a knock at Nova King as the fight erupts between Team Powerhouse and Team Elementrix.
And both members going down at the same time. That was a little bit of a proper matchup for you guys over here. Iconic went down, Mr. Hyozu went down, but their fight is still not over. Team Elementrix is trying to make their way into the zone, but they've got to be careful. It's not just Powerhouse that is going to be putting up a fight for them. We have the boys from Dead Eyes Guy, I do believe, just beyond them, but I think they're making a hasty retreat, so they are lucky. Powerhouse right now, Dark and Nova King are lucky. They don't even know that death was basically knocking at their doors from behind. So they are going to be counting the lucky stars. But I do believe Pupuman has picked up Shagar. and it's a 3v3 situation. Is it a 3v3 or a 3v2? I think it's just two members left from Powerhouse. We'll come back to that fight in a second. Now, this is what I want to talk about. Soul have to make it into the zone. In fact, they are in the zone, and Regaltos is trying to lob some grenades. I do believe that was Viper, I beg your pardon. Trying to lob some grenades Godlike's way, and I'm pretty sure he is hoping he gets a connect because he can rush the compound then, because behind him on his tail we have VSG crawlers.
Yeah, and that's a good decision by Viper to put that smoke behind him. But still, VSG crawlers do acknowledge and they do know the fact that Viper is somewhere lurking around. And yes, that might connect. Only time will tell. But Team IND is in a bit of trouble as well. And they've gotten eliminated by Team Extreme. So we've always been harping about this fact that the Nepali players have played so well. And now they're proving themselves. Elementrix playing on point. Team Extreme back in. Deadeye is playing so well. So we might just see a revival from the entire region. PSG Crawler, CG taking digs at INES Badrip. This guy, I love the way he plays.
I mean, absolutely. These guys are quite an interesting thing to watch. But I'm excited to see what happens over here because CG knows that there's godlike in the thing. I think he might just spot out Viper as soon as he goes over this curve. Viper is going to be ready for it. I want to see the kill feed. Is Viper going to get that knock or not? Or is he going to run past him? Viper does get a knock if I'm not wrong. Evo is down, and I do believe, did that come from Viper's point of view, or did that come from elsewhere?
Yes, he took down CG. He instantly finished him off, and he took down Evo as well in the process. Now the tension's gotten towards Avi.
Viper living up to his name, a snake in the grass. That Viper digging his fangs in on the enemy. I'm telling you, look at that crate. Look how close that crate is. Avi had no idea. Evo had no idea. Freaking VSG crawlers had no idea there was someone in between, but then the price has been paid. He does blow up. Again, Godlike also were expected. Godlike knew that there's a Viper amidst them just beyond the rock, but they didn't have a way of getting to him. And with that kill, Viper does get 2 kills, mind you. So he has contributed something to his team. They will be bowing out of this game, but I mean, that was a commendable effort.
He just rattled too much. Maybe that that tail sound just came too loud, right? For
nah, but he's a Viper. He's not a rattlesnake. I'm just kidding.
Sorry. But as we speak of Orange Rock, they still have all their top players alive, and Megastars. My, these guys are going to engage against Team Fnatic. Ronix cooking that grenade that might just take down a player or two. Scouts being knocked out by Bad Rev. And things are looking very shaky for Team Fnatic as we speak of. Megastar Swag does manage to take that grenade, lobbing on Ronak, and boom, there you go. Swag, he is very low on his HP. Ash does spot him out, and wait a second.
They're done. Because we are on stumps right now. These houses, of course, in Sanhok, they are on those stilts, right? And he was exposed from right under the house. And well, I mean, he paid the price right now. And the zone was also kind of forcing them to move forward. But I'm kind of surprised at the way Fnatic did not take advantage of that hill. They decided to stay in the compound. It has worked out for them, mind you, but they have lost one member. And talking about losses, Team Tamilas has been eliminated from this game. We are down to the last 7 teams, and UME against all odds are riding strong. Destro currently knocked out, but 8 kills to their names, and Fixes. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm happy, you're happy. The boys from UME are finally showing up.
Yes, but the trouble is still airing around them as Team Orange Rock is holding that high ground rage right now. But Godlike, they have been eliminated. That's a bad news. But you, Mumba, come on, guys. You know that you can get that chicken dinner in this game. But G takes a dig at Ronak as he knocks him down. Ghana being that silent, sneaky snake, taking down Ash from behind, and will also want to finish him off on his track before getting finished himself. So always he's the last man remaining, along with a man that's knocked down. But Team INES, look at them, they're still doing good. They've got all their 4 members alive and kicking, and they're going on the aggressive front. Pansing does peek out, but Mavi finishing off always, and with that eliminating Team Fnatic. on the
So
fifth
we are
spot.
down to the last three teams, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be INES versus Orange Rock versus, I mean, surprise, surprise, Mumba Esports. So now the thing is, even IES, I'm kind of really, really impressed with them. They have a good number of kills, and the way they are kind of spread out right now, talking about a good number of kills, we are down to one last member from INES. It's going to be Machine, and he's got to rely on that machine in his hands to get some knocks over here and potentially do something. But Orange Rock,
Look at the
these
map
boys
control,
again.
man.
I totally agree with you, and they did say that we are not going to make any stupid hasty decisions towards in the first couple of rounds. At the end of the last few circles, we are going to go guns ablaze. And talking about that, INES with a respectable 6 kills, bow out in third position, but Viru is going to put on the hurt on 420 OP, and that is going to be an insta knock down to a 4-on-1 situation. This is looking very good for Orange Rock, and they do come out on top. Winner, chicken dinner. But hats off to you, Mumba Esports. Play. You have been watching you, Mumba Resurrection. Is this going to be the move you're going to watch? 10 kills in Sanhok.
I don't know about that, but I've got something for you. Can you smell what the rock is cooking? Woo! I can't, but I'll tell you what the color is. It is, of course, orange rock. I don't know what to say. I am running out of superlatives. I'm running out of adjectives. These guys are just...
Did I say something at the beginning? So how many is it? Is it one?
Seven!
Another feather, another feather.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
We're going to run out of hands soon. We
Wow.
just have to borrow each other's hands. Like, you show 10, then I'll just be like that one.
And the crazy thing, I think they had 3 kills going to the final minute of the game. 3 or 4 kills. And then boom, they end with 10. I mean, listen, dog. I want to know what they're having for breakfast. I want to know what they're having for lunch. I want to know what they're having for dinner. I want to know what brand of underwear they wear. I want to know what chairs they're sitting on. I want to know everything about these guys because, my God, they're doing a lot of things right. 7 chicken dinners. That is unprecedented. That's the second best team. 4 chicken dinners. This is insane. I mean, I'm at a loss of words. XP, please, take this one away.
The seven kills right now that they got in this game were phenomenal. Like you said, they went in the last circle perhaps with 3 kills and just gunned down UME. They basically didn't give them any breathing space. But talking about UME, we have Bhishma, Destro, and Pansing all making it to the top 5 players after a long time. I'm sure they are going to be on cloud 9. And have a look at Team Extreme and INES being represented as well. A good outing for the boys, who have been struggling quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, again, credit to Mumba. This would have been,
Oh, yeah.
I would have been just waxing eloquent about Mumba right now. It's just the fact that Orange Rock winning the 7th chicken dinner, I think that eclipses everything, right? But yeah, I completely agree with you. Can't take anything away from Kazi, Bedrev. 3 players from Mumba in the top 3 placing, and in the top 5 placing. Funny thing, you don't even see a single player from Orange Rock there. Not a single player from Orange Rock in the top 5, but they still get a chicken dinner. And I do believe they finished with 8 kills or something mental. I think it was 7 kills in total, if I'm not mistaken. There, I'm just completely flabbergasted. I think that's the word I'm looking for. My mind is blown. It makes no sense. How can a team be this good, this consistent? It's just rock and rolling everywhere over each other. We have the standings coming up for you guys right now, and surprise, surprise, Orange Rock on top with 7 kills, 20 placement points, 27 total points, the 7th chicken dinner. It is obscene. It is grotesque. It is just pure filth from the boys in Orange Rock. Then Mumba, free fall has stopped right now. The question is, are they going to make the U-turn, or is it just a little bit of a blip on the radar? Are they going to be bouncing back more? INES, so what is showing from them? Fnatic, for a moment, it looked like they'd be able to, potentially get a second chicken dinner, but it was not to be. 4th placing, nothing too bad indeed, nothing to really scoff at. Extreme and God right beneath them. VSG Crawlers kind of get in the middle of the pack. Powerhouse, a quiet day, a quiet map rather. They just had the 4 kills. Soul, they got 3, but this time around, Sanhok was not what was going to be giving them that chicken dinner, followed by Megastars, Deadeye Guys, Elementrix, IND, and Synergy. Synergy, an uncharacteristic game where they don't get a single kill. You don't see that often, Fixes.
Yeah, and that too in Sanhok, which is their strong suit. But let's just get back to talking about Team Soul for the moment. Don't you guys feel that they're a bit shaky? They're not sure with the decisions. I mean, the first game
a bit shaky. Or very shaky?
I mean, it was all Viper. He took those amazing 3 kills, but apart from that, the rotations they made, the way they were, having that rage and they were just holding the compounds off. I really felt, man, I miss Mortal over here.
You miss Mortal, and what about? Well, actually, I'm going to get back to you later. Orange Rock have crossed 400 points. Someone slapped me. And someone just spanked me right now. They have 150 kills and 402 points.
I mean,
what the hell
don't
is
even
going
know
on
what to
here
say right now? I mean, I'm forget it.
What?
Can we say anything? Are we supposed to say anything? I mean,
Listen.
look at it on your screen. You have the stats. Enough said. Drop the mic. Get out.
Production, hold on to this. Just hold on to this page for a while. I want to sink my teeth into this. I don't want to see the next 2. I just want to hold on to this beautiful sight. They've played 28 games, agreed, but 400 points cracked. Synergy have played 28 as well. They're in a measly 307. Now, Godlike have 4 more games to play. Measly compared to them. That is ludicrous. Fnatic, though, 4th placing. That is phenomenal indeed. And then, of course, we have IND coming in the 5th place there. And honestly, at this point, I don't even feel like talking about anyone else. I mean, nothing personal against any of the other teams. But holy shit, what the hell are Orange Rock on? What is going on? I'm speechless. I don't think you've ever heard me this lost for words, XP. I am truly, utterly, completely bowled over.
I mean, we should actually have an interview with the owner, who currently I think is in the US right now. I'm pretty sure they're exporting all that chicken over there. We have that saying that the chicken full of steroids in the US is probably something that is going to help them out, because these guys are running away 7 chicken dinners and wow, just wow. But I mean, for me, of course, the way they control the situation, the way Mavi did mention that we're only going to show up in the last couple of zones. Till that time, you want to call us whatever, you want to call us scared, you want to call us campers, go for it. Once our push comes to shove, we are going to show you what we're made of. So they did that, but for me, my heart this time was really stolen by Bhishma and the boys from Mumbai, because what a fight they put up.
They did put up a fight, but I'm just going to harp on the same thing again. I feel like the first position, it's going to be nigh impossible. Hold on to that. We have the Dark Agajit moment right there. And of course, is going to be Orange Rock. We can see Daljit, Mavi, everyone just like operating like a pack of wolves in the verdant green. Just the moment they strike, they were quite lying in the grass, hunched over, and suddenly, boom, they strike, everyone's dead. The game is theirs. They get the chicken and they go back home. And we have Orange Rock right there for you guys. 43 kills from Mavi. This time, unfortunately, he doesn't get the MVP. But does it really matter, though? 8,445 points of damage. But you can't just separate him from the rest of the pack. Daljit, Antok, Viru, Vampire, everyone being an instrumental pillar in this fort, in this dominant force that we're witnessing right now. That is Orange Rock Fixes. And honestly, I'm gonna put a statement right here. I think that first place in the league stage is theirs. I have to put it out right there. Yes, we have Godlike trailing them right now. They still have 4 more games to play, and they could potentially narrow the gap. But the way they've been playing, and considering we're now in the second half of the league stage, I think everyone's going to have to battle out for the 2nd and 3rd place. I think Orange Rock are going to be an immovable force, an immovable object, an immovable, massive rock right there on top, Fixes.
One thing for certain, we know Orange Rock have figured it out. Like I've told yesterday, they know how to play around the zones. They know how to approach things. They know when to take the fights. They know when to retreat. So that's absolute perfection. They have the teamwork running. They have that synergy going on. So everything's going really well. Now, one thing that I'm really curious, can they maintain the same thing when we'll be approaching the final days, when teams will be targeting them? So, every man for himself, every team for themselves. There will be a point where people will try to cut off on their rotations. So that is where their real test is going to be.
I'm going to give this one to you, XP, but when we speak about targeting, and I remember the first few games you and I had the opportunity to cast last year, I kept saying that I'm like, I want to see the underdogs, the ones who are potentially out of the running, to try and target the top dogs. But we've always said this, but it's never really happened, has it?
The thing is, look, it's the same thing that, you know, if you want to go out on a hunt, you got to be careful that you don't become the hunted. So if you are going to go out and target Orange Rock towards the last few games, you got to keep one thing in mind. If that mentality does sink in, you're not the only team who's going to do that. So there's going to be others around, and you're going to have a little bit of a skirmish with someone or the other while you're traversing to Orange Rock's position. So I believe that until or unless the teams don't drop down right smack on their heads, targeting is nigh impossible at this stage, because, you know, I mean, well, it's going to be difficult.
No, I like that. I like a split desk. I'm going to get back to you, but I like the split desk. I like the fact that both of you are disagreeing on the entire targeting aspect. But final words, I'm going to leave this one to you, Fixes, before we cut to a break. What is your reply to XP here?
So in this current meta, people are not dropping at their drop location. Say like we know Orange Rock goes to that water city, they're not going there anymore. Say I have to take down Orange Rock, I will cut those areas where they're going to make that rotation with the vehicles when they're at their most vulnerable point. So that is what the teams are looking forward to. They'll just go and they'll just sneak up on a rock, just hide and be patient and wait. The Orange Rock guys are moving, there you go, boom, smack that vehicle, blow it off, and there's your purpose. All right.
Blow it up, kill stuff. That's what we're seeing right here. They have their overall standings. Mavi on top, 43 kills. And of course, we do have Austin and Ted, you know, kind of dropping down a little bit. Sylvie still on top. Synergy have had a comparatively quiet day. That is compared to the standards they hold themselves up to. They were the team with the leading number of kills overall in the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia, and now Orange Rock have snatched that title away from them. XP, are you expecting them to fight back and snap back with a vengeance?
Absolutely, because you know what's interesting? The next 3 games that are coming up, Group D, the group of death and destruction, are not playing. That means Orange Rock is going to sit out for 3 games. Dead Eyes guy is going to sit out for 3 games. Fnatic is sitting out for 3 games, as well as Team IND.
Indeed, they are, and that's going to be very interesting indeed. A group of that 4 big names not going to be playing the next 3 games for the remainder of the day. But you take away a couple of big ones come back. And guess who's going to be playing? TSM Entity, Marcos Gaming. They're ready. They're chomping at the bit. They're salivating. They want that chicken dinner. They want that meat. And on that note, I do believe we are ready for a break right now. So you should be thrown into a very, very quick break, ladies and gentlemen. And indeed, it is going to be... I feel like I've watched like 3 or 4 games already today. It doesn't feel like it's only been 2 games. That's how intense the action has been. And coming up next is going to be Vikendi, and that is going to be coming up after a very, very quick break. Don't go anywhere.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता?
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
माउंटेन ड्यू, डर के आगे जीत है।
अरे ये वीडियो फिर से फ्रीज हो गया।
मैंने बोला था इसका नेटवर्क जाएगा।
मैंने भी सुना था, इसने बोला, उसने बोला, किसकी सुनूं?
अरे इसने कहा, उसने सुना, सब भूल जाओ और अपनी आंखों पे भरोसा करो।
मतलब
वीडियो सही है तो नेटवर्क सही है, और इंडिया का ना बेस्ट वीडियो एक्सपीरियंस एयरटेल पे है। देखा? तो आंखें खोलो और सही चुनो।
Is a brand new feature in patch 0.18.0. It's a place for players to relax with their friends, practice skills, and meet new people. You can enter Cheer Park through the main menu, so invite some friends and explore this new space. The shooting range has been revamped. Now, when you start a round, you'll have 60 seconds to down 20 targets spread over 5 waves. Your results will then be rated and displayed. The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via quick draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The two sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose. Say cheese. Nice shot. Don't forget to share it on social media. Players can also create their own cheer parks and invite their friends. Many special buildings from the original map can also be found in Cheer Park. Don't miss out. Of course, there's a lot more than what was mentioned, so come explore Cheer Park's features now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 3 of Day 3 of Week 2. That's a lot of numbers right there, but let's not get confused. It is a PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia, of course, partnered with Mountain Dew, and obviously we have Erangel as a preferred network partner. My name is Blair. Joining me, as usual, it's going to be Experiment down there, and of course, the Fix is right next to him. Gentlemen, Vikendi it is. What are you expecting? Actually, let's start with you. I'm going to have a sip of coffee. I need this.
Oh, yeah, you
right.
need coffee. You need to get that internal heat running up again.
Oh,
isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, from Sanhok to Vikendi, God, I mean, it's funny that we're not running a fever right now when we're jumping in so many climate zones. It's I think our immune systems are working A-okay, but we are going to have a new squad entering in, a new group, so to speak. TSM Entity, Marcus Gaming, Team Hype, and Celts are going to be playing this game. Of course, that means Group D are going to sit out the remainder of the 3 games. And just to recap, Group D, we have Team IND, Orange Rock, Dead Eyes Guy, and Fnatic. So this is actually going to give the remainder of the teams, Godlike especially, and I do believe TSM and Godlike and Synergy now have a chance to kind of catch up.
I want Powerhouse, man. I want Powerhouse to catch up as well. They've got a few games, but look at what we have here.
Yeah, we do have TSM Entity now going to be joining the fray. Z-God, Jonathan, Neo, Clutch God, and Katak. I'm not sure who's going to be playing today. Is Neo going to be back? I think everyone's waiting for that to happen, but he hasn't been seen in the server for a while, unfortunately. And what an impact he had in this run they've had so far in the PMPL. 16 games played. That's 8 less than the other 3 players. That's Clutch God, Jonathan, and Z-God. Yet he's got 27 frags. It's 2 shy of Jonathan. That's how impactful of a player Neo can be. Will we see him in the server today? We don't know. But just to add on to what you mentioned there, XP, the first place team, that's Orange Rock, Synergy, and Fnatic. Sorry, Orange Rock and Fnatic are going to be sitting this one out alongside Team IND, and these are 3 teams in the top 5. That's going to give Godlike a massive opportunity to kind of, I don't think they can kind of, bridge the gap between them and Orange Rock right now, but they can definitely distance themselves away from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th teams. And for TSM Entity, placed 6th. Now they have 3 opportunities today to at least play the final 3 games and potentially leapfrog over the rest of the teams. Because I'm just looking at the stats I have on my second monitor. TSM Entity, 6th place, they're 281 points. Godlike are in 315 points. That's just a distance of, let me do the math here real quick. Boom, boom, boom. 44 points. There we go. That wasn't that fast, but it was close enough. 44 points difference. Hey, You need a couple of chicken dinners. You need a
I'm
couple
applauding
three...
you right now, Patch.
Thank you. I try. And they have a very good opportunity of grinding it back. And now Marcus Gaming, 10th place right now in the overall standings. They're a little further behind at 2-11. And I just want to point out the gap, the sheer domination Orange Rock have. They're in 4-0-2. The 10th place team out of 20 teams, Marcus Gaming, are on 2-11. That is a gap of 189 points. 189 points difference in the first and the 10th place team. That just goes to show how far ahead of Orange Rock are from everyone else. But if you look at the difference in the second place team, Godlike and Marcos Gaming, it's just a difference of 104. It's ludicrous.
It is ludicrous, but again, 104 points. If I kind of divide that by 4, I'm not going to get a precise thing because obviously we get 20 points for
26. That's
victory.
the answer.
Yeah. I mean, thank you. I applaud the Indian education system right now. Thank you for
You're a doctor after all.
making us. Well, there you go. So we all. You're lucky if you're studying over here, and if you are cranky about going to school or going to college, don't be, because you are going to be one of the best and brightest in the world. But coming to the numbers, of course, we will get to that. Team Hype. Fixes.
Yeah.
They had a good time yesterday, but they need to really work together as a unit and showcase what they have.
The only problem with Team Hype is the roster changes that they've made, and they've always struggled since the inception of PMPL. Before that, in PMCO, they were doing so good with their old roster, but with this current roster, they need to find out what their weaknesses are, where their strengths lie, and need to capitalize upon that, and then from there you need to go. So that's the only problem. I think the roster change, they have not been able to handle that well.
If we just talk about what we saw on our screens right now, SK49 play miles apart from the rest of his teammates, and he's got the kills. That damage that I saw, obscene amount for Team Hype, and why I say for Team Hype is because they haven't been in that situation where they are trying to pick fights with the enemies. Or the thing is, if they have to go up against someone, like I do believe yesterday they went up against Fnatic, and in Miramar, if you remember, Fixes, you and I were casting that game. They held their ground there. So, as in when they have to take a fight, they're right up there. But not very confident. Or...
I guess it's a mentality thing, right? You see this in sports as well. Sometimes you are your worst enemy. And as the longer the days are, the longer the league is, now you're beyond the halfway point, you realize mentally, you're like, we're running out of opportunities. We're running out of chances. And then you start playing scared. If I'm the underdog team right now, if I'm the lower half of the table, now is not the time to be scared. Now is the time to be proactive, to be aggressive. In fact, you have nothing to lose. And right now is the time where you stop giving respect. Fnatic, Orange Rock, I don't care. I'm going to be going in and taking this fight. You got to be disruptive. That's the only way you might have a chance of making your way to the top 3. Because bear in mind, 3 spots are the only things available. And right now, I'm just going to give a very quick shout out to everyone watching in right now. We do have the PMPL fan moment right there. If you think you're good enough, it's easy to sit back home, sitting in your home, on your chairs, your couches, your beds, and just like typing in chat saying, oh, this guy's bad. This player's really bad. This team's bad. If you think you're good enough, if you think you got what it takes, send us a recording of a video. Send us your frag movie at video@nodwin.com. And of course, everyone over here are going to be taking a look at it. And if you're good at it, video@nodwin.com.
All right, I'm sending clip in.
All right, there we go. Send us your clips, and if you're good enough, you're going to be the broadcast. Just show us what you got. Show us what you got, and let's see if any of you are actually good enough to be put up on the live screen. But it does seem like we are ready for the game as well. It's going to be Vikendi. It's a double Sanhok and a double Erangel game, and XP, your takeaway. So you're going to be sitting this one out. You're going to be taking a break. So I want to hear a little bit from you as to what you want to see in Vikendi, especially what team do you want to see?
Again, I'm not going to pick any team right now, and I'll tell you why. I'm going to actually focus on TSM Entry right now. No. Okay. I'm taking names. Oh,
do it. I like it.
So with TSM Entity now, I predict we've seen a trend, right? Ever since Garthak has come in, I thought Garthak would come in and kind of slow the boys down, kind of keep it. Now we all know how Garthak is in the stream. So, but in a setting over here, at the end of the day, whether you shout at your players or whether you do whatever, he has that effect that he's going to keep them calm and composed, right? I think Neo is not going to be playing today, and Ghatak is still going to be taking charge, and I want to see whether they are actually going to implement that or they're going to make the same rash decision they made earlier.
And on that note, XP, I'm going to bid you adieu. Sit this one out, take yourself a breather, grab yourself a cup of coffee or a tea, and we're going to be jumping in straight into the icy fields of Vikendi. And looking at the plane path, it's going to be all the way from the east, all the way up north towards the fort area. It's an interesting plane path, meaning that a lot of the island, like Vihar, Movatra, Dino Park, Abbey, Winery, Milnar, it's pretty far away from the plane trajectory over here, Fixes.
And if you remember, Blade, the kind of circle we witnessed yesterday, when it went all in on Vihar, almost 60% of the circle was in the water. So I'm really anxious as to see where the circle forms this time. TSM entity, they are as expected, they are sitting out Neo again, and I'm really getting worried about Neo, man. Why is the question that always pops up in my head? Why would you want to set him out? But then again, we've always ignored the fact that Z-God is one of those underrated players who's been doing absolutely well. But look at that zone.
I have to just pause you right there. That zone is ludicrous. I love it. I love the fact that everyone will have to migrate down south where it is a little warmer. You can look at the map. You can see a little bit of a rocky landscape down south there where, obviously things do get warmer with the more south you go. But that means Team Elementrix, we have, of course, Marcos Gaming, Godlike, TSM, and of course, I do believe the Team Extreme will have to migrate down south a little bit earlier than the rest of them would have to do. And of course, everyone would be waiting for the second phase of the circle. For now, though, the team which was on the tip of the tongue of Mr. Experiment, TSM Entity, they don't have Neo again. But then they have shown that this team is not about the one player. It's not a team like, having a one player stepping up and just performing above and beyond. It's about a unit working as a whole under the capable leadership of Ghatak. And if you look at the rank, 6th place, however, unlike many of the teams in the top 5 placings, unlike 3 of the teams in the top 5 placings, they've only played 24 games. Unlike the others, like Orange Rock, Synergy, and Fnatic, who've played 28, and alongside IND as well. So this is a glorious opportunity for the guys from TSM Entity to grind back and potentially enter the top 3 placing.
Like I just told earlier, I love the way Z-God has been playing. Yesterday, we saw all those bombardment by this lad, and he was so good at it. And he's gotten his numbers up on the frag list. He's at 39 kills, even higher than Jonathan. We always anticipate or expect, as we speak, that Jonathan might just be that key. But look at the way you told. Everyone's contributing into the squad. They even got a chicken dinner yesterday in the first game, but they got the kills, but still they kind of faded away slowly and steadily. They were not landing those constant chickens that we know team TSM wanted to pull off. But as we speak, Team Hype, this is a squad that's kind of rattled at the moment. They're not having their best days, so I really want them to have a good game of Vikendi.
The hype seems to be dead. It's unfortunate, but they have been very unhyped so far. I like the Roman attire that one of the players has over there. It's not exactly made for this particular climate, but hey, you know what? If you want to wear a skirt and run around and shoot people, more power to you. We do have Team Celt on your table as well. 13th place out of 20 right now. They have been kind of hit or miss, right? They've had moments where they've wiped out the likes of Fnatic. They've had a couple of very high placings as well. But overall, all things considered, Celts, I guess they would be disappointed in themselves. They might have envisioned at least being in the top 10 by now.
Yes, obviously. With this lineup, look at them. They've got Ultron. I've always considered this player in high regards. This player is capable of doing a lot of things, but with the name, he hasn't been able to deliver. So that is a huge thing of concern, because Ultron was signed in just after the PMPL from Team Elements, and after that he's not been able to do much what we always think that he would. So if he gets into the flow, I think Team Cells might be good to go.
Well, let's see if he does manage to flow, and like Bruce Lee said, it's all about how you flow like water. And Celt's definitely looking to potentially break the barrier, break the glacier that they've become right now. It's very, very slow indeed. It's what a slow mobile. They slow down for a moment. They're wondering, do we get on that? But they decide
No,
not
they see
to.
another one.
And they see, they see a vehicle that provides way more cover indeed. Albeit you might have to sacrifice a little bit on the speed, but then again, it was more about survival rather than speed. It is the second smallest map in the game. And Powerhouse just are actually driving past a couple of teams in the vicinity. They should be a little wary of that. Team number 7, you can clearly see on the radar right there. And team number 7, just trying to find out which one that is. And I do believe that is Team Hype are in the vicinity.
Yes, and Nova King's also taken a lot of beating. He's brought down to 40% HP, but Synergy, they landed at Castle, then switches down to his Candid side, which is a new addition in this patch update. Schreider would want to take this car and would want to protect that vehicle. As we know, every map, vehicles are very, very important. So Sylvie, still holding the high ledge of Castle, has that conical top and just sleeping down and trying to relay every information that he gets to his teammates. And Synergy is a team play that always love to have that map control. They love to pass on those informations, so they're doing everything right. But Paradox taking a knock onto its Zebra and finish him on his tracks.
Yeah, Zebra getting turned into a zebra crossing there. And unfortunately, that's it for him for the game. No trade coming in. Definitely no res possible. He is definitely 6 feet under at the moment. And now with that kill coming in, Megastars are going to be like, you find one, the other 3 must be nearby, and they should be very aware of the fact that that compound over there could be filled with a few players. Powerhouse Gaming now wondering how to retaliate. Do they really go for it, or do they nope out of this fight? Because they are a man down, and the fight will definitely be favoring Megastars at the moment.
Yes, definitely. Zebra just wanted to scout out that because that was the better compound, that was the bigger compound, and he just entered. He didn't realize that there was a squad waiting for them. Now that he has been the sacrificial lamb, Megastars will come in and take all that valuable utilities, ammos that he possesses, and would just get back to their safe location. They just get back into hiding, and they'll be waiting. Okay, one bird's down. The other 3 are nearby. Let's try to hunt them as well.
Let's try to hunt them as well would be the call of the hour right now. But Powerhouse Doc just trying to spot anyone out. And so far, it is a little bit of a standstill. No one really looking to aggress further. It's still very early days in the game so far. Just the one casualty. That is unfortunately Zebra now out of the server. And he will have to sit back and just watch the remainder of the game from the sidelines. We do see the circle shrinking in. It has been a ludicrous circle. In fact, I believe truly, I'm not sure about my geometry, but I think almost 50% of the map of the circle is in the water. Yeah, I definitely 50% if you look at the periphery of that peninsula as well. And now just everyone's just patiently waiting to see what's going to happen. Not going to be seeing much action right now. We have some TSM and right next to Cosmodrome. They're at the periphery of the circle now, waiting this one out. And of course, Godlike in the blue right now, but they're not going to be too worried. They have a lot of time to work with, and they're just going to be looting up north. We do have Marcus Gaming as well, making the way inside of the zone. Circle slowly shrinking in the next few seconds. Where do you think this one's going to end up, man? Like, I still believe there's going to be a lot of the zone still in the water, Fixes.
I really want it to end at Hot Springs, and maybe I might just be right. But look at the density, look at the cluster of the teams that have come in to its western side of Volnova. We have Powerhouse, we have Team Megastars, VSG Crawlers is also closing in. There's Team Hype, Team Elementrix also wants its own share over there. Team Camilas and Team Soul know that, we know there are a lot of people there. We still have the circle. Just let's wait it out a little bit. So they're sticking to Winery. But I love the way TSM Entity is approaching, because they've got an open field in front of them. They've got a lot of movement space. So they are just going to wait for all these teams to fight it out. And then maybe they will start getting into action.
Yeah, you can clearly see everyone just gravitating, just almost like magnets being pulled in by the South Pole or the North Pole. I'm not very good at science. I don't know which mountains I'm even talking about, but we do have Team Elementrix on your screen, ladies and gents. A number of vehicles just running around, trying to reach into the safe zone, trying to not just find themselves in the safe zone, but rather find themselves a good compound to work with, as Prototype is going to fall. Hype losing a member early on, and they're getting like a barrage of gunfire and nades and molotovs and incendiaries being tossed into the first floor. They're just getting roasted alive. And look at Hype replying back, returning a few nades of their own. But VSG, they're very hungry for this, but they should be wary. The Elementrix in the distance, they're definitely going to be hearing a little bit of gunfire. But look at this battle for the rooftop. 3 players above. Venom, Gurkha, and ESK49 trying to somehow find something, and VSG below running around trying to ensure that they don't lose any players here. CG has been knocked down, so the res is going to be coming in. Hype not looking to give up this rooftop yet. The problem being at the moment, if they continue this fight gets prolonged, they're going to be exposed from every direction, Fixes, and that's something they're going to be very worried about.
That's the exact thing I wanted to point it out to you, because Team Hype, they've gotten those rooftop. I admire the decision because now they were not prepared, but the CG does take down Venom as we speak of, and CG will want to hunt this. But SK49 ends a takedown CG. Now SK49 will jump from the roof and will want to spot out the other members of Team VSG. But right now, they have got other things in mind. They need to revive the fallen teammate. That's Venom. They've gotten the smokes right. This is the moment, because if they do not revive him right now, and after CG has been revived, VSG crawlers will just be swarming in on Team High, because they now know their positions.
And someone else has joined in as well. Elementrix, they smell the blood in the snow. They're looking in like a pack of wolves lying in wait, howling and definitely gnashing their teeth, looking for the kills, looking for the frags. And they don't have to do much. Your Hype are in such a problem. SK49, he's on top. He's the king of the rooftop, but he's so exposed from every direction. And look at Jaguar, Orange, everyone just pushing in on top, behind the mini wall, the broken wall, trying to play scout. Hyozu just pushing in as well, just trying to take point. And this is just a brutal position to find themselves in. It's Team Hype. They're on top of the roof. They have the high ground advantage, but with 2 teams beneath them, they are definitely the prey in this scenario. Avi and Evo, in the meantime, is switching over to another fight. It's going to be VSG battling it out. Oh my lord, this is just messy. What is even going on here?
This is going to be a bloodbath in the next few seconds. I'm expecting VSG Crawlers to enter into a fight with Team Elementrix, and then maybe Team Hype will want to capitalize on that particular fight. But it smokes all around, and they're just not living anything to the chance, because they do not want to give that slight opening, because we all know if your enemy spots out, they're that capable that they can instantly take you down. But smokes won't be enough, as Evo spots down a member of Team Hype and does knock him down. Evo will definitely want to push it in, but Team Elementrix, look at the massacre play.
I don't know what's going on. Someone's on fire. He's running away. Someone call the fire. Call the fire brigade. People are on fire. People are dying left, right, and center. I'm sorry. I don't know what the hell is going on. And by the looks of it, neither do the teams. But SK49 from above with an AK-47. It's out of 49, but he's still dealing a lot of damage. And our VSG crawlers, they're in a standstill. Hype somehow have only lost 1 player still, and Gurkha and Venom has somehow managed to escape that roof of death. In the meantime, we have Team Elementrix below. I do believe they have lost 1 player, and this is just complete chaos. Gurkha spotted out though outside, trying to make his escape, but VSG are having none of it. And now VSG are aware that a couple of players who were on the rooftop might have dropped on down. Now the position of SK49 is still, I believe, up in the air, is still there, literally up in the air on the rooftop. But VSG, the hunters, have become the hunted. They have enemies downstairs. Where did it go from here? There are players above, there are players below, and SK49, he's spotting more players out in the car. He's looking for even more shots. This is absolute madness, and with that, it's going to be Evo running out and getting the drop. But as I say that, the trade's coming in thick and fast on top, just peeking above, rattling off a couple of bullets, but people are dying left, right, and center, on their knees, clawing around, bleeding out, calling for help, waiting for a teammate to come in and res them before the massacre continues.
What is going on right now? Team Elementrix, Team VSG Crawlers, they're leaving nothing behind, and Shagar does try to take down a member of VSG Crawlers but fails to do so. Roach is very low. He does need to apply that first aid, and they just is hiding inside the tiny little bathroom, and Evo does manage to clutch it out in the end, takes down Team Elementrix. Maybe this is the opening that Team Hype wanted, but they do not want to be a part of this fight. They want to live for a few more minutes, and Oh my god.
Listen, it's like a horror movie. It's a house of death. You know, you're a bunch of guys, you're 4 kids, team hype, going into a house, having a fun time, and then suddenly everyone's dead. And you're like, you know what? Let's get the hell out of here. You're just no part of that fight. And I am just shocked they managed to survive that. In the meantime, switching attention over to TSM Entity, they're taking a fight with Marcos Gaming, and it's going to be Surya who's going to be found out by Strider from across the compound, and now TSM Entity with the synergy. But do they go for the fight, or do they escape the blue? Because that blue is just going to be stopping at the edge of that compound. Synergy with the TSM Entity. The battle for dominance continues.
Synergy have their cross on Team TSM Entity because they know they've lost a Z-God. They want to pull this fight off. They want to take those boosters on because they want to extend in this fight. Strider slowly moving on to its Team TSM Entity, and Clutch God does have that very, very good position as he's prone in, and Team Synergy might not just expect that coming in, but Strider does spot out Ghatak in the process, and Ghatak is prepared as well. Ghatak does lobby down a Molotov, and Synergy is way exposed right now. Ghatak does manage to spray down, but does not connect. Jonathan still inside the house, still waiting for Team Synergy to make that one sliver of mistake and then capitalize on. And Ghatak does manage to knock down Austin X, and as the fight breaks in, Team TSM look to capitalize.
They're looking to capitalize indeed. It's going to be Jonathan. It's got to go prone here, but it's going to spot a player out. Goes for a jumping shot. Does a bit of damage. Doesn't quite get the kill though. And look at Synergy. They're all bleeding out. They're hemorrhaging out, but there's still someone in the running. And Ghatak dropping Sirvi. One player remains for Synergy. And Ghatak, he is the doom of Synergy. He is the maker, reaping the field, destroying, dismantling, smacking Synergy out of the server. And TSM Entity come out on top. What a massive team fight that was. They lose one member, but they keep 3 alive. And more importantly, they take out a very dangerous team from the competition, at least for the time being. Synergy will go out, will bow out in the 14th place. However, they do get a few kills to their names. So they're going to be not too disappointed. But in the end, knowing a team like Synergy, they're always going to be disappointed if they don't get at least 10 kills in the game.
I really did not like the way Team Synergy made that push because they were not sure of where exactly the members of TSM Entity were. Clutch God and Ghatak having that perfect angle, and Jonathan was just inside the house. He was dishing out damage as Ghatak went on hammering down on the members of Team Synergy and resulting into an instant wipe. They did have a few trade-offs, but Ghatak, my oh my, what an amazing performance, leading the team and then getting all those kills, kind of silencing all the critics. And you know, there was a question I also put up a lot of times that why Ghatak, why not Neo? If there's Ghatak, then why is Clutch God playing? Now things are looking to make a lot of sense. They have prepared, they have gotten themselves together, and TSM Entity is playing out of their minds.
Some people post, you know, they reply back to their critics on social media, they make statements, they stream. Ghatak just shuts his mouth and kills people in the server. And that's exactly what it's done here. What a performance from him. Agreed. TSM Entity have had a couple of rough showings so far once Neo had to sit out the past few games, but this was a brilliant fight. Now, the question is, can they survive longer? The circle is definitely closing in. And the thing is, Team Extreme are probably in one of the best positions possible. They are on the beach side, on the cliffs over there, and they have the cover. They know that there's no one behind them towards the water, and this could be very good. If the circle does favor them, they could be playing this out for the long game. Godlike's close by, though. They got to be wary about that fact. But if you look up north, there's VSG Crawlers, there is Team Powerhouse, there's Team Hype still alive. Listen, Team Hype escaping that house of death is probably, I'm just going to name it The Great Escape, which is a great movie. You should watch it. But that was the Indian, the South Asian Great Escape right there. But hold on, Nova King, he knows the players nearby. The nade is perfection, right in the face of SK49. And now with that knock, he knows there are more players there. Molotov going to be tossed in. Oh, that can be fresh kebab there for everyone, ladies and gentlemen. And Nova King still ready and waiting for his teammates to come in. And Icon is going to be pushing in, and it's going to be 1v2 that they have to take. I'm sorry, Venom does get a res in, but he's getting pounded down, and one more player remains inside, and he just might get taken down. And there you have it. Team Hype, they survived the house of death, but they don't survive the fields of death. Powerhouse powerbomb them out of the server.
the explosion, the way we want Team Powerhouse to be playing, they're exactly doing the same. That one grenade from Nova King, he has been delivering with those grenades. Meanwhile, Team UME wants to take that fight against the Megastars. Haspan Singh takes one member down. Will definitely spot Swag out in the open and will want to finish things off for Paradox as he finishes that kill. But Bhishma takes down another member of Team Megastars as slowly and steadily they lose out on the numbers. And Team UME, Destro is definitely knocked down, but Bhishma is there for the rescue. He will definitely give that revive onto him. Vexy slowly and steadily, kind of crawling down, and he knows he's helpless right now, but no, he wants to take a lot of fights right now as he sprays down on the members of BSG Crawlers, does dish out a lot of damage, but still a lot of things happening and for the members of Team UME, and they get blown away. What is going on, Blade?
Vexy and Encore. Encore with the vengeance. Vexy with the finishing blow. The kiss of death delivered. Megastars, yeah, they're down 2 members. They don't care. You're talking about Vexy. You're talking about a man who's a one-man army. He is literally Arnold Schwarzenegger in Commando, where he wiped out an entire island all by his lonesome. A brilliant 80s movie. Everyone has to watch that one. But my God, you Mumba, they thought they had it in the bag. They're, all right, we got 2 kills. We all of us, 3 of us are there. We're good. And then Encore and Vexy say, no.
Just hold my beer. I'll deal with all of you guys at a moment, and he just wiped them out. And that was a mistake of Team Mumba because they knew that car is very delicate. That car is very vulnerable. You don't know the positions of your enemies. You could have had one guy behind and the others push in, but they did not do that. They collectively pushed and they paid the price.
They paid the price indeed, and you Mumba, they were looking so good, but hold on to that thought. Its vehicle's getting blown up. Huster, he's gonna die to the exploding vehicle. Gil replies back though. A lot of damage. Look at the health of 2 of the players for Team Extreme, but they survive. They stay alive, and Gil is in a world of trouble. He's got the smoke to keep him company for a while, but just 2 players remaining, Cronton and Gil. 2 very, very, very capable players, but they're spread quite thin. Now is the time, in my opinion, for Godlike to go on the offensive. Now, he's unaware where the players are. Demon behind that smoke plume, he knows where he is. And now the other 2 players very low, and Demon's trying to keep the 2 players at bay from Godlike, but Godlike, there's a reason they're called Godlike. They have somehow managed to dig themselves out from very unenviable positions. But look at the play coming in from Kazi. He's pushing up the hill. He wants to finish this one off. He doesn't want to make this fight much prolonged because the longer it goes on, more teams are going to be coming in. The zone is shrunk in as well. TSM Entity in the zone for the time being as we're down to 10 teams. How are the 10 teams still alive? I don't even understand right now. But Team Extreme, INES, Team Soul in the running as well, as Jonathan's going to drop Iconic and Gil finally getting taken up with Utsarga with a nade, and it's going to be Gil meeting his grave. And with that, Godlike, they're just going to be knocked out, not even getting a single kill to the name as the slaughter, the massacre, the pandemonium continues.
This is one of those games we have witnessed that we've seen fighting right from the start, and the way these teams are playing, I think they're in a mood of hunting everyone down as Godlike fall again. So I think we might just witness a dip. Maybe I'm just being too early to make that statement, but Team Godlike has not been performing the way they did in week 1. Soul, Team Soul, the team that we all love, they're having their troubles of their own, but now they've gotten the circle, they've all their 4 members alive, and they have the crosshairs on Team TSM Entity.
Yeah, they're in a very good spot at the moment, but so are Team Tumblers, mind you. I take the name, and Mr. Spray takes on Badrev from INES. Now, INES have still 2 more players, but Badrev, he's trying to crawl away. His knees bloodied, blood spill all over around, dragging his body across to safety. But it is going to be Team Tumblers just tossing nades around, trying to find the kills. In the meantime, Megastars, Vexy, man, he's not stopping. He's been activated. The button is switched on, and he is on a warpath. He is just destroying everyone. Even drops down a member of Soul. He's wiping out Soul pretty much all on his lonesome. It is ludicrous. Encore joining his team as well, and Soul just getting dismantled, smacked. But Vexy finally falls. However, his teammate is still alive, and it is going to be Vexy taking on Sangwon from beyond the grave. Encore finds Viper, and that's Team Soul hitting the deck. My God, Vexy is an absolute beast, and there are no doubt about it.
I mean, the kill switch had been activated, and there was that nuke falling down on Team Soul. They did not see that coming. Team Tamil has their own troubles right now, as 2 members have been knocked down, but still they managed to knock a few players off Team INES. But Team Extreme, they've been playing amazing in this particular game. They have the circle. They're slowly and steadily making their way in. But look at TSM Entity. They are silent. They're not giving away a lot. They're just smoked around their shed. And it's just moments when they will erupt again like the way they did. But Vexy, my oh my, this lad is playing out of his minds today.
I just want to put out one thing as well. For Powerhouse, everyone's dead. And Dark is still alive. He is a wraith. He cannot be found. He's there. He's got a rock. He's going to hug that rock. He's going to sip onto his energy drink. And it's going to be like, you know what? You guys fight this one out. But Team Tumblers, I've spoken about it time and time again. They have been having a rough time of late, but they're definitely in the running right now. There are 4 teams inside of the server, all alive. For TSM, 3 players. So Jonathan, he's been having a hell of a game. 9 kills for Team Entity. But don't forget Megastars with just the 2 players. But man, oh man, Vexy, he is so very sexy indeed. And he has just been indomitable. I've lost count of the number of players he's knocked down. Pretty much 2v4ing Soul. And Kazi, he's going to find 3 players completely unaware. And he's going to have a hell of a time just knocking down 2 players right there off the bat. And Team Tamilas, it looks so good for them. But immediately in a span of a heartbeat, they get eliminated from the server. That is just unfortunate timing and lack of awareness coming in from Team Tamilas.
Look at the position of Team Extreme. They're all well prepared. They've got all the 4 members, as Karthik does manage to finish off Dark in the process. That's some good fragging by Team TSM Entity. But Nico is there. Hold on, we're not out of the league yet. We're still performing and we will deliver. Be it TSM Entity, be it anyone. We are in for murder right now. Vexy being spotted down, taken down by Clutch God, as things are getting really rough for Team Megastars. Encore being the last man surviving. Will that be enough? Will that one man make his team at least secure that second spot? That only time will tell.
Only time will tell. Right now, everyone's inside of the safe zone. Mind you, it is shrinking in. But the next few seconds, we're going to decide what's going to happen. Vexy, his reign of terror has finally come to an end. And my God, was it a reign indeed. Now, Encore, he is exposed. He can be spotted out by the players from Team Extreme who are a little downhill. But for TSM, they have the high ground advantage. Do they have the circle is the question. And it doesn't look like it. But the fact that Extreme have 4 members alive means it's going to be a hard fight indeed. Finally, Encore is going to bite the dust. Megastar will bid the rest of the teams farewell, but they come in with 18 points, placing 3rd. What a showing from Vexy and Meg, and of course his team at Encore. But now it's coming down to final 7 players. 2 teams remaining. It is going to be Team Extreme, and it is going to be TSM Entity.
And Jonathan, as we speak of, he is still, hiding inside the shed. I'm really, scared about this decision, because if one grenade lobbies inside that, because I know that's the only compound. I know TSM Entity has been holding it, and as we speak, there comes the grenade, but it falls a little too short, and Jonathan does pay back, does knock down Nico in the process. Karthik too much in the open, but will be taken down by Kazi. Jonathan still manages to knock down Demon, and things have gotten a lot interesting right now as both the teams try to hold it up.
What the hell?
Clash.
I'm sorry, Clutch God out of nowhere, a 4v3, and Clutch God out of nowhere just pops up. Boom, boom, everyone's dead, and TSM Entity, they snatch a chicken dinner away from Team Extreme. XP, were you watching this? Were you watching this, son? Because what the hell have we just witnessed?
I told you, these boys thrive under pressure, and put them in that tight location, put them in a tight spot, surround them with the enemy. The more, the better, the more, the merrier, so to speak, and these guys are going to pull through. And I kind of believe that I have a silver tongue. I told you TSM is going to come in guns blazing, and they did. They did lose that member earlier on. But a few things that I want to take from this game. Of course, the MVP on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is none other than TSM Entity's Jonathan with an impressive 6 kills. But Blay, look at his damage.
Listen, man, get this guy. I don't know. Look, TSM Entity, Sid Joshi, if you're watching this, just take him out. Take him out for a treat or something. That is ridiculous. That is obscene. 1,077 points of damage in a game. That's something you don't see that often. What a game from Jonathan. Like, the couple of those fights were looking very dicey for TSM, but he destroyed everyone. Even the final fight, 3v4. Gatak went for, I felt, an ill-advised wide peek there, wide swing there, but still, he just spots a pixel, a helmet, a head, boom, head gets knocked off, and then Clutch got just sneaking in from around. He gets a flank in, and of course, lives up to his name. He clutches it out. What a game from TSM Entity, and of course, what a play from Mr. Jonathan himself.
I mean, that guy's aim is immaculate. He did a wonderful job. I've got a few things I want to shout out right now, and I want to throw out there for all the viewers watching. Forget IMDb. When you have Blake casting for you, he's going to let you know which movies you're supposed to watch. I love that. I love that. The Great Escape, Terminator, it was on point.
Hey,
and if you haven't watched it, you actually need to go and watch them.
Yeah, these are classic movies. If you haven't watched Commando from Arnie, you need to watch it. But we do have the top 5 players coming up for you guys. We'll talk about movies later on. Jonathan right there with Clutch God. 6 kills apiece. But the reason Jonathan is the MVP is he has almost double the amount of damage. Not double, but like almost 400 points more damage from Jonathan. What a game from these two players. But Vexy. Now, I know we have Gothic over there, taking nothing away from him. He was the reason that they won the initial fight. Don't forget that. If he wasn't there, TSM would have got a chicken dinner. Whatever we witnessed right now would not have happened.
The way Vexy
and
took down
Encore.
Soul.
It was a 2v4. They just dismantled Soul. How does that even happen? I'm like, yeah, they're out of here. But they managed to sneak their way to that position. TSM Entity, 16 kills. They tie it up with powerhouse of performance they had yesterday. What an opening gambit being played here by Entity, and they come out on top. Extreme coming in second, 20 points for them. They're going to be feeling a little frustrated. They had the man advantage there. Megastars, listen, you guys owe everything to Vexy and Encore. What a showing from those lads. Team Tumblers, much better performance coming in fourth. Powerhouse, consistently grinding up the ranks. VSG Crawlers, a much better performance from them as well. INES there, and Synergy. Again, they don't get the placement points, well, just the 1 point, but at least they get those kill points. Now,
5 kills.
Fixes. Take me through what happened here. You, Mumba, and Soul. Something went wrong with both these teams here.
Soul just got nuked by Vexy. He had that quill switch on and he just barraged the entire team Soul and Team Humumba. They just had a lot on the play. I mean, that was a disaster play that they did over there. They had that tiny little vehicle. You took down 2 members. That's good. But then again, why did you just push? You need the location. You could have just had 1 member or 2 members holding, giving you cover, while the other 2 kind of should have gone right at where they were going. Even if the vehicle exploded, they would have been in a position to provide that cover fire and could have stopped Megastars way before they rained terror.
And also, you can't even forget the fact that we have the overall standings. Let's talk about that thought later on. 7 chicken dinners right there for Orange Rock. That is untouchable. 402 points. They're going to be sitting on the remainder of the day. The last 2 games won't have Orange Rock playing. However, TSM Entity, they have tied things up. They've tied things up with Godlike, and that is something to marvel at. They've bounced back with that chicken to 36 points. It's ludicrous. They also have managed to take Godlike to the 3rd spot because they have the more number of kills, and now Godlike going to be like, we're not happy with that. Synergy getting knocked to the 4th place. Everyone getting shifted down by 1 placing because TSM have just bounced back immediately. And here's the thing. They still have 2 more games remaining to be played. They're on 25 games played here. Synergy have actually played the 29th game. Bear in mind, Fnatic, of course, not playing the next few games as well. Neither are IND. So we spoke about TSM Entity having an opportunity to grind back to the top of the rankings, and they just took them 1 game XP to bounce back into the top placings.
I mean, I was never in doubt of these boys. Like I said, they had those games in hand. And, if you think about it right now, if they have a good couple of games in future, they can actually close that gap. And having a look at the second half now, Soul, Fixes, you did mention, they got nuked with that little atomic bomb from Vexy. But what I felt at that point was they were kind of concentrating on getting a few frags down sight, down range, right? Where Team Extreme finally ended up making a last stand for themselves. I feel that they were oblivious of the fact that there was an enemy lurking around behind them towards the north of their compound over there.
Yeah, yes. I do believe that could be the case. Again, awareness, being spatial awareness, knowing what's happening, comms, all these small little things come into play. Team Hype, though, they're at the bottom right there, but I just want to say that House of Death, I don't know if you witnessed that, but that House of Death, How in God's name did it escape from that death room? That was almost like it was a dunzo. There was no way they were going to escape, but they escaped with all 3 players intact, and they leave like 3 teams or something battling it out in the house. I thought that was a great escape, but then boom, they all died.
They all died, and with the boom, obviously, I think Nova King has a special place in his heart for those grenades, for those fragmentation grenades, because that guy is using them to perfection. I am pretty sure he spends a lot of time just lobbing them around in the training ground. He's got that projectile, the projection on point. And I've got to point out one thing about Dark.
Yeah.
You know, we've all heard of Hug a Tree Day, right? And that's something we observe to preserve nature. Dark is following Hug a Rock Day, because again we saw it happening in this game. The way he was just slammed up against the rock, he was like, I'm just going to take cover over here. And unfortunately,
it's insane. It's insane how he consistently finds that one rock. One little rock. It's like, all right, there's nothing around. There's some trees, buildings. Oh, there's a rock. 99% of the time, Dark is behind that, just chilling. And you know what? I can't even blame him. It's going to be hard to win those scenarios when we have the Dar ke aage jeet hai moment, and this was Vexy. XP, you weren't a part of the previous cast, so please take this one away.
Boom! It goes away. I mean, I was just listening to you guys. The amount of vehicles that were exploding in this game was ridiculous. Of course, that knock started off, and then the camera shifted to the fight between Godlike and Gil, almost losing his health, as his vehicle exploded. But the kill leaders, Vexy, reclaims his #1 slot. He is the king of the hill. 44 kills play.
It is just obscene. It's just ridiculous. Mavi, I mean, Orange Rock, obviously not going to be playing a few games, so he's obviously going to be dropping down the table a little bit. Sirvi and Osnex still in the top 5 alongside Daljit for Orange Rock. But man, just the sheer carry that Vexy is pulling off from Megastars. I mean, nothing against the team. Sometimes it's about the star player being set up by his team, right? It's not necessarily that he's carrying the team, but there's a sheer difference. I hope we'll get to see Megastars kill, their overall tally for all the players. But let's talk about the other players as well. Z-God, Ted, Slayer, Dark, and Jonathan. Now, if you look at the teams here, it's the usual. You have IND, you have TSM, you have Synergy, and of course you have Orange Rock, right?
Yeah.
But and then of course you have Megastars, the Vexy, who's just an outlier for the team. But Powerhouse Dark, man, just got to give credit to this. I love this guy. Powerhouse aren't even a top 5 team right now. They are, I think, 9th place or 8th place, something like that. And yet, he's just there. He's just one guy who he has this innate ability, this innate skill to stay alive for as long as possible. And sometimes, to net your team the points, it's not about getting the kills. It's about surviving for as long as humanly possible. And I think he's done his best there.
Absolutely, and we saw this consistently in the last game as well, and the game before that. Dark is the last remaining member from Powerhouse, and like you said, those placement points, even though there's a small gap, right? It's only a difference of 2 to 3 kills. It makes one hell of a difference, and you got to take me through some of these fights. What was happening over here?
Fix this. Go ahead. This is just mad.
I mean, I was astonished because I thought Hype might just get down, but somehow these guys were holding the building initially. They still managed to escape, but the other teams, VSG Crawlers, Team Element, they were burning. People were burning. People were getting blown away by grenades. People throwing smoke everywhere. This was PUBG Mobile. All brought down to that one fight. You saw everything, every kind of action that you can witness. That was right in front in this fight.
You know what I witnessed? So, of course, we call it pandemonium, we call it chaos, but I've got to put that Hindi word out right now. What's that word, Fixes? Is it basart or is it bussard? I'm sorry. That is what it was right now, because it was complete chaos, and I mean, kudos to the teams who came out of this line. I think that was the victory in itself. The House of Death, as you call it, play.
The House of Death, and I want to see more of that. Listen, I honestly, I was struggling to follow what was going on there. It was complete pandemonium, as you put it. But this battle, this was all covered, right? Like, he clutched it so hard for them. Yeah, Jonathan was still running around there, but if he got taken down, it could have been a 1v1. From there, it was anyone's game.
Grenade.
And of course, Nova King's grenade. Can you just call him the Grenade King? I've lost track of the number of knocks he's had just with the
why not?
nades.
So I think Nova King is changing his name from the Bhartiya Concrete to the Bhartiya Grenadier now, huh? I think we're going to definitely see that happening.
I think we might have to give a new terminology as the Indian fans really love having that Indian touch to it. So I'll have to think it over. But Mumbai.
What went wrong over here with them? Let's just okay. So we have a lot of arms and we have a lot of arms, and we obviously aren't willing to say anything. But
I'll say
up until that point,
I'll say
Huh.
they had a great earlier game, and we're like, maybe this is the beginning of the U-turn. Now they're going to be bouncing back, and it looked like they were going to be bouncing back, but a few mistakes being made this late in the game, and to decide to go on a picnic in the car. And with people like Vexy alive, that is not an advisable course of action, to put it mildly. And same for Team Tamilas as well. Right there.
3 members knocked.
Just getting off the car, thinking everyone is uphill, not being worried about the periphery of the circle, just getting completely annihilated right there. I don't want to sound very harsh, but these were, I feel like, amateurish mistakes, which they don't usually make.
Yeah.
It's very surprising to see teams like Tamilas, like Yumumba making these high-risk plays. These are low-percentage plays coming out.
Hey man, I mean, if you make a mistake, chances are, if you're watching the English stream, it is going to be called out, because again, when they are amazing plays, we go gaga over some of these players. But sometimes when you expect so much from these high caliber players, when they make a silly, like you put it, an amateur mistake, we're like, what was he thinking of? So it's just I think it's a healthy way to talk about it. It's not we're trying to push them down, but that healthy debate should always be there. Yeah.
I agree. I feel like the biggest disservice we can do to people watching out there is being too biased or not really giving credit, or also not being critical when mistakes are being made. I think that's what our job is, and that's what we're going to be trying to do. But right now, we're going to be cutting to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back with map number 4 of the day. It's going to be Erangel once more, and the action continues. We're not done yet. Be right back.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता?
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
माउंटेन ड्यू, डर के आगे जीत है।
अरे वीडियो फिर से फ्रीज हो गया।
मैंने बोला था इसका नेटवर्क जाएगा।
मैंने भी सुना था, इसने बोला, उसने बोला, किसकी सुनूं?
अरे इसने कहा, उसने सुना, सब भूल जाओ और अपनी आंखों पे भरोसा करो।
मतलब
वीडियो सही है तो नेटवर्क सही है, और इंडिया का ना बेस्ट वीडियो एक्सपीरियंस एयरटेल पे है। देखा? तो आंखें खोलो और सही चुनो।
Cheer Park is a brand new feature in patch 0.18.0. It's a place for players to relax with their friends, practice skills, and meet new people. You can enter Cheer Park through the main menu, so invite some friends and explore this new space. The shooting range has been revamped. Now, when you start a round, you'll have 60 seconds to down 20 targets spread over 5 waves. Your results will then be rated and displayed. The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via quick draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The two sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose.
Yeehaw! We're back with Game 4, Map 4 of the day. It's gonna be Erangel played out today. It's a double Erangel, double Sanhok day.
Yeah.
My name is Bleth. Joining me as usual is going to be Experiment with that nifty little tie of his, and Fix is looking fresh as usual. Now, Erangel, it was a hell of a start to the day. It was a wild game. XP, are you expecting more of the same or maybe a little bit different this time around?
I mean, considering the fact that we have a little bit of a roster change, Group D, of course, setting this one out, and Group A entering the field, I expect it to be a little different. Again, let me just point out TSM Entity. Amazing job in Game 1 for their Game 1 in the day. But I don't want them to make the mistakes that they've been making ever so often in Erangel. If they go out on a scout mission, please, just stay back, put your scopes out, look at it, look for some movement. If it's clear, by all means, rush towards it.
Speaking of scouts not going to be playing this one. Well, actually, are they playing this one? No, they're not. Fnatic aren't going to be playing right now, and they were the team who managed to get the chicken dinner in Game 1 of the day fixes. With them out of the picture right now, who do you think is going to be potentially stealing away the chicken dinner from everyone else?
The zone. the zone. Last
Fair
time
enough.
we saw.
Okay.
Whoever the zone favors, the zone needs to be, gracious enough to favor someone. And Erangel is a map we all know. Everyone is comfortable. Everyone's blended in. So yeah, the last team having the zone wins.
I like how Fixes just stated the obvious and avoided the question completely.
Yep.
I'm still going to put it on the spot.
deflection.
Tell me a team's name right now, and why is it Soul?
Come on, Fixes.
Why is it Soul? No,
Aren't you
I
going to
think
say Soul?
Fixes.
no. I want
Okay.
Marcus Gaming this game.
There we go. We finally have an answer. Marcus Gaming. Why though? Like they have been on a pretty good upward trajectory so far, but why Marcus in particular, apart from all the other teams playing in the server today?
Firstly, with the drop location, they love that Rozok drop, and I absolutely love that in Erangel because you get so many space to move around. You can make those early rotations, and Marcus Gaming, they've been doing well. But then again, they've just been falling short. 1-2 wrong mistakes, and they're just paying it off. So this is a map that Marcus Gaming need to capitalize on if they have to have a good future in the PMPL.
Indeed, they do. And for Experiment, I mean, you know the question that's coming your way. Any particular team that's going to stick out for you? Who you think might steal away the chicken dinner here in Erangel?
Before that, let me just get one thing right. All right, so Marcus Gaming is MGZ and Megastars is MEG. Got it. I am not going to mess it up this time. No, I'm just kidding. That is something that
listen,
you and I have.
I have a post-it note right on my monitor next to my webcam for me to look at every time I see the two names. It's so confusing.
I've written it down in big capital letters right now.
We're growing old, XP. We're growing old. Our memory is just failing us, hasn't it?
No.
But go on. Give me an answer. Give me an answer. Go on.
So considering the fact that Godlike haven't had a good day, I'm going to pick two. Godlike is definitely going to try and make an impact. I think they need to play a little bit slower. Today, they've been going at it from day one. The first Erangel outing was not something to write home about. And of course, They need to tweak a few things here and there. And I think the second team that I think really can pull it away is going to be Megastars, because they are on a roll right now. Vexy must be elated. He must be raring to have a crack at Erangel again, because in the first game they were caught off by Team Extreme. Team Extreme, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, they're going to try and make a few changes here and there and try and sneak their way into the zone, and maybe, just maybe, walk away with top honors.
Okay, top honors. That would be interesting. For me personally, I think it's going to be Team Tumblers. They were looking so good so far, but a little bit of like a tiny second of lapse in awareness and judgment, and it just got destroyed. That's the way the game is, especially that late in the game. I kind of feel like they might have a good game here today. I mean, why not, right? They have been looking pretty promising so far today. Much better than they have looked in the past few days, so you could probably have a change. Player to watch out for you, Fixes. Any particular player you have in mind who you think is going to be doing good here?
Vexy, again.
Safe
No
choice.
doubt.
Can't really screw with that.
He can get the player of the week. This time he'll get that $500 in his pocket.
There we go. And experiment like anything different here. I think Vexy's the obvious, easy answer. But anyone else you think might, come in from the left field and surprise everyone?
Considering the fact that TSM didn't have the best outing yesterday, the last couple of days, so to speak, and the talk of the town has been that, oh my goodness, has Jonathan lost his form? And the fact that he just put up one hell of a fight, 1,077 damage, I'm banking on Jonathan.
Backing on Jonathan, and you're backing on Vexy. We're going to find out the battle of these two titans is indeed going to be happening here in Erangel. It is going to be the second Erangel of the day. Game 4 of day 3 of week 2. It's a lot of numbers of the PUBG Mobile South Asia League, of course, brought to you by Mountain Dew and Airtel. And on that note, I'm going to sit back, relax, and watch this game from my couch. You two, take it away, have fun, and bring home the bread.
Nice. Alrighty, so we are heading down from the northeast to the southwest. Again, everything is going to be intact. I'm pretty sure about one thing, Fixes. Soul is not going to be heading to West Georgia. I mean, I believe even TSM Entity is going to have a little bit of an issue to actually get to their favorite drop point. Do you think we're going to have some vehicles in play right at the beginning?
Hold on. We're going to see a clash between TSM Entity and Team INS. Yeah. And
I see what you're talking about.
Yes, that's going to happen really soon. And this is the kind of explosion I wanted to see starting into the game, because INS loves Yasnaya, and whenever the circle, the flight path goes through Yasnaya and does not go to West Georgia Paul, the West Georgia Paul city, TSM Entity loves that Yasnaya drop. And both these teams are well versed with the places. They know all the nooks and corners. I just have to see who gets that first knock.
Now, looking at the zone, it is pretty much central as far as the plane path is concerned. So not a lot of moving around to do. We have parts of Novo and the military base in contention as of right now. PH is going to be probably putting down a barricade, laying down the trap on the bridge. We're definitely going to see that in some time. And looks like Seoul is going for plan B. They are going to be heading towards Primorsk and, of course, the western coast that we have, we're kind of accustomed to see them do now. So, again, the aim is, the name of the game, so to speak, is get as much loot as you can, get into a good position in the zone, and pray to the gods of PUBG that it favors you. Because, like you said, the zone is going to be one hell of a game changer.
Obviously, and as we speak, we see a tad bit change by Team Synergy. They love that Lipovka, but they've given that up. They've given that up to Chayan Mara as they proceed towards Siverny, and they will loot that, and they will enter inside the circle from the northern side. Speaking of TSM Entity and Team INS, look at the way Team TSM is making those rotations. Sea Gods already captured that very pivotal compound which has the garage, and let's just hope that they get that vehicle. Otherwise, they will have to go near the hospital building, and it's going to be a real tough job. Clutch God, meanwhile, acknowledging the fact that there is a team that has dropped nearby, and they're just trying to hunt them down. They're trying to get the initial loot, and then they will take that one knock, and then, rest is obvious.
Now, the fact that Team IND is not playing this game, they are, of course, part of Group D. Mega Stars are going to be laying, they're calling the military base their home right now, but they are going to have a little bit of opposition in the form of Elementrix at a certain point of time. But talking about Soul over here, standing high at rank 11, mid table, 202 points. They finally cracked that 200 mark. And the kills are a bit on the lower side, which of course needs to change. And again, I guess with them as well, it's about confidence. It's about mixing things up. And that is what I said they did in game one. They had a decent outing, not the best day for them, but Sanhok, unfortunately, and of course, what I saw in Vikendi, I don't know why. I felt up until the point they were showing Soul on our screens, they were fully committed to one direction, completely unaware that someone can actually rotate around behind them, because I think they had this in their mind that the walls are up against the backs, I beg your pardon, are up against a wall.
That's where I have been saying this in the evening, and now I will say the same. I miss Mortal. Reason being, you need that filter. You need that, see, I'm not questioning Regeltos or Aman's IGLing over here, but you need that person who's got the experience, who's got those nerves of steel to hold it down. And all the fights that Team Soul has been, they looked so unsure. They were just out of the position. Be it the first fight, be it even in Sanhok, where everyone just got blown away, and Viper was the last man surviving, and he did what he had to. But then again, I really feel from the bottom of my heart, if Mortal were there, maybe they could have had those better decision making. Definitely he's backing them from behind, but within the game you need his presence. And I don't think keeping Mortal away has any way been positive for Team Soul. And as we speak of, XP's got a tiny little glitch, so I'll be just continuing. And Team Powerhouse. This is the team that we've always been talking about. This is the team that's been on the radar since yesterday. The way that these guys have been playing, that's so amazing. And Nova, he's been on a really, really good run. But the man I would honestly want to look out for is Iconic. See, you guys might be like, no, I mean, Dark has been doing so well. Why are you disregarding him? Nothing against Dark, but the way Iconic, we've been known, we've seen what Iconic can do when he goes explosive. And XP, you know a lot more than me about these lads. What is Iconic actually missing out on that's kind of hindering Team Powerhouse's explosive gameplay?
I mean, I don't think I can, bring it down to just what Iconic is missing out on, or what he's going to bring to the table. See, it is a team game after all, and all four of you have to be performing, have to be fighting on all cylinders to make it, a day well spent in this game. I do believe. Wait a second. Ooh, Existence is going to be coming in this game. I was like, wait a second. Is that name kind of looks familiar? And that was a bit weird for me. I was just I was taken aback for a second. It's nice to see these roster changes, right? I mean, see, for Godlike, they came up with I'm going to call it Plan B. Now, why I'm saying Cronton in the roster is Plan B is because we were accustomed to seeing Existence in his place right from the beginning. So Plan B hasn't been working out. They had a good day. I think one day when they kind of shot up to the top, I'll give them a couple of days, right? Were excellent. But the last day and a half, well, yesterday was abysmal for them. It was not what they had in mind at all. They still hold on to that lead because, they had created quite a gap between themselves. I like the fact that they're changing things around, and I think Existence might actually give that little bit of oomph that is needed on part of Godlike. But coming back to Powerhouse, the ball is rolling. The ball is rolling. The ball is in their court, so to speak. And I do believe there are brighter days ahead for the lads.
Yes, we've just been midway through PMPL, and now these guys need to really rack it up. And yeah, even Zebra told the same thing. They've had such a troublesome event, considering the cyclone that hit them and the network outage. He's not able to, perform to his true potential. And I've seen he's a wonderful IGL, capable of a lot of things. And I love the way that he kind of gets his entire team inside the circle. He makes sure that one member does survive, and Dark has been doing that so far. But Team Elementrix, they've had an amazing first game in Erangel, but kind of falling short a little bit. But Team Tamilas, as we speak of, are slowly and steadily keeping their eyes on Team UME. They spot out all that movement. Pan Singh, he is trying to ram that vehicle onto its ruins, will get spotted, but Gary is just a bit little too late.
I think they're just biding the time, and forget about biding the time. Gary OP unleashes a flurry of bullets in the direction of Mumba Esports, and then he does a smart thing. He moves back to his teammates because they are rotating around, and a good place in the next zone is going to be what everyone wants. Of course, the zone has already changed, and here we have a look at it. It is still going to go down towards the southeast. Milta is going to be in contention. The mansion, prison, shelter, farm, all those places where of course, like I mentioned earlier, Powerhouse is going to be, locking down a compound just north of the bridge. But they've got to be careful because the mega stars have moved in, and they can potentially be shooting them in their backs. We are going to go and have a look at that fight at some point. But yeah, Team Tamilas, you guys said, even Blay mentioned that, he expects a good outing from them. I wonder if that's the case because, well, they have had a good day so far. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think they've done wonderful. Getting caught off, like those split-second decisions that were made on their part is what basically got them to the grave. And talking about a grave, TSM Clutch God with an impressive grenade manages to knock out Strider, and I do believe another member of SGE Synergy are down to 2 members. Sylvie is knocked out. Austin X is going to have a world of heat right now on him as the boys from TSM are moving in for the kill. They do know that someone is still alive. I wonder if that is it, and that's it. Synergy, wait a second, what is happening to Synergy? We are not accustomed to seeing this. They are the first team fixes to be eliminated.
I am really shocked because Synergy is one team that can hold things when the things are not going their way. And the way Team TSM entity kind of dominated those grenades, those barrages, that 2 knock, they just made them look like babies. Shit.
I think Mr. Spray gets out a bit too early. Is he going to spray his enemy down? And the enemy is in the form of Soul Aman. Soul Aman, lucky to be alive. I think if Spray had another member with him, Aman would be a little bit, well, in a spot of trouble for sure. But Aman is now going to go back to his teammates. He is going to recoup it. He's like, oh my goodness, guys, you wouldn't believe the day I had. So I was out in the drive and I almost died. They were like, oh, dude, come on. Thank God. Just come in, take a breather, sit down, have a chill pill. But Soul, they're going to be holding down that compound just west of the farm, and the airdrop, the DBS. Now, I know you do not like this gun. You've said it on air, and I have proof. I wonder if someone's actually going to ever use it towards the last circles, like right up to... It's not actually a gun that is going to be much in play at this stage, right?
Yeah, and obviously DBS is a very limited gun. You can only use that in small compounds when you're just pushing. You need those choke angles. Say like you're pushing this compound. You have some enemy at the stairs looking at you. They just go boom, boom, and you get that knock. But apart from that, in a game like Erangel, where the zone usually ends out in the open, so you're just wasting one slot. You can easily go for an SMG instead, and Uzi will definitely deliver. Nowadays, a lot of players are using it on that red dot and using those holographic sights because long range sprays, not long range, but you can go for those mid range sprays.
Now, what's interesting is the zone is actually going to be shifting down a bit towards the southwest this time. This bridge is still in contention. We are going to be basically focusing our attention towards the farm. Now, what's interesting is have a look at where UME is right now. Just moments ago, Soul was in that position. Aman obviously came in and was like, guys, we need to get out. We need to get out now. And they did. They went a bit central into the zone, which is going to help them out. But also, it is a paradox because it is going to be the center of attention for a lot of people. Forget that Jean Mara is mounting an attack on the boys from Cells, and they have lost one member. T'Challa is down. The Black Panther has fallen. Can Gunner get a knock over here? This is going to be pivotal. That is an interesting grenade because I think Rox might just run into harm's way. But that grenade going just a little bit too far. Gunner almost getting knocked out. And Soul Amar in the background is keeping things alive by getting a knock on one of the enemies.
I think Gunner's just committed too much. Look at his teammates, they're way off. Can they provide him that cover fire? Cells, meanwhile, trying to bait him out, trying to, make those movements in the car so that Gunner kind of tries to expose himself. I think he does exactly know where he is. He's cooking those grenades. And any moment, he might just plunge that into the air. Meanwhile, MJ still spotting Gunner from the side. But there you go. There comes that backup. Extreme takes down MJ in the process. But Rox finally does manage to take down Gunner as we speak of Team Cells and Team Giant Mara getting into one heck of a fight.
I think you were absolutely right that Gunner may be overcommitted. Again, it's one of those things. Look at that vehicle burning on the right. The thing is, when you presume that a compound is empty and you do something like that, you gotta scout out ahead. You've got to go on your reconnaissance missions. And just like that, Cells are still whole. They have 2 kills to their names. And Jean Mara is going to reduce to a 2-man squad. That too, outside the zone. But I do believe there's a fight breaking out between Marcus Gaming elsewhere, which we are going to come down to. The dude knocks VSG Crawl's Evo. And in fact, that fight is right next to them, just a bit to their south. The dude with a couple of quick fire, rapid succession knocks. And this is going to be interesting because we have Godlike right towards the south. And of course, Team 12, that is VSG Crawlers, taking on the boys from Marcus Gaming. That is quite an interesting way they are holding out. Wait a second. For a second, I'm sorry. I just lost my chain of thought. I thought INES was out in the water. Turns out they're just at the beach.
Yeah, they're just enjoying as we might see a beautiful fight erupting between Team Extreme and Team INES. But I love the positioning that they have, that amazing rock for their cover. They're on that low ridge. Team Extreme, if they have to push on them, they have to come out in the open. So Team but now they've got to move. Yes. So now things have gotten a little bit sketchy. Team Megastars is on the prowl. They are waiting for them. They want to hunt them down. Meanwhile, Team Extreme, I love the way these guys have played today. They've gotten a lot of kills. They've been looking so confident.
Confidence personified, but now I do believe INES is going to have a bit of a trouble. Jean Mara Sonim is towards his back, but I think Dare has an idea of his location. That grenade has been locked with some precision. However, Sonim is slowly but steadily crawling to his right, trying to get out of harm's way and waiting for his teammate to provide some assistance, which I do see coming in the form of Extreme right now. But Machine has to be careful because he is getting shot from elsewhere, and Sonim does get that knock on Machine. The machines are falling, so to speak, right now. And elsewhere, Elementrix is picking a fight with UME, with UME Bhishma currently getting knocked out. This is going to be a little bit crazy because everyone is going to be rushing into the zone, and CG is trying to get a few knocks. I think he did get a knock on Kazi. He is going to finish what he started. VSG put their names on the kill leaders table with 1 kill to their name.
This might just be VSG Crawlers. They have been struggling. They need this game and they need to put up a good show. But INES and Giant Mara, I really felt Machine was out of his place. He knew that there was a guy. They lobbied a grenade, but still, he was way out in the open. He exposed himself. Definitely, Machine has been given another life by his teammates, but Sonim has other things in plan right now as he kind of pushes towards I guess INES, but Machine takes him down.
Absolutely. I'm just going to see if they are going to be able to get out. They are, and I think Sonim might actually get picked up. Because actually, no, I don't see that happening. The zone is going to do a lot of damage. JM, Jean Mara are going to be reduced to 1 man, but you never know if he. Nah, I don't think that's. Wait a second. Forget that. Scratch that. Forget I said anything. I apologize. I'm taking back my words. They just get wiped out clean. Did you see that spray coming in? That was perfection. And it does seem like Seoul is in a world of heat. I do see a vehicular explosion. I'm keeping an eye out on the kill feed right now. UME Mumbai is lighting up. The boys from Seoul fixes.
Yes, as Viper has always already been taken down. Again, the world of trouble for Team Soul continues, and Team Cells and Team UME might have a engagement right now as Destro blows away two members of Team Cells with one grenade, and Iconic does take down Manti OP, but Team UME, Team Cells, Team Elementrix, they're so close by. Cells MJ, he needs to pull off something. He needs to make sure he takes that knock on towards Pansing, as Pansing slowly and steadily progresses to finish off his teammates. Ultron is dead, and almost Rox is on the verge of getting wiped, but look at Team Elementrix, they're constantly applying that pressure, and Aman, he is also taking a few kills of his own. Meanwhile, MJ does spray down onto its Team Soul, but I think he's a tad bit late as he is kind of failing to save his teammates and is the last member alive.
A member of Cells could have got those kills, but Aman and Utsagra were just running around a vehicle, ringer roses, so to speak. And Aman finally gets that explosion kill. He is on point right now. 3 kills to his name. Soul reduced to a 2-man squad. Aman and Regeltos are the only guys remaining. They have to be careful. They are outside the zone. They currently have temporary cover, but it is going to be a bit short-lived. And talking about short-lived, Regeltos was about to deploy some smoke, but he gets spotted out. He takes a few bullets to the knee, an arrow to the knee, so to speak. But I think they're going to wait. That smoke has been deployed. He's going to take his time and move out. Meanwhile, we have Elementrix in a death trap struggle between UME and Cells. And I think UME down to one last man. I do believe Pansing is the last guy remaining, as we have 13 teams fighting it out, vying to be crowned champions and walking away with that chicken dinner. Elementrix fixes are looking hella strong right now.
But look at what we just saw. MJ did manage to wipe out Pansing, and again the flurry of mistakes continue for Team UME, but the decisions, they've not been on point. Meanwhile, Team Tamilas might just get pushed by Team Elementrix as Orange gets knocked down, Mr. Yozu gets knocked down, Marcus Gaming is there, Team Tamilas is there. This is again going to be that slaughterhouse we saw in Vikendi, but the teams are different. The Strikers slowly trying to proceed inside that small room, but gets taken out in the process.
I think that auto pickup was a bit of an issue right there, because he did bend down to pick something up and he got gunned down instead. But yes, Marcus Gaming and Team Tamilas, it's going to be a fight to the death between them, because they both have control over this compound, the northwestern aspect of that compound. They have a lot of options available, but I think the faster they act... And wait a second, what is happening on TSM's front? 2 members, Z-God, and I do believe it was with the Class Squad. They both fell, got knocked out, and looks like Soul is going to capitalize on those kills. We do have another squad leaving the fray right now. 7 kills to their names. That is not a bad outing at all. But Gary OP is trying to push the enemy. He's trying to stop that attack. TSM Entity getting eliminated in 11th position with 5 kills to their names. And of course, the grenade coming in the form of, well, it was Vexy who lobbed it, and Ghatak just blew up right there.
Yes, and Team Elementrix, as we speak of, on top, taking that long rotation towards the breach. I think the beach right now. But the dude, he's looking strong. Even the Megastars, they're also looking very, very strong. Marcus Gaming's Maxkash trying to, spot down members of Team Soul, but Dark has got other plans in mind, as he's the grenadier this time. He lobs a grenade, takes down Aman, and wants to push. He knows members of Team Soul are falling down. Oh, Dark, can you get inside? Yes, he will succeed, but okay.
Godlike is out. Godlike is out on 2 kills. Something is very wrong in the Godlike camp. I do believe they need to definitely go back to the drawing board after today, because they've had a couple of I'm not even going to say average days. That was below average from a team like Godlike. We expect a lot more from them, especially since they put up such an impressive show. But coming to the action on your screens, Team Tamilas, they are definitely firing on all cylinders. The way they are keeping control of that single barn is impeccable. They have been reduced to a 3-man squad, and on your screens right now, Regeltos is the last guy standing. Amar, of course, put up a wonderful fight against the boys from Team Extreme, but he has come to his injuries. That grenade being being lobbed by Doc being the cause of it. But Regaltos is still outside the zone. He's going to have a world of movement to do. I mean, he's pretty much pinched out. He's got to be careful because someone is going to definitely keep an eye out for him. Meanwhile, Fixes PH. They look at the movement. They try to move towards the zone. They have that central position, but they are too exposed on the gas station front, don't you think?
Yeah, and I love the way that they position themselves. If you look at the position, they're kind of in the center. They've had that good dip, but Marcus Gaming Surya spraying all those bullets onto it. Venom and his teammate SK49 and team Marcus Gaming have a lot on their plate right now because they have team Tamilas, they've got team Hype, they've got team Elementrix. Surya trying to spray it down, but I think that was a little bit too short for him.
Manti OP with that spray, getting the job done, and I do believe we might have another elimination. Yes, we do. Marcus Gaming is out of this game, ladies and gentlemen. Team Tamila still alive. Impressive work by them. 6 kills to their names. And if I talk about PH right now, PH Iconic is laying down the heat. He is spraying bullets all over the place. There is lead everywhere because they do have that central position in the zone. They have that ridge to cover them from where Team Tamilas and say Hype and say Soul is, but their backs are exposed to the boys from Megastars. They've got to be careful because smoke will only, obscure your vision for so long. It will not stop bullets from coming through. But the way Dark and Iconic are holding their ground right now, they are holding the fort down, making sure that they keep their back end clear. Even Nova King is still alive. So Dark and the boys are doing good. Soul, of course, getting eliminated. We are down to the last 7 teams. It is going to be a bloodbath indeed. And Megastars, Team Tamilas, Powerhouse, Team Hype, INES, VSG Crawlers, and Elementrix are still in the fray. Fixes.
Things have turned a lot on the heating side, but one thing I really want to see is someone chilling in those waters. All right, someone needs to go and then just stay inside the water, then just come out to take the air and then again go back in. So I want to see some. Yeah.
The thing is, have a look. It's very shallow water. So I think even if they go and try to dip down, the tops of their heads are going to be exposed and they're going to get shot. So, I don't think that's going to work out. Yeah. But have a look at Powerhouse. Now, the way they have that central location, well, now it's not central anymore, but they're still in the zone. They have those vehicles for cover as far as INES is concerned. And of course, that massive ridge for Team Tamilas. They have to focus on Megastars right now. Pick them off one by one. Forget that. Their backsides are now secure because Gary OP has eliminated INES.
I think Blay must be really happy considering how Team Tamilas has played. But on top is there. He kept my word. He was like, yeah, he just heard me. He's like, don't worry, dude. I got you. I'm in the water. I'm not moving anywhere right now because all I see players are just hungry for each other's blood. But Team Powerhouse, so we really need to watch them as they have to defend this push coming from 2 sides. And Paradox does manage to take down Prototype, does manage to take the kill of SK49, will finish Prototype as well, and the last member survives. Venom, can he manage to get inside the circle? That's one question that remains unanswered.
Now, Venom is going to be in a tight spot because if he tries to go right, he is going to run dead smack center into PH Dark. And it's funny the way, and there you go, I just said Dark, and Dark eliminates him. And with that, Team Hype bows out of this game at 5th position, down to the last 4. Megastars versus Powerhouse versus Team Tamilas versus, I do believe we have a member from Elementrix still alive. Now, that is interesting. So Elementrix is still in the game. On top, like you said, he did go in the water, but it is a risky move.
He heard me.
It is a risky move, and I think my calculation was a bit off. That water is not as shallow as I thought, or maybe I'm just a big man, and my feet touch the ground a lot quicker than others. But Powerhouse in the spot. No. There you go. I mean, we should stop talking right now, Fixes. We should stop talking because we are absolutely just being devastating for these lads. We are down to a 2-spot situation, a 4v3. Megastars versus Powerhouse. Who is going to come out on top?
I love that these two teams have made it to the top two. Powerhouse, they deserve it. Megastars held the zone. Look at those ridges that they have. I mean, they've got so much area to play around. I want to see Encore trying to go on that left hand side. Then Dark will spray down someone. But then Vexy will come in and wait. You're spraying at the wrong man, mate. And Dark still kind of holding things off for Team Powerhouse. Iconic is taking those heal on.
Oh, that's
but
a
I
good one.
want to see Nova. I really want to see Nova King. One beautiful grenade might seal the deal for Team Megastars.
Forget grenades. They are firing back with bullets. Dark gets a knock on Paradox now. I wonder if Nova is going to keep slinging his way towards the right, trying to get an angle on the right side of that red Dacia, which is currently the first blockade as far as Megastars is concerned. Because if I have a look at the zone, both teams have the zone right now. And Iconic is actually going to go on the right. He is going to go on the flank right now. He's got to be careful. He might get spotted out from Encore. That grenade, that Molotov was just a few seconds too late. Had it been timed perfectly, Iconic would have been on fire. But I think Iconic is going to get a knock. Is he going to get that second knock? Because Mega is pushing up on them. He does not. Wait a second. He does. He gets two members. And now this is going to be a push by Iconic. He needs to go because it is a situation. Nova King got knocked out earlier. Oh my goodness. Vexy, the man who is so sexy, gets a knock on Iconic, down to a 2v1. PH Dark, the last man standing again, fixes how it's going to go down. We're just going to have a split screen right now, and it's 2v1. He goes, he aims, he shoots. Is he going to connect? Getting out of harm's way. Oh my goodness.
it?
Megastars are going to come out on top. Powerhouse, a formidable attempt by them. Iconic with that beautiful rotation, trying to get that right flank secure. Unfortunately for them, they have to bow out in second place. 7 kills, amazing bit of gameplay. But Mega Stars, Vexy, probably the MVP, the man of the moment, definitely the talk of the town right now.
XP, you won. Your prediction was right.
I'm telling you, man. I can look into the future. I'm telling you right now.
Okay.
Play sitting on the sidelines. I called it, man. I called it.
You called it. You called it. And listen, I'm so happy for Vexy, especially after the previous map. You know, this showing was incredible.
There you go.
Paradox, the MVP, 978 points of damage, 5 kills to his name. Total of 13 kills, I do believe it was. 12 kills, I'm sorry, coming in the way of Megastars. What a performance from them, but also for Powerhouse Gaming. They were so very close, and we saw Dark again trying to be the MVP for that team. They bowed in second place. What a showing from both the two teams. They definitely gave us a great fight. And Team Elementrix, they had 1 kill, but they came third in placements. And of course, had Team Tumblers, who had a great game this time around, 7 kills in total for them.
Yeah.
I feel like this was the game for the underdogs, if you ask me. Apart from Megastars, who really aren't the underdogs, and Powerhouse, of course, we saw a lot of good placings coming in for a lot of the underrated teams here. And we do have, of course, the leader of the pack, Paradox, has to be the MVP as well. We have MJ from Team Celts, who had a hell of a game earlier on. Dark, once again, 3 kills and 950 points of damage.
This guy is insane.
I don't need it. And of course, in the end there, Dark and Iconic with some very, very massive clutch plays. But in the end, it was not to be the 2v2 going the way of Megastars. And I just love the aggression coming in from the side of Megastars, man. It's not just about Vexy. Everyone on the team is so ready to just push in and go for the kill XP.
If I may just add one thing before Fixes, you obviously take over with a few things. I have a question for you. Have a look at the damage of everyone on your screens right now, right? Celts did an amazing job. Megastars did an amazing job. Team Tamilas, they were not shying away from a fight. When they had that control, they had Marcus Gaming, if you remember, just try an onslaught and just, wipe them out. They held their ground. At that same point, I do believe it was Elementrix who came in from the right along the beach. Yeah. So they were right in the dead swag center of anything. But that rotation by Powerhouse was something that, actually got them to second position. And talking about the standings, Megastars coming out on top play.
32 points to the name, and of course, followed immediately by Powerhouse right there. And we didn't have much time to really look at that, but I saw a lot of low fragging affair basically in the top half. In the bottom half, you have teams who don't have the placement points, but they have the frags. UMOMA getting 4, TSM Entity, they got 5, and just got to point out, Synergy getting knocked out team-wide by TSM Entity back-to-back, 2 games in a row. That's setting itself up for a very interesting storyline, if you ask me, Fixes.
Yes, of course. And Team Synergy has had a shaky day so far. they've not looked into the zone, because the way they got eliminated in the second game, just the previous one, I was shocked, because that is something that you do not see every day. 2 players blown away by grenades, and then the entire swarm of Team TSM entity just pushed them over, and they just looked so helpless over there.
I want to know one thing.
Go on.
Blake, could you figure this out? You remember when TSM was eliminated just moments before 2 members, Clutch God and I do believe Z God, was it? They fell to the deaths. Now I get what that was. Their vehicle must have been under fire, and they had to jump out. And but you know, talking about that, TSM entity still in second position, 323 points played. They're catching up.
They're catching up. That was a very quiet game, though. I think they had 6 points in total, 5 kills and 1 placement point. So they're not going to be exactly enthused with that performance. Godlike, though, they've been struggling, man. Like, I mean, this is the opportunity for them to climb up the ranks. You already have Synergy there. They've already played 30 games. They've played the most number of games alongside Megastars. So for Megastars and Synergy, it's about trying to have as high a placement position as possible, because they've played the most number of games, right? And you have TSM Entity, they still have four games remaining to catch up with Synergy and Megastars with the most number of games played. They still have 2 more games remaining to catch up with Orange Rock as well. And that is the way it stands right now. Entity look much better today. Godlike, though, something is missing.
Miss. Yep.
Yeah, a miss. I think that's a perfect word. Something is amiss for Godlike today. What do you think that could be, XP?
Fixes, I want you to take over first, because you have been very skeptical. No, it's not because I don't want to say anything. First, let's do one thing. Let's just go over the standings. The bottom half, we have VSG Crawlers, who again they need a couple of good games to come back on the other side of this table. Soul, Blake, let me put this for you, because we've had our analysis. What do you think is happening with Soul? I mean, what do they need to do to get back up there?
Play better.
There you have it. Play better, full stop, the end. Let's move on to the next
one. Get good. There we go. Hashtag get good.
Hashtag get good.
I'm sorry, but look.
I mean, you gotta be blunt. I mean,
coming into the PUBG Mobile Pro League, there were a few names out there, right? You have the TSM entities. You had Team Fnatic. You had Team Soul. You had Team IND. You had all these big names there, and they were in the same breath as the TSM entities and the Fanatics were Team Soul.
Yeah.
They're in 12th position right now. It's been 6.5 days of play, almost 7 days of play right now, and it's still in 12th position. At this point, they're not good enough. I'm sorry, they're not good enough right now. They can be better. They still have a chance to come back, but we haven't seen that yet. 2 chicken dinners and Sanhok. That's about it.
That's it. Yeah.
Facts speak for themselves, isn't it? I mean,
numbers are numbers.
In front of you. Numbers are numbers, and we had Fnatic was in that similar situation, if you remember, just a few days ago. But then a couple of good days, and they shot up, and now they are top 5. And you got to conquer your face. And talking about that, we have the Durkiage Jeet moment, iconic, with a brilliant flank over here. Just have a look, but he does get taken down by Paradox right towards the end. He did manage to get 2 members of Megastars, the only 2 members who were knocked, but then it left it as a 2v1 situation, because Nova King got knocked earlier. Dark going for that revive at that point. I don't know if that was the right call.
Yeah.
Maybe he could have been slither a bit to the right. I mean, that was something that I'm sure. I don't know whether it was Nova call yelling in the mic right now, pick me up, or whether it was just maybe I think he should have been prone, because they would have definitely seen Nova King lying over there.
I like how I look like just a bunch of pixels.
Whoa,
we're back.
Wait a second. I thought Neo wasn't here. Now it looks like Blaze.
I thought he just got hacked.
Good reference. Yeah. Good reference. I like that. But we're back. My camera or my internet has magically fixed itself. But let's take a look at Megastars.
Yeah.
Vexy. My god, he's sexy, he's a beast, he's a god. I'm running out of superlatives. He is basically the Grim Reaper on the fields of PUBG Mobile. 47 points of damage, 9,000 damage alone. Listen, there are teams out there who have a combined total damage of 15,000. Teams.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's ludicrous. I mean, the rest of his team is great as well. Encore is a great player. Everyone in the team's good, but he makes them look bad by comparison. That's how insane he is. As you do see a few highlights to close out this particular segment, but ladies and gentlemen, it's not done yet. XP fixes, we're not done yet. We still have Sanhok remaining, baby.
And Blaze's favorite map.
Physics. Wait a second. I had to pump that up. Oh my goodness! XP, what did you do? Physics. So we have seen so much action. It does not feel like 4 games have gone by. I feel this is the 7th or 8th game of the day right now, because the amount of carnage that has been on display right off the bat is just amazing.
Obviously. But yes, getting to your answers, gentlemen, about Team Godlike, I am missing Gil in action. Like, he is playing, of course, but he's not delivering. We saw Gil going so explosive, then Smokey with all that confidence. Somehow looks they just have lost the flow, they've lost the momentum, and that is what I was scared about. That 1 week's difference, this has caused a change. I mean, if you would have had that all stretch, then Godlike might have just climbed up on that lead and might have just overtaken Orange Rock. But now things have gotten a way lot difficult than it used to be.
Indeed, it has. And going to Sanhok, though, I mean, look, so they've got 2 chicken dinners so far. And it's kind of evident that Sanhok is their favorite map. It's a map they're very comfortable on. They like taking that early good zone control and then just, playing King of the Hill, basically, just mowing a lot of people. And even the chicken dinners I've had, if my memory serves me right, XP, has been a high fragging affair. So maybe you could see a turnaround here. They're still not out for the count. Bear in mind, league stage, 3 slots available. Now, Orange Rock might seem a little bit beyond their reach, but the other 2 teams, look at Godlike, they're struggling right now. This is an opportunity for the Megastars, for the Marcos Gamings, for the Steam Souls, for everyone in the top 10 or in the top 12, 13 to kind of have a few good game streaks. And then potentially, it's hard, but it is possible for them to snatch that one away. And going to Sanhok, I know we still have a few minutes to talk about before we hit the break here, but Fixes XP, quick questions. XP, do you think Seoul are going to bounce back here, or do you think this run is pretty much done?
Looking at what I've seen all day, because they have been playing King of the Hill quite a bit, something is off today, in the sense that they are not connecting their shots. The gun game is a little bit on the downslope. Now, see, the thing with Sanhok is it is very close. The proximity is, you're basically right in each other's grills, right? I mean, you are basically face to face. They need to get those wins. Aman has impressed me in this last game. I have to give him credit. Aman hasn't had the best of games in the last couple of days. If all of this comes together, I think Brevitos and Aman need to take charge, and they might pull off an upset. Will they win? Time will tell, but my answer for now is no.
No, okay. I like that. And you're a guy who used to play with Team Soul back then. Like, if there was ever...
Team Soul has a very special place in my heart. But that's why I am so critical about them, because, most of the boys that are playing, the older generation, I already know them because I've been right with them at the beginning. So, like I said, I love all these guys, right?
And it hurts you, right? It hurts you to say that you don't believe in them anymore.
It does. It's not that I don't believe in them. They need to fix a few crucial things about their gameplay. That is it. That's what I've been saying. They do connect their shots. It's the transitions that are...
Indeed it is. We do have the kill leaders for you guys coming up right now, and it's going to be Vexy, 47. It's a battle between Mavi and Vexy. Of course, we're not going to be seeing Mavi or Diljit do much right now because they are sitting out these games. But we do have Sirvi. Top 5 still there, top 3 rather. Z got 41 kills tied alongside Sirvi. And then, of course, we have Mega Vexy. At this point, this guy is just beasting. He's just absolutely beasting. We will be looking into the second half. 9,000 points of damage in the tournament so far. That is ludicrous. That's an insane number. We have Austin, Doc. I like how Doc's slowly climbing up the kill leaderboard overall. And, of course, we have Ted, IND Slayer, and Jonathan. It's the usual 10. It's the same 10 over and over and over and over and over again.
Yep. But one good thing is that I love the way Dark is slowly and steadily climbing the ladders in the kill leaders. And very, very soon, gentlemen, we will see him on the first page. We will see this guy shine. And along with him, I also want to see another couple of names. That is Nova King and Iconic. Once these guys, start running, I think Powerhouse are looking for a top 5 finish. Yeah,
potentially, that could happen. I believe that Powerhouse, even if they don't get a top 3 spot, even if they don't get the 3 slots of the World League from the league stage, I think if they don't get that, they're going to be very dangerous in the finals. And also, I believe that they can end their run here in a top 5 position, which is nothing to scoff at, XP. To like top 20 teams in South Asia getting top 5, considering the terrible start they had in the PUBG Mobile Pro League, they're going to be very happy if they manage to crack the top 5 anytime in the next week or so.
You know, I mean, we are going to have a game coming up shortly. I want you to ask me that question about who's going to win after we come back.
Let's do that. I think you need a breather. I think a little sad with Soul's performance. You know, you can go to the bathroom, cry your eyes out. If I was there, I'd pat you in the back, XP. But there, don't cry. You can hold the pillow tight and make yourself feel good. Right now, we're going to be cutting to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with the final game of the day. It is going to be in Sanhok. It's going to be a bloodbath. And we're here to tell you the story of what transpires on Sanhok.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता
डर सबको लगता है गला सबका सूखता है पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ
माउंटेन ड्यू डर के आगे जीत है
अरे वीडियो फिर से फ्रीज हो गया
मैंने बोला था इसका नेटवर्क जाएगा
मैंने भी सुना था इसने बोला उसने बोला किसकी सुनूं
अरे इसने कहा उसने सुना सब भूल जाओ और अपनी आंखों पे भरोसा करो
मतलब
वीडियो सही है तो नेटवर्क सही है और इंडिया का ना बेस्ट वीडियो एक्सपीरियंस एयरटेल पे है देखा तो आंखें खोलो और सही चुनो
Down 20 targets spread over 5 waves. Your results will then be rated and displayed. The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via quick draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The two sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose. Say cheese. Nice shot. Don't forget to share it on social media. Players can also create their own cheer parks and invite their friends. Many special buildings from the original map can also be found in Cheer Park. Don't miss out. Of course, there's a lot more than what was mentioned, so come explore Cheer Park's features now.
And we're back to the final game. It is evening right now. The sun has set, at least in this part of the world. It is dark. It's a little cool as well. Nice little breeze running around. But it's not cool where we're going to be heading towards XP and Fixes. We're going to be heading straight into the tropical rainforest of the Sanhok. A bloodbath awaits us. Now, who's going to come out on top? It remains to be seen. And it's going to be exciting because the second time we're going to be seeing Sanhok, and the first one was a hell of an affair. We saw that. It was a pretty wild action taking place, Fixes.
Yeah, obviously. Last game was amazing. The last Sanhok match, that was also great. But right now, in this particular Sanhok game, we know this map is all about RNG. This map is all about where the zone favors. And, you know, if you asking who are you rooting for, I think Powerhouse this time.
Powerhouse, I think
These
they
kids
deserve
have
it.
come.
Considering
Yeah, they deserve it.
how close they've come, the performances we've had, and Dark especially. Just for Dark. For Dark.
For
My
Dark.
heart bleeds for him. He needs that chicken dinner, XP.
You know, I mean, you said deserve it. A lot of teams deserve a lot of things, right? But I guess, I mean, if you have a soft spot for Powerhouse, yes, they deserve it. If you have a if you have a soft spot for somebody else, they deserve it. So, I mean, deserving is something that I don't want to talk about that. But I do believe now the way TSM NP started their day off. Sanhok is kind of right up their alley because they are good at controlling fights. And again, if you put them in that position, if suppose they get the zone and everybody has to come towards them, they might actually pull off. Marcus Gaming is who I'm looking out for.
Marcus Gaming, interesting. And right now, I'm looking out at the fans of you. The guys in the chat, you guys watching the stream at home, you have a favorite team. Everyone has a favorite team. Everyone has that one team that holds a special part in their hearts for each of you people watching the stream right now. And if you do have a video, you want to record a message for any of the teams that you follow, could be Seoul, could be Team Tumulus, could be Fnatic, could be any one of the teams playing here today in the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia, drop a recording of you giving your message to your team, showing why you are a true fan of your respective team to video@nodwin.com. Send it across. We're going to be showing it live on stream, and your team, your favorite team, maybe they'll have a chance to watch you give your message of love to them as well. I think that's an opportunity that wasn't there a long time ago in past broadcasts for sports. I don't think it's even there nowadays. It's very hard to get your message across, but that's a wonderful thing about esports. It's not just about us having a one-way conversation with the people watching XP. But it's also this back and forth communication we have, this unprecedented insight and this communication that's there between the fans and the teams. And on that note, I'm sorry, but I have to head straight into the game because it is going to be Sanhok and Baby's waiting for nothing. Fixes, we'll see you after the game. But right now, XP is going to get hot, it's going to get heavy, it's going to get bloody, and I'm loving it.
I am loving it indeed as well. I'm going to bring a point up as soon as the playing path and everything is done, when there's a little bit of a lull in the game, because right now I'm excited to see where all the teams are going to go. Because again, Kampong is something that Fixes would have talked about right now, because we all know that, he's a fan of every single team, but Seoul and INES are going to have a little bit of a skirmish over there, and I do believe they are heading in the same direction. Meanwhile, TSM entity, these guys are going to be laying dead smack. Wait a second. Is Jonathan going to go towards boot camp? All right, we are going to have something that we haven't had in a long time. It is going to be Team Tamilas against TSM entity at boot camp. Oh my goodness. I'm excited. Are we going to be celebrating Diwali early?
Listen, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I like Sanhok. And there's everyone out there, oh, Sanhok sucks. It's such a small map. My favorite team started winning. Screw you guys. Listen, this is why you get to see early action. The previous map, I was making a cup of coffee. It took 10 minutes before someone died in that server. Now, it's going to be TSM, and they're going to be getting tested right off the bat. It is going to be Team Tumulus facing off against TSM. They're looting hastily. The thing is, they don't have time to get all the good loot. They know there is someone in the compound, and it is going to be a battle, and it is going to be a battle starting off right off the bat, XP.
Now, the only thing that I don't want happening is what's happening right now. I do not want Team Tamilas. I know they're going to do that. They're going to fend off towards these big 3 warehouses towards the north of boot camp and possibly go on a rotation up on the mountain towards Paradise Resort. However, Carry OP has been cut off from his teammates. Now, it's going to be interesting to see whether the rest of Team Tamilas is going to come back for the fight, or whether Carry OP is going to try and join his team. Well, it's pretty evident right now. He is going to go and join his teammates from that left flank. So, unfortunately, the bloodbath that we were expecting shall be denied.
Boo.
Boo. But you never know. I think Team Tamilas, if they get enough loot. Now the thing is, TSM, they are not going to budge. They are not going to budge until the zone is going to force them to. So I wonder if Team Tamilas is going to be like, hey man, look, we know who's there. Do we go on a looting spree, or come on, lock and load, click, let's go and get some.
It feels like it's a battle of whose pan's bigger right now, right? And it's like TSM's like, here's my pan. We're going to swing it. We're going to swing it hard. Do you dare take the fight to us? And it's kind of, it's an alpha male move. It's like, we're not going to move. You want to run, you run away. Run on home, little boy, crying to your mommy. Or you fight us. You fight us, and then show us what you got. And I love that statement of purpose from TSM. Looking at the map, though, we have Marcus Gaming down south. They have a lot of space to loot towards, right? They have like 3 separate clusters of houses to loot towards. You have Celts down south, southeast. We, of course, have Seoul as well towards Kampong. So a few teams outside the periphery of the circle, but most of them are pretty close by, and it's going to take quite a while before the blue zone does come in. So it's going to be a lull in the action for now.
You know who's swinging an even bigger pan right now? It's the boys from U Mumbai, because they are coming into boot camp for a fight. They're like, you know what? I mean, yes, we had a couple of bad days, but today is our day. And I do believe they're going to have an idea that someone is going to be occupying the main red building. But this is something where Beachpa, where is your helmet, mate? You definitely need one if you want to survive. And talking about Blood, the first knock off the game comes from Team Extreme on to Elementrix, and the Nepali teams are fighting it out against each other. Kazi cooks a grenade. Kazi holds back the grenade. Is he going to pull the pin again? I think he's just trying to make out where the enemy is going. He might pull it again. Wait for it. Come on, Kazi. Show us some. You're putting me on the spot over here. And no grenade coming this time. Elementrix is going to move back. They are like, you know what? We are going to rotate a bit and fight you another time.
Sometimes, you need to know when to take the fight. Sometimes you need to know when to, fall back and lick your wounds. And for Team Elementrix, they realize there's no way we're going to be trading that without suffering further casualties. And with a man down, why do you want to take more chances, right? They're going to be falling on back. In the meantime, Mr. Pan Singh he has a pan as well.
He does, and it says boom on the pan. I mean, that is a big pan.
It's a massive pan indeed. And I like this kind of like this triangle of this triangular standoff. But I say that
trifecta of death.
Trifecta of death, kind of. Yeah, that's a better word. And for you, Mumba, though, they split in 2 pairs, right? So we have Destro and 420 OP across there, and TSM smack in between. Now, I know Pansing's aware of TSM's position, but I don't think TSM have eyesight on 428 Destro sneaking in from behind. Now, this could be the pincer play coming in here. You have shown that they have the cojones, but do they have the gunplay to wipe out TSM? I say that, and Destro sneakily from behind, he's going to get the knock and the kill on the clutch guard. That's immediate. In the meantime, though, Yuma's 420 OP gets traded immediately, but just a drop. He's on his knees, and look at Karthik going in like a leader, the pack leader going for the hunt. He's got him macked in out. He knows there's someone inside, jumps on across, he spots a player out, and it's going to be Destro trying to desperate best to keep his player alive, and he's going to get the knock, but Jonathan's nearby as well, but Destro finds a kill, looking for more, and Destro is a destruction personified. And he just wipes on everyone. Destro in his name and destruction is his game. My God, what a wipe.
Destro swung and he hit everything, but their game is still not over because PH is going to have a fight with Team Tamilas. But oh my goodness, Karthik, I do believe, went in a bit too early. He should have maybe waited for Jonathan and Z got to come in. But what an amazing clutch by UME Destro. I told you these guys are swinging their pants too. You just said it. I think Blay, something is amiss. We should not be saying these things right now because whatever we are saying is coming true.
I don't know what we just witnessed.
I need a breath. Please take over for a minute. Oh my god.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we witnessed something you rarely ever see. That is a 1v4 where Destro, a one man, destroyed, not any other team, but TSM entity, just wrecked them, smacked them, shift deleted them, alt F4 them if they were a Windows on your PC. That was complete, absolute domination. My God. And honestly, I mean, I feel bad for TSM entity, but I think they're just going to be shaking their heads, wondering, how did that even happen? How did that even happen?
Now again, this is the mistake TSM entity are making time in and time out. We saw this happen yesterday in Erangel when Karthik again, he presumed there was now look, Blay, the fact is you called it out, right? They knew that they were split up. They knew that, all right? They knew that. That is the only reason why that rush happened, because they knew that they have the enemy on the western front of bootcamp. They saw them. You called it out that okay, they have an idea what the enemy is. You like, but would they know that someone is behind them? And I do believe we're going to have a couple of seconds so I can actually talk about it. So what happened right there was I do. Was Klaskart the first one who went down? Klaskart went down and was wiped out immediately, right?
And then,
But
and then Ghatak went for the trade.
Now he got the trade, so he got that knock. So he assumed, "Arey, there's only going to be one person in that particular warehouse. Let's push him." But that one person, oh my goodness, he was a one-man army, and maybe had they sent in another wave, he might have actually knocked them down too. Again, a bit of a miscommunication. Not a miscommunication. This is something that they made this mistake yesterday as well.
I know this is something which you call spacing, right? When you're pushing in, you got to have enough spacing between the teammates where you get the trade, but at the same time, you don't get taken out together. You don't get sprayed down together. And the spacing was off. I 100% believe you hit the nail right on the head there. The fact that Ghatak went in with his teammates a little too far away gave Destro the 3 separate 1v1s where he had the advantageous position. Remember, they were walking into him. They were running into him, right? But you got to give credit where it's due. What a play by Destro. I'm calling it right now. That is the Mountain Dew moment.
Definitely.
Of the game. Right there, off the top. 4 kills. And Mumba, well, free falling or not, they're still going to go out kicking and screaming.
I mean, today has been an amazing, amazing day for the boys from Mumba Esports. And oh my goodness.
Are you feeling a special feeling in your special parts?
I'm feeling a special feeling everywhere right now because I've got this tingling going on right now, Blair.
Is it tingling? Yeah, well, the AWM right there. I know Ocean loves to say that it is it's not just a weapon, it's a responsibility.
It's a freaking big hella machine. That's what it is. It's a big gun.
He says it's a it's a responsibility. I want to counter the fact that it's a BFG. It's a big effing gun. That's what it is.
That is what it is. It is boom, and that's it. You can knock out an entire freaking squad with one shot.
And of course, that gun lying there is definitely. And bear in mind, we've seen snipers do a lot on this map.
Oh, yeah.
Counterintuitively, right? You like smaller maps, snipers can't do stuff, but you've seen the M24s come into action a couple of days back. In fact, you were tickled to joy there watching some of that action. We do have a circle coming up for you guys. We have Celts, Hype, Marcus Gaming, and Team Elementrix and Team Extreme outside of the safe zone right now. But this standoff still continues, and it's been going on since the beginning of the map so far.
I mean, between the 3 teams over here, Powerhouse, Team Tamalas, and you and me, it is essentially a Mexican standoff because, if they make a peak over here, they're going to get shot, but they are going to get traded in return. So the thing is, they've got to be patient because now is when more people are going to come in the fray. Because have a look at what lies beyond Team Tamalas. We have Godlike kind of coming into the picture, and Godlike really need to step up their game. They have been on an abysmal downfall. Not a free fall, so to speak, because they have finished up top a couple of games. Not the best outing for them. Yesterday also, they started off really well. And in fact, that one game at Vikendi, they did phenomenally. But after that, I really haven't seen anything from them.
Well, let's see if they do manage to turn things around a little bit. We have 58 alive and 15 teams still in the running, and one team which has bowed out very early, surprisingly, just catching us all guard and making me almost lose my voice, was Destro destroying, completely annihilating TSM Entity, who were trying to kind of reduce the gap between the first place. And Zebra, oh no, again, he's been so unlucky for Powerhouse, the first player usually to get knocked out. Again, it's his role. He's kind of the scout for the team, I feel like, but he's going to be at least getting rezzed here. In the meantime, Mumba running around. They have that initial kill, and now I think the adrenaline's pumping, man. They've tasted blood, and they want more flesh, and the flesh waiting for them is Team Tamalas.
That was a good little fake. He opened that door just to get an idea where the enemy is. He's going to cook a grenade. If timed to perfection, this can do a lot of damage. He has an idea of the sound. That might actually be a good grenade. Is it going to do a lot of damage? I think it's trickled back just a little bit too much. That is not going to do a lot. However, Destro, the man of the moment, is coming in with his teammate 420 OP. The boys from UME, still a whole squad. Bhishma has to unleash that inner warrior and come to the aid of his teammates. I do not see him on our picture right now, but Bansing is leading the charge, and this can be quite tricky for Team Tamalas because Powerhouse just behind them can actually pinch them in this situation.
They can indeed. That is something they have to be very, very wary of. But that's the one thing I've noticed with Mumba, right? Like they get off to a great start. They have a team wipe coming in, and then suddenly a little bit of an overextension, a little bit of overconfidence, a little bit of lack of awareness, and boom, they get knocked out. Especially on a map like Sanhok, where danger is close by. It's always danger near. You have to be very wary. You have to be very paranoid, because paranoia in this case is something which might be the difference between getting knocked out or winning that fight. Ponsing's going to be just refreshing his health there real quickly, and he's still sticking around. He knows where Team Tamilas are, and it's convenient information. He's playing recon for his unit at the moment. He's running around, and I'm sure he's been spotted out as well. Indeed, he has. Karaoke going to be tossing in a nade, but Striker taking a lot of damage here, and Ponsing definitely being quite a thorn on the back end of Team Tamilas at the moment.
You know, I was just thinking, had this been a little bit like Counter-Strike, he would have shot him through that box right now. I don't know why, I was just expecting, oh, is he going to go through the boxes? But of course, that is not going to happen in PUBG. If you are behind cover, you are relatively safe. That grenade that was lobbed also was a good precise grenade. Of course, it fell just a little bit too short, and it did do 10 damage. So I was kind of surprised. I was thinking that maybe he might just get the knock. But I like the way Dark and Iconic are still holding their position, because they have nothing to fear behind them. Behind them, they have the open seas, and talking about another grenade, that is going to force him out of his position. Ponsing is going to get shot at from Mr. Spray. Is he going to take him down? He peeks out and he gets that knock. Mr. Spray prays. Well, he paid the price right now. He paid the price right now for peeking, and Ponsing is going to go on the offensive. He is coming up. His teammate is coming up behind him. They are going to be rushing in. Karaoke, can he hold off this attack? He gets one knock. He is going to go up against Bhishma versus Kari. Who is going to come out on top? I think the revive might come in. Oh, is it going to happen? Is it going to happen, Play?
Oh no, the knock comes in, and you can see the remainder, the cavalry for Mumba has arrived, and now Mr. Spray, time to pray, time to make something work here. He's all that stands for his team. Of course, he's got Striker at the backlines as well, but Bhishma, he's got the res on the pouncing, and now it's going to be the team fight of all team fights on the flank from Bhishma, the Warrior King, pushing in. He's leaving no prisoners.
That's
no one left standing, no one getting taken prisoner. Mumba, they're going to wipe out another team, and they've got 7 kills to their name, and no one dead yet. Mumba right now on a warpath, and everyone better watch their backs.
I mean, that's what I was talking about, these guys. The only thing that is bringing them down is that shock and awe compound maneuvers against them and getting caught off in transition, especially in vehicles. This is Sanhok. This is something that these guys would probably live for. And you know what? Even in the Sanhok previously, I think they did brilliantly. They had a good outing. So eliminate those two factors. Eliminate vehicles play, and eliminate the fact that you are holding a compound and suddenly you get rushed by the enemy. Barring these two things, they are looking very, very strong today. However, the fairy tale is not yet over, because again, it's just like one after the other. One team goes out, another team is going to come in to take its space. PH have now moved on to that hill between the Paradise Resort and Bootcamp, and replacing them are the boys from Marcus Gaming.
I got to point out something. I think you've hit upon a very important point there. As long as Mumba don't get into a vehicle, they seem to do good. The second they get into a car, they seem to get
that happening in Vikendi as well.
Too many times. And I think as long as they don't have vehicles, I think they're very dangerous indeed. And if I'm the coach for Mumba, anyone to do a car, I'm just gonna walk up to them with a stick and like, get out right now, get the hell out of that car, son. But we do have Powerhouse on top of the hill, like you said. They have the high ground advantage. They are right now the king of that particular hill. And for Marcus Gaming, they're going to be pretty happy with this. They're in the circle. They're in the safe zone. They also have the cliffs, and that means they don't have to really worry about one angle. But Doc will be found out by the Lebowski, the big Lebowski, the dude, getting the drop on him. However, we'll be able to finish things off, so the rest should be coming in. But as I say that, Shadow getting dropped, and Mumba suddenly 420 OP. He's out. He's out for the count. He's done.
I think he just walked in. I wonder where that happened. That was courtesy hype, right? I was looking at the mini-map right now. It was hype. So what happened is now this is what I was just going to bring up. It's interesting, the fact that, of course, Mumba heard the shots fired between PH and Marcus Gaming. Now, at one point, I think it's a smart move. The way they pulled back towards Bootcamp, and they went to that compound towards the east of Bootcamp, just a little bit to the southeast of Bootcamp, right? We have a collection of little huts over there. Now, I do believe that is where I'm looking at the map right now. Have a look at the map. Have a look at their position with the remaining members of UME are. That's that little compound I'm talking about. And Hype from over 250-ish meters away got that knock. So I've got to give props to the accuracy of whoever knocked out.
I completely agree with. I was like, wait, where the hell are they? Why do I see Hype?
That was a good move,
feed?
to be honest with you.
Indeed it was, and it looks like the circle is slowly but surely ending towards the Paradise Resort. Well, it's going to be a bloody paradise. I can promise you that, ladies and gentlemen. We still have 14 teams in the running, 53 alive. It's going to be Gil. It's going to find Ted. Synergy, man, they have been struggling quite a bit. And finally, we see Team Soul. They haven't been doing much so far. They've just been roaming around. Viper. We've got Aman, who was crazy the previous game. Erangel, Toss, and Song1 as well. And hold on, Godlike Hastar getting pushed back by Synergy. This team fight could be massive. Godlike have been struggling so far. XP, can they surmount this mountain of weaponry that is Synergy is the question. Perfect peek from Gil though is going to get a knock, and that is an advantage going the way of Gil.
That is a good angle that is quite unexpected for anyone basically. I mean, you don't expect people over here, but that grenade is going to do a massive amount of damage. Gil is going to patch himself up, and that first aid sound can actually be his downfall. If Synergy act up on this can be devastating for the boys from Godlike. I'm afraid you'd have to take over. My feed is a bit choppy right now, Blake.
Megastar's coming in with a frag there. Meanwhile, while XP, while you get that fixed off, I'm just going to take you guys through the action because this is heating up. This is just the corridor of death. Look at that. It's like a narrow little angle where there's 300 Spartans held off the entire army of the Persian Empire, but now it's similar to that. Look at that little bit of a gap between the two massive Mesa structures. And Synergy, they are in a world of pain. Two players on the knees crawling around the muck, the mud, the grass sticking to the bloody battered knees. And Godlike, they're just recuperating in the time being, just popping a few painkillers and whatnot. Now Megastars, they hear the commotion in the distance. They know something's going on there. In the meantime, Badrev and Celts, INES and Celts is joining in the party, and they're having their own fight. But this standoff here, this is important because we're talking about Synergy and Godlike. Two teams who are in the top 5, top 6 right now. And it's going to be, meantime, VSG Crawlers switching things up real quickly. Machine is in for a world of pain, and his gears are going to be stopping for the time being. And it's going to be Evo from above. Knock. He actually gets the knock, and is looking for more. XP is looking for more.
He is looking for more, but he's going to get cut off. Wait a second, is he going to get the third knock? I think he is not going to get it. He gets knocked out at the last second. VSG Crawlers are going to be in the back foot right now as they get pushed. But wait a second, where is Soul in all of this pandemonium? INES is doing a good job. They are down to one last member who is standing, and that member is going to be Evil Eye, but I do not see him anywhere in my picture. He is there, up there towards the north, a little far off from his teammates. Nothing is going to happen for them right now. They are going to be reduced to a one-man squad, and the zone, have a look at that. We are going to go a bit down south of Paradise Resort.
I'm sorry,
he can't do anything.
He can't do anything. He's too far away.
They were too split up. I believe. I think Badrev and Kapshi, they were caught off. They stayed back for the fight because look at the distance. It is at least 200-ish meters away. So it's not like he ran away. It's just that
there's nothing you could do.
Miscommunication over there.
Yeah, well, right now he just got to stay alive. But you know what? He's not staying left. Celts are getting mowed down. Song1, Soul sucking away his own opponent, and it is looking pretty grim indeed for Team Celts. Soul all focus like we spoke about Sanhok. It's their killing fields. It's the place where Team Soul, they reap the other souls. That's where the sky comes out and they're going to just mow down people. They have the high ground advantage here. They are slipping it out. They're like, wait, someone might be down there. John Martin's going to get eliminated in the 14th position. In the meantime, Megastars right beneath that little bit of an elevation. They have controlled the compound though, but Song1 and Regular's pushing in. But there's a push in. It's going to be Vexy. Of course it's Vexy. He knocks them down and he's looking for more. He gets the Regal toss. And now Song1 bleeding out. He's trying to try and find some cover. But Soul, have they perhaps got a little too overconfident is the question.
No.
Song1 down and Aman and Viper too far away to go for the res.
They can't go for the res, but it was a good play on Viper's part. He was going to try and get on the other side, but have a look at how Paradox is going to thwart that attack. He's like, we know that you can obviously go on that little bit of a flank. We are not going to let you do that. The way Megastars are controlling that compound is commendable. And we'll come back to the fight. Meanwhile, Bhishma is trying to unleash his inner warrior, but they get eliminated. Yumumba, after that amazing start, have fallen in 11th spot with 7 kills.
It happens again and again and again.
It's a rotations play.
They get team wipes, so many team wipes. And speaking of team wipes, Soul has been wiped. It is going to be Vexy. So fittingly, putting in the final nail in the coffin of Team Soul and Megastars. My God, they're on a rampage. Vexy, there's no stopping this man. There is literally no stopping this man. Him being in a server alone, it's too much. It's too much of a handicap for everyone. It's ridiculous how many kills he gets every game.
I mean, the way they just eliminated Soul right now, I mean, it's nothing too surprising, to be honest with you, because again, you know, Soul didn't really have a lot of options over there. Well, they did. They could have actually gone back a bit, around, but they were adamant that no, we won this compound. And when you have someone like Megastars who are already holding it, it is going to be one heck of a ride to get that done. Meanwhile, Existence overhead knocking one person out, transferring that spray, almost getting a knock on the other, but SK49 is going to be down and out, and Existence is making them pay. Godlike still holding that position that we left them at, but they now do have to move into the zone, which they should make without any issue. I was just going to point out that Smokey is in the zone, but here comes his team from behind, and he is going to get picked up. We are down to the last 7 teams play as Marcus Gaming exit this game. I mean, well,
everyone's dying.
Wait a second. Team Hype is out. Pandemonium.
I don't know what's going on. Everyone's dying. The blue zone just knocked. Look at that. The wall of death slowly creeping up, and Godlike, they're crawling on their knees. They're like, no, Sirvi is with Godlike for a moment. There is peace between Godlike and Synergy, but it's going to be very short-lived. It's going to be Schreider getting the kills. His teammate dies, but it's okay. They at least got this extra kill point. Schreider, last player left alive now, as Smokey from Godlike is going to find one. Can he potentially get one more? His question, getting shot from behind. His butt is getting perforated with bullets, and he's got a little bit of cover for the time being. Energy will be eliminated, and now we're down to 3 teams and 9 players left in the server. Kings Z, and of course Smokey OP. The res is going to be coming in. We have Powerhouse still in the running as well. 3 players for them, and this is going to come down to the wire. I feel it in my bones. And Megastars right now, 4 players alive. Is it going to be the moment that Megastars finally get another chicken dinner?
I definitely feel it's going their way, because Powerhouse has to move into the zone. So do the boys from Godlike. It is Smokey and Existence, if I'm not wrong. These boys are going to try and put up a fight. They're going to be hoping that Powerhouse does all the damage right now, and they get the thing. Wait a second, is he going to spot his head? He is going to spot his head. Smokey with that spray, getting that knock on Dark. Dark, just hug the rock. Hug the rock. We know you are amazing. Every single time he peeks, he gets knocked out. Dark is going to pay the price, and now this is going to be chaos. They are going to fall like dominoes. They've already lost 2 members. I think Zebra is the last guy standing for Team Powerhouse, and he is going to be barraged by bullets from all angles. And there you have it.
Yeah, it's basically shooting fish in a barrel. Wait, what?
There you have it.
Wait, what? That's it. It's over.
Wait,
it's
what?
Over. Yes. Wait, what? Wait, what happened there? Wait, who killed who? Wait, who? What? Where? What? How? What? Megastars won it? How did they win that?
Oh,
no, hold on.
My goodness.
Fixes.
The play
What
zone coming
the
in.
F just happened there? Can you make sense of what the hell happened there?
It's the play zone. The play zone got the dinner, boys. It's not Megastars. It's the play zone.
You were right. He called it. Fixes called it. Oh.
I'm learning
from
right
SD.
now.
I'm
All you
learning
guys
from
watching, whatever the 3 of us are saying, freaking listen, because it's coming true. Everything we've said is coming true. Oh,
the blue zone won.
Thank you, Professor XP. I'm learning.
You're welcome. Yes,
all right,
good.
Fixes is the MVP of our hearts, but the MVP in the server. Vexy, my boy, my man, stop it. You're bullying people. This is why people go to prison for consistent abuse, beating people up. This is just illegal. Someone called 911 or 110, 100, whichever country you're from. He's just too much. Vexy, just stop it. It's too much.
He started off. I think back in Vikendi is when they just were like, all right. Listen. Hold on. Here we go. There was a 2v4. Remember, you were just blown away. Even me, I was watching that game and I was like, what is this kid up to? And then it has been a non-stop ride. And even in the last game, Vexy, like we said, is too goddamn sexy. And this guy getting the job done. And Megastars coming out on top yet again. Megastars, they are definitely making a statement. You Mumba though, man, those wipes were so good, and then amazing, right? And then they just get destroyed. Of course, Orange getting 3 kills over there from Team Elementrix. We have Smokey from Godlike, an alright showing, not terrible. VSG Crawlers had a pretty decent showing as well, but Megastars,
They are a team who are definitely now rearing for the top 5 spot. And I do believe with this chicken dinner, they might have been able to jump over Fnatic. And yeah, maybe over Fnatic and definitely potentially over Synergy as well. This could catapult them to the top 4 placing. And that is something we're going to be finding out later. We still have the game placings to be shown up on the screens, ladies and gentlemen. But my heart's still beating. XP Takeover. Sorry, my heart.
I mean,
what a game.
Fixes. So we could barely keep track of what was happening at the end there. You watching? I mean, could you make sense? Because it was like a ripple effect. One thing started and everything just kept falling like dominoes.
Oh my god, but we have to talk about the standings. Megastars again taking the chicken dinner back to back. 6 kills, 26 points. Godlike, finally a breather of a game. They deserved it. I mean, this was coming. And they got that 20 points. Yup, 7 kills. Good. I love that Evo knock.
Listen, Powerhouse, from after yesterday's chicken dinner, which is insane, the 36 points they got, they've consistently be getting this top 5 placings time and time again, and that is very impressive. That means right now they're 8th place in overall standings, and this is definitely going to catapult them above. Now for Megastars, this might give them the 3rd place. I could be wrong here, 4th place maybe at the very least. Marcus Gaming coming in 7th there, and this is an interesting game if you ask me. XP, this is one of the few rare games you see where there's not one single team cracking the double-digit mark when it comes to frags. Or total points. Spread around but it's spread very evenly amongst almost all the teams. INS and Tumulus Entity were the only 3 teams not to get a single kill. And you gotta say that about Entity. What the hell happened there?
I don't know what
that was just loose push.
Was thinking at the time, because this is the exact thing that happened yesterday. If you remember, Garthik was on that rotation trying to get some information, and he's like, you know what, let's push it. Even today, he assumed it was one person, which was kind of correct, but that backup came pretty quick, which was not needed. But again, he went in too quick, and he got destroyed by none other than Destro, the god of destruction.
Yeah, it reminds me of our old G.I. Joe days. It's a little it's a little outdated. We remember it, XP, but I don't know.
Damn, are we that old?
I
are that
old.
old.
The same generation, guys.
All right. Welcome to the club, Fixes.
Definitely don't look it.
Hold on. Let's look at the standings here. Boom. There we go. Megastars, 5th place. They get the top 5. Well-deservedly so. Back-to-back chicken dinners, 321 points. Only 3 points shy of toppling Entity. Rather 4 points, because there's 3 points difference there. Synergy, 3rd place. Godlike, still in the 4th place. They are clawing back now, right? They still have 1 more game to play before they tie things up with the most number of matches played alongside Orange Rock. But if they have another big game, maybe a 30-point game right there, XP, that narrows down the difference just to maybe 30 to 35 points. That's something definitely which Godlike would be happy with. So a much better performance coming out from them. They've been very quiet so far. We have Synergy, Entity, Megastars, Fnatic, unfortunately getting knocked down to the 6th position right now.
However.
And IND, though. IND, from a top 3 placing, this is looking a little rough. Now, there is a caveat that we have a few teams who played more than them, Synergy and Megastars as well. But being 7th place, and even if you take out Synergy and Megastars, that means IND are in the top 5 position without those 2 teams. That is very surprising. But we'll talk about it a little bit more in detail later on. XP, take me through this one. It's kind of rough. A good. I knew that you were going to throw it to me. Of course, a good outing from VSG Crawlers in the last game. That is going to propel them a little bit up. I mean, it's going to keep them afloat. Soul have got a lot to work on. These boys need to figure something out. They need to have a talk down. They need to actually figure stuff out.
They need experience.
I mean, maybe they need a little bit of experience. You are absolutely right. Of course, under them we have Team Extreme, followed by Team Tamalas. Really impressed me. Not particularly in this game, but the last game, these guys were on fire. 199 points, just a point shy of that 200 mark. But, again, one of the most common things that I see in the chat section or whatever is, a lot of talks about Team Soul. Now, Fnatic was the talk of the town earlier when they were kind of struggling, but they've kind of pushed forward and they are producing. They are giving us the results that we expect from a team of such high caliber. Now, as you put it earlier, I'm just going to bring this up again about Soul. I don't want to keep going on about the same team again and again. But jokes apart, they definitely need to sit down and reassess a lot of things, because you can come up with an number of excuses at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Yes, sir. Go
Guys,
ahead, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's high time. Get a coach. I mean, we've always discussed about it. The gameplay is kind of gone constant, kind of stagnant as we talk about. And I think I want some new, fresh approach towards the game.
I'll have to pause you right
This
there.
moment.
I'm really sorry, Fix, but this moment. Destro.
Just
Destro.
watch. Just
Dar
watch.
ke aage cheat.
This is just brilliant from Destro. He's alone. He's got to get the resin. Got it already. Right? He's taking a
This is
clutch
the
shot.
mistake.
Now Gatha comes in. This is the mistake. This is the one mistake, and that's all he needed. Gatha comes in, and Destro stops healing meters. All right, let's take the fight. What do you got? You got a Mac Daddy, baby? I got an AK-47. It's called Automat Kalashnikov 47, baby. He gets the kill. Fights Jonathan, knocks him down as well. Look at his health. He's barely taking any damage, and it just wipes them out. 1v3, dancing with the bullets. What a play from the man. And of course, we have another moment coming in here, and of course, this is going to be Ponting's play up and wiping out Team Tumblr with the rest of his team. XP, probably want to talk us through this one?
I definitely want to do that. Again, they would have, Team Tamilas could have put up a little bit of a fight. They were not holding their angle, so to speak. They let UME kind of push up on them, and on the side over here, have a look at how Mr. Spray is going to go down. He is completely oblivious to the fact that there is someone on his right. Wait for it. Wait, look at the res. Look at the res taking place, and he is going to get knocked in. 3, 2, 1. There you go. He goes down. And that is basically what ended for them. But I want to go back to the TSM moment right now, that Dar ke aage jeet hai moment that we saw earlier. And let me just point something out. I know a lot of naysayers might say, "Hey, what do you know about?" Look at the time.
Yeah, man. What do you know about?
Not. I've been in this position.
I'm
just
kidding.
kidding.
I'm kidding.
I kid. Now this is facts because I'm a nerd at this, right? He knocked Ghatak, finished Ghatak, reloaded, went into cover, came out of cover, knocked Jonathan, reloaded, went into cover, came out. That is the mistake. It's those split-second decisions. At least a second and a half between Ghatak and Jonathan's entry, and then had all of them piled on him at the same time, Destro would have been a dead man.
Destro would have been a dead man. 100% agree with you. But that's what clutches are, though, right? Clutches are when your opponents make a mistake, a tiny little
and you
mistake,
capitalize on it.
Yes, you take that mistake and you hammer them on the head, like whack, 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 whack. That's 4 whacks with the 4 kills he got right there. And of course, we had to kill leaders here. Nothing changing, except for one thing. Guess who's making a debut in the top 10? Destro, right there at the bottom 10 title alongside Slayer from Team IND. Welcome to the club. You deserve it, 100%. And talking about kill leaders, let's be a little less serious now. Let's calm things down a little bit, right?
Okay.
But I want you to finish your thought, the Fixes. You say a coach could make a difference, but I got to ask you something. For a coach to work, you need the players to respect him.
Okay.
Is there a coach you have which the members of Team Seoul, some of the biggest names, the biggest name perhaps in PUBG Mobile in South Asia, what is it going to take? What sort of coach do you need to bring in for them to respect him?
See, honestly, we have to accept that they've got a lot of resources. They've got a lot of, money that they can spend. So if I had that much amount on my hand, I could have just gone for a Southeast Asian coach or maybe a Chinese coach. They're pretty expensive, but if you can afford them, then why not? If a coach is going to get a fresh outlook into the game, might change your perspective, then why not?
Why not indeed? But right now, we do have the overall standings for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, and there you have it. This is obviously for week 2, and that means 3 days of play have been done and dusted. We have the final day coming in for week 2 tomorrow, and Megastars can't take anything away from them. 205 points for these guys. They had a rough week 1, but my God, did they bounce back in week 2. Albeit, they played the most number of games as well. They have played 15 games. Second place is Orange Rock right there with Fnatic as well. Fnatic have actually been having a hell of a week 2. Now, if they can maintain this consistency, XP, going to week number 3, the black and orange, it could fly high. It could go out with a bang. It could be the last hurrah, the fabled last dance, as some people say.
I mean, we've definitely seen a lot of improvement on their part. And, credit goes to all of the players, in fact, because up until yesterday, we were talking about OS and Ronak and Scout, but OS today really made a difference. And if you look at the kill leaders for week 2, I think, of course, Wexy just went bonkers, like ape shit crazy, right? I mean, I'm sorry to say that, but he just went
No. That's a fitting word. If the sponsors are angry, let's send them to me. I'll talk to them. It's fine. 36 kills. The closest is Z got in 22. I'm sorry. What the hell?
What the hell, indeed. And if I can just come back to what Fixes said earlier about the whole getting a coach thing. Look, a lot of strats, a lot of strategy, a lot of tactics are available on the internet. I mean, you can basically do anything yourself these days. You can look up YouTube videos. I get where you're coming from, Fixes. I get it. A coach will make a difference. But before that happens, what Blay mentioned, that you got to have that respect. You've got to, you've got to come down to earth first as far as competitive gaming is concerned, because Seoul is amazing. Seoul, they are, again, like I said, they are a part of our hearts, and nobody is bigger than Mortal on this stage, on this platform, in this country right now, in the esports scenario, right? But there is a difference between entertaining and playing competitive. Now, I know I've just said that, I might have dropped a bombshell, but I'm just trying to be very, very, very blunt over here. They need to try out a few things. They need to be new. They need to first get out of that thing that, there's only one way of winning a particular game. Because this is PUBG Mobile, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Battle Royale. There is no right or wrong way. And they need to experiment amongst themselves and a bit here and there. And, perhaps a few changes here and there can actually get the ball rolling for them.
Indeed, they could, as we are winding down for the day, but my word, it's been a day of some crazy action, starting off, of course, with a chicken dinner by Fnatic, then just stealing away the glory, albeit we didn't have Group D play the final 3 games, right, XP? So it's going to be a lot of teams, and that Group D has a lot of very, very big names indeed, and they're going to be hungry. They're going to be ready to take on the day tomorrow. And I'm actually going to give a little bit of a preview for everyone, if you guys probably still watching right now, and just to thank you for still sticking around till even though the games are done. So tomorrow, which is the 31st of May, does May have 31 days? Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
We're going to start with Miramar. We're going to follow with Erangel. We got Sanhok, Miramar, and a Vikendi. So we have all the maps and a double Miramar, in fact, cropping in right there. And we're going to be starting off with Group A, B, C, and E. Basically, he's going to be playing till the 3rd game. So we're going to see the same teams who played the final 3 games today play the first 2 games. After that, Group C is going to be sitting it out, and it's going to be Fnatic and everyone in that group coming in. Group D is going to be coming in, A, B, D, and E playing the final 3 games on Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar. So we're going to be seeing all the teams playing tomorrow as well. But it's interesting that these teams who play the final 3 games here today, gentlemen, will have an opportunity to extend the lead, to kind of like go over the likes of Fnatic and everyone in Group D, and they have 2 games to make that happen. So that means we're in for bangers of games starting off tomorrow, XP.
I can't wait. I can't wait. And it is going to be the end of an amazing week. Week 2 has been action-packed, and we've seen a lot of lovely highs. And, we've seen the opposite, the contrast as well. We've seen abysmal lows and, mistakes being made, wonderful moments. And I think that's what we're going to see tomorrow. We are going to be in for a treat.
I'm going to be in for a treat. I 100% believe in that. I've almost lost my voice right now. I'm probably going to go gargle a little bit, because for me, the entire day, I know we had a lot of crazy moments, right? We had Fnatic fixes, we had Megastars with the wins and all of that. We had Mumbo with those 2 crazy team wipes. Vexy. Today was Vexy's day.
Yes.
Let's be real here. He was just indomitable. On that map earlier, I do believe it was in Erangel. He was I think it was Vikendi. Yeah. There were just 2 of them alive.
Yeah,
for the longest time, and they wiped out Mumba, and it's just unstoppable. So man, like hashtag Vexy
Team Soul, they wiped out baby. Soul. Yeah, they even wiped out Soul, and they just kept that momentum going and going. They got the chicken dinner in Erangel, then they followed it up with another dinner. So yes, Team Megastars looks really strong, but the question still remains the same. Will they be able to hold on to it? Will they be able to carry it forward to the next week as well? So that's where I'm a little bit worried about that.
Well, XP, any final parting thoughts before we call it a night?
I guess time will tell, and if they continue on this momentum, I don't see anything stopping them.
Yeah, indeed. And I do believe on that note, we're going to be calling it a night. Well, that is it from us here with day 3, ladies and gentlemen, of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. Of course, fueled by Mountain Dew and sponsored by Airtel, who are our preferred network partners. And of course, a shout out to our collaborative media partners, India Today as well. My name is Blay. You can follow me on my Twitter or Instagram right there. You can see that. Experiment on my
With the one, with the one, with the one.
Hold on.
Don't forget
I
the
got
one.
this right there, right beneath me. Little off with the head, but I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
XD_experiment with the one. Comes from our right hand side, right below me. We got Fixes looking fresh, even though it's pretty late in the evening, and you can follow him right there at Pain Fixes FYXS. If you guys enjoyed it, these gentlemen were amazing. You guys are amazing for tuning in as well. And on that note, I bid you farewell. Do tune in tomorrow for the final day of week 2. It's going to be hell of a ride.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता।
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
माउंटेन ड्यू, डर के आगे जीत है।
अरे वीडियो फिर से फ्रीज हो गया।
मैंने बोला था इसका नेटवर्क जाएगा।
मैंने भी सुना था, इसने बोला उसने बोला, किसकी सुनूं?
अरे इसने कहा उसने सुना, सब भूल जाओ और अपनी आंखों पे भरोसा करो।
मतलब
वीडियो सही है तो नेटवर्क सही है, और इंडिया का ना बेस्ट वीडियो एक्सपीरियंस एयरटेल पे है। देखा? तो आंखें खोलो और सही चुनो।
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता।
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
माउंटेन ड्यू, डर के आगे जीत है।
अरे वीडियो फिर से फ्रीज हो गया।
मैंने बोला था इसका नेटवर्क जाएगा।
मैंने भी सुना था, इसने बोला उसने बोला, किसकी सुनूं?
अरे इसने कहा उसने सुना, सब भूल जाओ और अपनी आंखों पे भरोसा करो।
मतलब
वीडियो सही है तो नेटवर्क सही है, और इंडिया का ना बेस्ट वीडियो एक्सपीरियंस एयरटेल पे है। देखा? तो आंखें खोलो और सही चुनो।